Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. A chance encounter with a little blonde angel in a reincarnation game. The air was filled with an acrid, coppery stench. It was thick, viscous, as if it could clog one's nostrils. His arms were cuffed to the cold metal armrests of an iron chair, rendering him immobile. There seemed to be a pool of liquid at his feet, but judging by the sticky, gooey sensation when he moved his heels, it was definitely not something as simple as dihydrogen monoxide. The surroundings were extremely dim. The only light source was an old, 10-inch or so television about 2 meters ahead. It hissed as it displayed rolling static. Any normal person waking up to such a situation would likely panic. But at this moment, Fumi Yajin's first reaction was, "I'm still alive." Fumi Yajin was a transmigrator. 20 days ago, he had suddenly transmigrated into a version of Tokyo that resembled a crossover anime world, and his starting conditions were quite good. An orphan, yet he had a family registry and was enrolled at Shuchen Academy as a mixed-course student. He owned 2 old single-family houses. He lived in one and rented the other out to a father and daughter with the surname Shirogane. At least he didn't have to worry about food or shelter. Furthermore, in his second week after transmigrating, he awakened a cheat ability power to draw 1 superpower each week. The first superpower he drew was super memory. With this ability, he rewrote the novel version of Your Name in just a few days, posted the first 3 chapters online, and quickly garnered significant attention. A publisher soon came knocking. The contract signing went smoothly, and the publishing process was fast-tracked. He estimated that a steady stream of royalties would soon be flowing into his account. Logically speaking, this should have been a pretty great start. However, all of this was ruined by the second superpower he drew. He could see people's death countdowns. The ability itself wasn't bad. You could even say it was quite powerful. It would have been even better if he hadn't suddenly discovered that his own countdown was less than 6 days. In the first 2 days of that week, he secretly conducted over a dozen tests at traffic accident sites and in high-risk hospital wards, leading him to several conclusions. First, the death countdowns were not unchangeable, and he himself was the variable. The moment he took action that could alter a target's time of death, even if he had just begun, the numbers would change immediately. Second, people he saved were genuinely saved. They wouldn't be quickly taken away again like in Final Destination. At least, the girl he had saved earlier was still living next door, safe and sound. Third, if he took no action, or if his actions couldn't affect the time of death, the superpower's prediction was absolutely accurate. After confirming these points, he began to tackle his own death threat. And then he discovered a terrifying fact: no matter what he did, he couldn't change his own time of death. He came up with over 30 countermeasures and tried them one by one, but the number above his head never fluctuated even once. He fought until the very last moment before the timer hit 0, crouched in the corner of a completely sealed basement with 3 locks on the door, holding a stun gun and remaining on high alert. Unless Little Boy made a comeback, and if that were the case, everyone else's timer should have hit 0 too. He really couldn't figure out how he was supposed to die. And then, the number hit 0. Everything went black. And he ended up here. So, where is this? Fumi Yajin blinked. Just as he was about to survey his surroundings, he suddenly remembered something and shot his gaze upward. 587, 586, 585. Red numbers ticked down above his head. The good news, he wasn't dead. The bad news, it was a stay of execution. The death countdown's unit was seconds, so, that was less than 10 minutes left? Fumi Yajin's heart, which had just relaxed a fraction, felt as though it were suddenly squeezed tight by an invisible hand. Ugh, it smells so bad. What is that smell? A groggy murmur came from his side. Fumi Yajin was stunned. He turned his head and saw that about 20 centimeters to the right of his iron chair, there was another identical one. Sitting on the chair was a slender, petite, blonde high school girl. Her dazed little face wore an incredibly listless yet cute expression, radiating an astonishing mo aura even in such dim light. The girl shook her head lightly, and it took several seconds before she looked up and took in her surroundings. Then, she noticed the strange young man who had been staring at her for several seconds. "Ah, why you? Who are you?" The girl cried out in alarm, like a startled rabbit. Fumi Yajin glanced at the terror in her eyes. It didn't seem feigned. He then glanced at her hands, which were also cuffed to the chair's armrests. Most importantly, the death countdown above her head showed the exact same number as his, completely in sync. It seemed she was a victim, too. So, Fumi Yajin calmed his breathing and said in as peaceful a tone as he could manage, "You can just call me Fumi Yajin. Like you, I was tied up here when I woke up. I don't know why I'm here either." The girl was slightly taken aback. She looked down at her cuffed hands. Then she turned her head and looked at Fumi Yajin's similarly cuffed hands. She seemed to relax a little. But when she looked up at Fumi Yajin's face again, she still found something strange. "Then, how are you so calm? This isn't right, is it? If screaming and shouting could get me rescued, I'd give it a try. Fumi gave a slight shrug. The girl naturally understood his point. Recalling her own sudden outburst, she couldn't help but feel a little foolish. I'm Najika Ijishi. The girl subconsciously tried to raise a hand to scratch her cheek but couldn't. She could only lower her head slightly and say, I remember getting home, opening the door, and then, everything went black. Najika Ijishi? A thought stirred in Fumi mind. The name was vaguely familiar. It was worth mentioning that he was a die-hard gamer geek. It wasn't that he didn't watch anime, but he was very picky. He was someone who valued philosophical depth, and in his view, most works were too shallow and superficial. Compared to those, he preferred works that delved straight into the characters' souls, profound yet accessible, such as School Days, Yusuga no Sora, Beelzebub, Redo of Healer, Hajime no Gal. He was quite familiar with these types. Your Name was an exception, and that was a movie. He only read the novel after watching the film. Therefore, he knew very little about mainstream anime. He only picked up impressions when he occasionally came across fan works while browsing videos like the Chika Dance, or Duga, Kotoru. And now, with the name Najika, he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. He searched his brain. A phrase popped up: Najika the Little Angel. And in the world of AG, a character called Little Angel is usually an incredibly pure, innocent, and trustworthy girl. This gave Fumi a sliver of reassurance. He nodded at Najika and said, I was also alone when everything suddenly went black. I think I heard a strange voice, too. A strange voice. Najika Ijishi paused. Then she suddenly remembered something. Right, I think I heard it too. It was this really sinister, creepy-sounding voice. It said, welcome to, what was it? Welcome to the samsara game. Yes, that's the line, thanks for ramen. Najika Ijishi froze mid-sentence, because she suddenly realized that the voice she just heard hadn't come from her side, but seemed to have emerged directly from the depths of her mind. And the tone was that same unsettling, spine-chillingly bizarre voice. The novice trial is about to begin. Those who successfully clear it will become official players. The rules of the trial will now be explained. FZZZT. The static on the old television distorted a few times, and the picture gradually came into focus. A hideous, eerie, deathly white mask appeared in the center of the screen. Black pupils, red irises, sunken eye sockets, red spirals were painted on its high cheekbones. The square block representing its chin began to twitch up and down, accompanied by a mechanical voice. I want to play a game. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 2. Any hesitation is a betrayal of the value of life. Clank, clank clank. A harsh, grating sound of metal ground from above. It sounded like a heavily rusted mechanical structure, sealed away for decades, had suddenly lurched into operation. The two of them instinctively looked up. A metal panel in the center of the ceiling was sliding apart, like a monstrous beast slowly opening its gaping maw to reveal terrifying fangs. They were 2 absurdly large, old-fashioned circular saws, suspended by 2 thick, rusty mechanical arms. They hung directly above their heads, about 3 meters from the floor. It was worth noting that the saw blades didn't look particularly sharp at first glance because they were caked with all sorts of human tissue and flesh. Dried human blood, like superglue, had matted together large clumps of hair, severed intestines, bits of flesh, and bone shards onto the circular blades, making one wonder if they could even spin properly. Of course, that didn't stop them from looking far more menacing, terrifying, and oppressive than ordinary saws. Plop. It was probably due to the mechanical vibrations from the saw's appearance. A small piece of flesh stuck to the very bottom of a saw blade came loose and fell, landing on the girl's right kneecap. Najika Ijishi froze, glanced down at the slightly rotten piece of human flesh, and went rigid for a moment. A terrified scream was about to erupt from her throat, but before the shriek could escape, it was forced back down by a sinister voice from the television. See the saws above your heads? Soon, they'll slice through your skulls like watermelons. Want to live? On the left side of your chair's right armrest, there's a button. You can reach it by extending your thumb down. Whoever presses it, their saw will stop. The other person's will accelerate. If you both press it, then both will accelerate. There's only one rule: survive, and you clear the stage. Cherish your right to choose. Any hesitation is a betrayal of the value of your own life. After hearing the rules, Najika's face instantly turned pale. Saws, people will die? What kind of game is this? It has to be a joke. FZZT. As if in response to the girl's doubt, the television screen suddenly switched. The mask was gone, replaced by what appeared to be video footage. The footage was from a top-down perspective, as if filmed by a camera mounted in a corner of the ceiling. The room and the videothy walls, chairs, saws, and other fixtures was identical to the one they were in now. But the people in the room were different. In the video were 2 men. They were shouting frantically at each other, things like, neither of us will press it, if you don't press it, I won't, and I'm not pressing it, so you better not either. Then, the saws suddenly began to spin, descending with a deafening roar. The 2 men hesitated for a brief moment. Then, they pressed the buttons with their thumbs at almost the exact same time. And so, a blood-curdling scream erupted, even causing a slight overclocked buzzing sound from the old, outdated television. The saws sliced through flesh and bone as effortlessly as falling Tom and Jerry sawing through a tree with his crotch. A spray of blood and shredded flesh flew like a mist. A living person was sliced into two gruesome halves amidst violent tremors and useless struggles. A total of 5 video clips were played. Each one was short, about 20 to 30 seconds long, but it was as if a meticulous editor had curated them, specifically selecting the most gruesome and desperate moments of execution to maximize the visual and auditory impact. Of the 5 clips, 4 ended with both people dead. In one, a person suddenly pressed the button before the other could react, resulting in one survivor. As for a scenario where both survived, there were none. KSSSHHHH. After the 5th clip finished, the television returned to a screen of static. The bizarre voice explaining the rules did not sound again, and the room fell into a temporary silence. Nika Ijishi's face was deathly pale. She sat frozen, her slender body trembling slightly, the color drained from her eyes. Fumi Yajin, however, simply calmed his slightly quickened breathing. His mood was surprisingly not that bad. The reason was simple. Before entering this game, he had already assumed he was going to die. After getting in, things were slightly better, but it was merely a stay of execution. But now, he discovered that although he was in a terrible death game, similar to Saw, there was actually a chance to have his sentence overturned and be released. Hope, no matter how faint a sliver, was infinitely better than boundless despair. Having experienced the despair of certain death, he was determined to grasp even the smallest hope of survival. However, passing this particular trial didn't depend on him alone. He turned his head and glanced at the girl. Miss Ijishi. Ah. The girl jolted violently. As if her soul had just returned to her body, she began to gasp for air. Her watery eyes trembled non-stop. After breathing for a good while, a bit of color finally returned to them as she looked at Fumi Yajin. I'm sorry, I just, completely, went numb. I couldn't even control my body. Fumi Yajin nodded. It's fine. It's common for people to react that way under extreme fear. It's perfectly normal. Under Fumi Yajin's calm tone, the girl calmed down a little. But then she grew puzzled. But you, why are you so? Me? I guess I've spent so long at death's door that I've gotten used to it, Fumi Yajin said casually. Ha! The girl stared blankly. That's not important, Fumi Yajin shook his head. What we need to think about now is show to survive. He glanced again at the numbers above his and the girls' heads. 353, 352, 351. Their countdowns remained perfectly synchronized, even each tick was almost simultaneous. Does that mean they both die, with almost no time difference? That can't be right. Although these saws are brutal enough to kill a person the instant they make contact, if the buttons are pressed at different times, their deaths should inevitably occur one after the other. Such a synchronized death implies only 2 possibilities: either they both pressed the button at the exact same moment, or neither of them pressed it. The former seems easy to achieve, but it's not the case in reality. It takes time for a human to witness an event, react, and execute a countermeasure. That's why when you're holding an angle in an FPS, you often get counterkilled. If one person pressed it and the other reacted by pressing theirs, they would still both die, but their deaths certainly wouldn't be so synchronized. To be perfectly synchronized, aside from the low probability event of 2 people having a telepathic connection and pressing it at the same time, there's likely only one more realistic possibility: if moment the saws started moving and the buttons became active, they both pressed them on the beat. But that would be too stupid. The saws start at the highest position. Even if they accelerate downwards, it still takes time. Pressing it right at the start gives the other person more than enough time to react. It's basically telling them, let's die together. Whether Miss Ijishi would do something so reckless, Fumi Yajin certainly wouldn't. Therefore, the possibility of both pressing the button at the same instant can almost be ruled out. So then, did neither of them press it? But if neither pressed it, the saws would descend at normal speed. They have different heights, so wouldn't the time of death? Oh, wait. Only their wrists are tied down, not their bodies. To avoid the approaching saws, they could both bend their upper bodies over their thighs. That way, the difference in their heights would be negligible. Being sawn through the back of the neck and the back at the same time, dying at the same moment, would make sense. So, is that how we died? We successfully trusted each other and didn't press the buttons, but we still died. Could it be that this trial game has no possibility for mutual survival? Do you have to kill the other person to live? Would a death game with obvious saw elements really have such a despicable way to win? Something's not right. There must be another solution. Fumi Yajin lowered his head and looked at the iron chair. Then, he looked at the iron shackles binding his hands. These weren't the thin cuffs used by modern police, but thick, heavy, incredibly sturdy shackles shaped like a large roll of clear tape. There was basically no possibility of breaking them by force. The shackles were welded firmly to the armrests, their orientation fixed, so the range of motion for his arms was very small. The inner diameter of the iron shackles was also very narrow, just a tiny bit wider than the thinnest part of his wrist. Trying to pull his hand out by force would be impossible without tearing apart the metacarpal bones. However, an idea flashed through Fumi Yajin's mind. He tried to rotate his wrist. Although the heavily rusted inner surface of the shackle scraped painfully against his skin, his wrist could indeed rotate smoothly. Fumi Yajin's eyes lit up. What are you? Nika looked at him, confused. These shackles allow the wrist to rotate inside, Fumi Yajin explained. If we can free one hand, we can then flip our entire body off the other side of the chair and dodge the descending saw. That way, we can both survive. Nika stiffened slightly. What you're saying makes a lot of sense, but here's the problem: how do we undo the shackle on one side? They're so sturdy and tight, there's no way to pull a hand out no matter how hard you try. So we'll just have to get rid of the hand, Fumi Yajin said, tilting his head. Ha! Najika stared blankly at Fumi Yajin. Get rid of the hand. Hello, Walnut here. Or Nika Deo in this case, hee. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 3. Sorry for being unable to sacrifice a limb to survive. I once read about a true case involving an American explorer named Aaron Ralston. During an outdoor expedition, he accidentally fell into a crevice, and his hand got pinned by a fallen boulder. He couldn't pull it out no matter what, Fumi Yajin said. I'll skip the details, but in the end, he used a very dull pocket knife to cut through his soft tissue and tear off his own arm. That's how he escaped the crevice and was eventually rescued. Gasp. Even with such a brief description, Najika was terrified and couldn't help but gasp. Just imagining it for a moment made her arm ache with phantom pain. With a dull knife, too. Good heavens, how much must that hurt? Hey, wait a second. Najika suddenly realized. You're not bringing this up because you're thinking of copying him, are you? Fumi Yajin nodded bluntly. He gestured towards the shackles with his chin and said, we don't have a knife, but luckily, these shackles are very sturdy and fixed. The wrist joint is also a bit more fragile than the elbow. If I throw my entire body weight forward and to the left, I should have a decent chance of snapping my wrist bone. That's not right. Najika bit her lip. A person's joints are so strong, you can't just snap them whenever you want. Fumi Yajin looked at his own wrist. While he wasn't some muscle-bound brute, he did occasionally exercise at home for his health. His arm was indeed quite sturdy, and his joints were relatively durable. So, the next second, quite naturally, his gaze shifted to the other arm, 20 centimeters away. That arm was fair and slender. You could see a faint hint of muscle definition, but it still had the attractive shape of a girl's arm. The joint also looked more delicate. You're right, my wrist is indeed a bit too sturdy, Fumi Yajin said, looking sincerely into her eyes. How about you do it? Najika was stunned. Me? Yeah, your arm is more slender. It should be easier to snap, Fumi Yajin said with a nod. Wah, what are you talking about? How could I possibly do something like that? Najika said indignantly. Fumi Yajin glanced at her look of utter disbelief, thought for a moment, and then nodded. True, sacrificing a limb requires immense willpower and pain tolerance. It's probably too much for a young girl like you. Sigh, so useless. Najika stiffened slightly, inexplicably annoyed. She puffed out her cheeks and huffed. Yes, I'm so very sorry that a normal high school girl like me can't do a trivial thing like snapping my own arm to survive. Hontu ni sumimasen. But Fumi Yajin, acting as if he completely missed her sarcasm, just shrugged and said, alright, then I guess it's up to me. Najika froze. Wait, you're not actually going to do it, are you? You're kidding, right? You must be joking to lighten the mood. No, who would joke at a time like this? It's life or death. Breaking my hand is a viable survival plan. In fact, it might be the most viable one we can think of right now. After speaking, Fumi Yajin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. And then, he opened his eyes. With a sudden burst of strength, he pivoted on his right hand and lunged his upper body forward into the right. He was going to snap his left wrist. Of course, from a pure escape perspective, it would have been more convenient to snap his right wrist and roll out of the chair to the left. After all, Najika's chair was to his right, with only a 20-centimeter gap between them. Trying to squeeze through would be difficult. But he had to consider one thing: if he failed to break the arm, unable to tear the muscle and sinew, and only managed to dislocate his right hand, what would be the consequence? He would completely lose the ability to press the button. Ultimately, he didn't know this Miss Ijishi well enough. If he unilaterally lost his ability to threaten her, he would be completely gambling on her character. He had no desire to test human nature, so he chose to break his left hand. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing echoed. It was accompanied by the ripping sound of tendons and flesh. But his left wrist wasn't that fragile, at least, that amount of force wasn't enough. He snapped back, landing on the chair with a thud. A sharp pain made him furrow his brow. Good heavens! Najika was completely dumbfounded. You're serious? Stop, there's no way you can do something like that. It's not impossible. Fumi Yajin shook his head. His voice was slightly strained, but that was just a physiological reaction to the pain. I wasn't even using my full strength just now, and the wrist bone already feels a bit loose. If I go all out, 3 times at most should be enough to dislocate it. Then I just have to rip the connecting tendons and flesh, and I'll be free. Stop talking. Just listening to you makes me feel like I'm going to die from the pain. Najika was trembling with fear. Do we really have to go that far? Do you have a better idea? Fumi Yajin shot her a look. Najika was speechless, overcome with shame. He was desperately fighting to survive, yet she felt like she couldn't do anything. She bit her lip and looked down at her own fair arm. Maybe she should try it herself? In reality, Fumi Yajin hadn't expected her to come up with another solution anyway. However, just as he was about to look away and continue with his plan, he noticed something above Najika's head. 287, 286, 285. His own timer was still synchronized, and their recent conversation had indeed taken about a minute. In other words, their time of death hadn't changed at all. This discovery made Fumi Yajin's brow furrow. He had tested it before. The countdown didn't change after his decision was made, but rather as soon as his plan of action was established. For example, when he had saved a girl previously, her countdown had changed the very instant he started running towards her. So, logically, since he had already started executing the plan, and completing it should ensure his survival, the countdown should have changed by now. But the countdown remained the same. That meant there was only one possibility: either he fails to execute the plan, perhaps by passing out from the pain halfway through, or, even after succeeding, he suffers some kind of additional penalty and dies at the same time anyway. Either way, it proved that this plan was ineffective. Even this won't work? Is there really no way to clear this perfectly? Fumi Yajin's expression grew heavy. After pondering for several seconds, he finally lowered his head and looked at the button on the inner face of the right armrest. It was a round, red button, shaped much like one from an old arcade machine. If he had a choice, he certainly wouldn't want to walk out over the girl's dead body. It wasn't just about morals or conscience, it was because he had previously deduced that the girl was capable of reaching the both don't press ending with him. To be able to trust a stranger like him under such an extreme, terrifying threat of death and achieve the both don't press outcome showed what a naive, foolish little idiot this girl was. Idiots like her were too rare in the real world, which was all the more reason to protect them. He also wanted her to survive. However, what if there was no choice, and one of them had to die? Fumi Yajin was ultimately not the kind of saint who would sacrifice himself for a girl he had just met, even if she was very cute, kind-hearted, and exactly his type. Hey, are you looking at that button? You're not thinking of pressing it, are you? Najika asked, a little scared. Fumi Yajin turned his head and gave Najika a slightly regretful look. If one of them had to die, all he could do was apologize to her. But as he glanced at her, he suddenly noticed that her countdown had changed. 101, 100, 99, 98. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 4, I'll press it. I'll really press it. It suddenly shortened by more than half? Fumi Yajin glanced up at his own again. Still over 260 seconds. No sudden change. So only her time got shorter? Why? Is it because I decided to press it? But if I press it, there are only 2 outcomes. One is she dies and I don't, in which case my time should extend significantly. That can't be right. The other is that she also presses it, and we die together. But in that case, the time difference would definitely not exceed 5 seconds. Yet right now, the time difference is about 3 minutes? After she dies, I live for another 3 minutes? Or could it be that this countdown isn't necessarily the time of death? Thinking back, the only time the countdown had failed was when he was pulled into this game. If entering the game is considered a point where the countdown hits 0, could clearing it be 1 as well? Fumi Yajin's mind raced, his forehead tingling slightly. Without any other evidence, it was impossible to determine which hypothesis was correct. But one thing was certain: the chainsaw would fall in about a minute and a half. If he pressed the button, Najika would die. But if he didn't, they could both survive this stage and live for at least another 3 minutes. Realizing this, Fumi Yajin looked at Najika's countdown again. Just as he thought. 255, 254, 253. It was the same as his own time again. Hey, say something. You haven't decided to press it, have you? If you do that, I'll press it too. I really will. Najika said, putting on a stern face, trying to look fierce and intimidating. However, even as she said this, Fumi Yajin noticed that the numbers above his own head remained completely still, without the slightest sign of change. Fumi Yajin suddenly couldn't help but chuckle. The threat of death was still present, and his heart was still tense, but he just couldn't hold it in. It was partly because he saw a glimmer of hope, and partly because of this girl who didn't mean what she said. Hey, what are you laughing at? It's terrifying. Najika's face gradually turned pale. I don't want to kill anyone, but I don't want to die either. There has to be another way, right? If it really comes to it, that thing you said about cutting off a hand. I can try my best to do that too. Although I'm not sure if I can, but I'll do my best. Fumi Yajin suppressed his smile and looked at her seriously. Miss Ijishi, I have an audacious request. Najika's lips trembled slightly. It's not asking me to die, is it? Fumi Yajin shook his head. No, I want to ask you to promise me that when the chainsaw starts, you'll join me in not touching that button. That way, we might be able to survive together. Ha! Najika was very surprised. We can survive together just by doing that? The rules didn't say anything about it. It's my hypothesis, but it's based on a few things, Fumi Yajin explained as concisely as possible. First, neither the rules nor the video recording gave any outcome for the neither side presses scenario. They only mentioned the results for one side presses and both sides press. This seems like a deliberate attempt to mislead us into thinking we have to kill the other person to survive, making us overlook the possibility that both of us can live. Second, the doll's final words warned us not to hesitate and not to betray the value of life. But if we rashly choose to kill the other person just to survive, isn't that also betraying the value of life? Third, this trial clearly has elements of the prisoner's dilemma. But the prisoner's dilemma is a classic largely because it has a highest yield outcome that is almost impossible to achieve, which makes one ponder. If this trial completely eliminated that possibility, it would be far too uninteresting. As Najika listened, her eyes couldn't help but widen. Such a perilous situation. Such a tense atmosphere. Her mind was a complete mess. How can this guy still think about so much so logically? Are you a Superman? What you're saying makes sense. If we can really both survive, even if it's just a guess, I'm willing to believe it. But Najika hesitated for a moment, then said, "Is a verbal promise really enough? Even if I agree, aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word? Besides, I also suspect that you might be saying all this just to calm me down and lower my guard, only to suddenly press the button later. As long as you promise, I'll trust you," Fumi said decisively. "In return, I will also show you my sincerity." He lowered his head and began to move his right hand. His wrist was fixed in place and couldn't move, but his hand could still move to some extent. He twisted his right hand to the right as hard as he could, extending his pinky finger as far as it would go. Since the armrests of their chairs were about 20 centimeters apart, with his full extension, the tip of his pinky just barely crossed the halfway point of the gap. "Try it. Extend your left pinky. Can you touch my finger?" Najika didn't know what he was trying to do, but she tried to copy him anyway. Although her hand wasn't as long as Fumi-jin's, the girl's joints were more flexible. So, without much difficulty, the tip of her pinky touched Fumi-jin's. "Good," Fumi-jin said, applying a little more force. His pinky hooked forward, gently interlocking with hers, making a pinky promise. "Ha!" Najika was a bit dazed. "What are you?" "This is my sincerity," Fumi-jin said. Sincerity. Najika didn't understand at first, but when her gaze passed over their interlocked fingers and she saw the red edge of the button to the left of his armrest, she suddenly realized. Fumi-jin's chair was on the left. So, of the hands they had linked, Fumi-jin's was his right, and Najika's was her left. And both of their buttons were located on the left side of their respective right armrests, meaning they could only be pressed with the right hand. Pressing it required slightly turning the hand to the left to push the thumb down. This was in complete conflict with Fumi-jin's current state of stretching his hand to the absolute right. In other words, Najika could press her button now without any hindrance. But for Fumi-jin to press his, he would have to go through a series of actions, pulling his hand back, turning his palm, and pressing his thumb down. This would not only cause a significant delay but also give the girl a clear warning. So it could be said that by doing this, he was completely ceding the first move to Najika. The possibility of him backstabbing Najika and surviving on his own was now virtually non-existent. "Are you serious?" Najika looked at him in astonishment. "If I suddenly go back on my word, you might not even have time to take me down with you. That's why I need you to promise me. Otherwise, I can break free from your hand right now," Fumi-jin said matter-of-factly. "But what if I do promise?" Najika didn't understand. "You'll just trust me not to break my word? We've only just met." Of course, Fumi-jin had his reasons, but he couldn't possibly tell them all to the girl. So he just gave a bright smile and said something charming, "No particular reason. I'd just rather choose to trust you than walk out of here over someone's dead body." "You." The girl looked at Fumi-jin's sunny smile, suddenly feeling a bit lost, as if it wasn't real. So she stared intently at his face. Staring and staring, trying to find a trace of deceit or concealment in his expression, in his eyes. But she failed. On that face, which wasn't delicately handsome but could be called clear and good-looking, she couldn't find the slightest hint of pretense or evasion, only frankness and composure. "Why? Is it because I'm a poor judge of character and can't see through his disguise? Or is it, are you an idiot?" The girl's eyes grew slightly hazy as she whispered softly, but in the next second, a roar erupted from above, and her dazed eyes instantly turned to terror. Sfuruum, the chainsaw had started. "Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost." 5. You're such an idiot. Vroom. The thick, heavy saw blade began to move. Whir. After a brief acceleration, the saw blade overcame the friction from the caked-on matter and began to spin wildly. In the process, many scattered bits of flesh and clots were flung off the blade. Most of it splattered onto the floor, but a small portion hit the 2 of them. "What is this stuff? Tui. The girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm. But before she could even feel disgusted by the filthy gore, the pressure of death began to descend. The severely rusted mechanical arm started to lower. The chainsaw edged toward their heads. Watching the wildly spinning saw blade, now clear of flesh, get closer and closer, Najika curled into a ball like a stressed kitten, trembling uncontrollably. Just looking at the approaching chainsaw sent intense phantom pains through her body, as if she could already experience what it would feel like to be sawn in half. Pain. It hurt so much. She couldn't bear to look anymore. She felt that if she kept watching, she might not be able to stop herself from pressing the button to escape this terrifying ordeal. So, with what little strength she had left, she turned her head away to look at the person beside her, at Fumi-jin. And then, she was astonished to find Fumi-jin leaning back relaxedly against the chair. Except for the finger hooked with hers, the rest of his body was completely at ease. He had his head tilted back, calmly watching the gradually approaching saw blade, his expression composed and serene. It was as if the thing above his head wasn't a chainsaw that could kill him, but a ridiculous plastic toy. Najika was stunned. Is he really not scared at all? He just looks like a high schooler around my age, but he's way too calm. Hey, and also, he's not even looking at me? If I suddenly pressed the button, he might not even notice. He probably wouldn't even have a chance to take me down with him, you know? How could he be so daring? Does he trust me that much? Trust a stranger? To the point of entrusting his life to such a flimsy, laughable trust? Isn't he being a bit too naive? A boy like this would probably get cheated out of his entire fortune by a wicked woman, his body left battered and bruised. Najika Ijishi truly found it hard to understand. But she had to admit, when she was the object of that trust, as the beneficiary, she couldn't bring herself to hate it. This guy is just too naive, too foolish. So dumb he's almost cute. As long as you promise, I'll believe you. The words spoken just half a minute ago replayed in her mind. Trusting someone so easily is too reckless. Nika bit her lip, grumbling to herself. But as she listened to the roaring sound above getting closer, she subconsciously hooked his little finger even tighter. However, what Nika didn't know was that Fumi wasn't facing the chainsaw at all. While he did glance at the chainsaw, he was mainly looking at the countdown timer above his head. The chainsaw was descending at a steady pace. If it were really going to kill him, at this rate, he had 20 seconds left to live at most. But the countdown timer above clearly showed over 200 seconds remaining, with no sign of jumping ahead. It was rock solid. So what was there to be afraid of? A simple fear of the chainsaw? What a joke. He was someone who had spent nearly a week in a hellish situation where he thought he was going to die, tortured to the brink of insanity. No matter how ferocious or terrifying a tangible threat was, it couldn't compare to the self-inflicted terror of a person facing their death as it approached step by step, without any clue as to why. So right now, just a stupid chainsaw. Give me a break. BZZZZ, BZZZ, BZ, BZ. It felt like only a few seconds, and yet, it felt like centuries had passed. The saw blade's rotation slowed down more and more, until it stopped. Then the mechanical arm jerked powerfully, pulling the entire chainsaw and the arm back up into the ceiling. Click! The iron shackles on the armrests of both chairs opened in an instant. Thump! The girl, who had been frightened limp like a marshmallow, instantly slid off the chair and fell into the pool of blood. Their interlocked fingers were only pulled apart at this moment. Ugh! She let out a subconscious cry, but her voice was already hoarse. When the chainsaw had been at its closest, less than 10 centimeters from the top of her head, she had finally lost her nerve and screamed her lungs out like she was on a roller coaster. Now her vocal cords throbbed with a dull pain. But, at least, we survived. She gasped for air in short, rapid breaths, still unable to fully process it. Just then, a sound came from her side. Fumi stood up from his chair. And then, a hand, stained with a little blood but still largely clean and slender, was extended to the girl. Nika froze for a moment, then slowly lifted her head. Fumi was smiling. Looks like I didn't trust the wrong person. Nika bit her lip. Suddenly, she found the calm smile on his face to be a little annoying. Are you an idiot or what? She couldn't help but curse at him. And then, pouting, she used her remaining strength to lift her grimy little hand, intending to grab his. But she quickly realized her hand was covered in blood. She had no choice but to wipe it on a still clean spot on her skirt. Only then did she take his hand, letting him help her to her feet. Rumble. A thick, unusual sliding iron door slowly opened. Fumi looked out, and saw a long, narrow corridor whose end disappeared into darkness. Whiteness swirled in the air, blurring the light from the yellow bulbs that were spaced every 2 or 3 meters along the corridor's ceiling. Both sides of this extremely long corridor were lined with large sliding iron doors just like this one. A quick glance revealed at least 30 or 40 of them. Could it be that trials were underway in all of them? Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from directly across the way. The sliding iron door opposite them slowly opened. Fumi heart tightened. Although he and the girl had just escaped one disaster, the countdown timer still ticking down above their heads was hardly reassuring. This was why, after comforting the girl for a few moments, he had rushed to open the door to find a way out. And now, seeing the opposite door open, Fumi immediately shouted, "Stay alert!" to Nika behind him, then stared warily ahead. Boom! The door opened completely. The mist thickened slightly, then dispersed to the sides. Inside the doorway stood an exquisite girl, half covered in blood, her eyes cold. She had long, dark brown hair that reached her waist, the strands at her temples stained with blood. A few locks from the side were combed back and tied into a small ponytail. Despite her disheveled state, with blood even seeming to seep from her forehead, the beauty radiating from the girl's delicate features and figure, as well as her icy glamorous aura, was not diminished in the slightest. Instead, it gave off the stunning impression of a bloodthirsty goddess. The girl's face was completely unfamiliar to Fumi. He was sure he had never seen her before. But when he saw the school uniform she was wearing, he was shocked. Shuchin Academy? She goes to the same school as me? So she's also a player? Fumi suddenly realized something, and his gaze shot through the gap under her arm, toward the back of the room behind her. He saw a blurry figure lying motionless in a pool of blood. BZZZT. Game over. Congratulations on becoming an official player. Commencing settlement. His vision suddenly went black. His consciousness instantly blurred. In the final moment, he saw the girl look toward him. A glint of danger flashed in her sharp, gem-like eyes. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 6. I was born to wield a tachi. It felt as if only a second had passed before his hazy consciousness reconvened. Moreover, there was none of the grogginess of just waking from a dream. He was incredibly lucid, his mind perfectly calm. No fear, no anxiety, no sense of crisis. It was as if all irrelevant emotions had been temporarily stripped away. Fumi opened his eyes. He found himself floating in an endless, absolute darkness. Within this darkness, no light or stars could be seen. The only source of light was himself. His body had become translucent, much like the human conception of a soul, and it emitted a faint white glow. Also worth mentioning was the countdown still present above his head: 109, 108, 107. Settlement beginning. Evaluating player's instance performance. Evaluation complete. Overall score S. Maximum possible score for this instance. Evaluation basis swiftly analyzed the situation and, from a completely dominant position, single-handedly facilitated a win-win cooperation, achieving a two-person survival outcome. Hearing this, Fumi Yajin sighed faintly. In his past life, he hadn't watched much mainstream anime, but he had dabbled in web novels. When he first entered this game, he wasn't entirely sure, but seeing this evaluation system confirmed it completely. This was one of those death games where you had to play over and over, where only by getting stronger could you survive. In a game like this, the settlement rewards were of the utmost importance. After all, the rewards gained each time could be a lifeline in the next instance. And since his score had reached the maximum, the rewards shouldn't be too bad, right? Player level up, LV0 LV1. Congratulations on becoming an official player. As per game rules, players who complete the trial instance and become official players will have the opportunity to choose a class. S-rank bonus reward 1, an additional hidden special class, suitable for the player, has been made available for selection. These types of classes are generally only available to veteran players who meet specific conditions. 3 suitable classes have been selected for you. 1. Assassin, a master of assassination skilled in stealth, concealment, danger avoidance, and trap-making. Possesses sharper insight and perception regarding unknown dangers. 2. Hunter, possessing sharp senses, an expert in long-range combat who excels at locking onto and tracking targets, can easily master various ranged weapons such as bows, crossbows, and firearms. 3. Diviner, uses tools like cards to perform divination, predict the future, seek fortune, and avoid calamity. Can provide some rather unstable support abilities. A class full of possibilities, with the only drawback being its complete lack of reliability. 4. Special class to generate Tachi main, a mysterious being wielding a long blade, possessing terrifying burst power capable of even slicing through space and dimensions. However, despite such immense strength, it is often criticized for its obsessive dedication to certain actions. Player, please make your choice. I choose 4. With almost no hesitation, Fumi Yajin made his choice the instant the prompt finished. In truth, when he first heard the 3 initial classes, he had felt a flicker of indecision. But the moment he heard the name of the 4th class, there was no other option. He was a gamer. He was born a Tachi main. Assassination? Tracking? Divination? Don't understand. I play Tachi. Besides, it was a special hidden class obtained from an S-rank reward. It was bound to have some extraordinary aspects. Hesitating now would make him a fool. Class selected, Degenerate Tachi main. Acquired basic class skill, drawing slash, white quality, draw your weapon at extreme speed and slash forward. The force is greater than a normal slash. Can only be used when the weapon is sheathed. S-rank bonus reward 2, an additional core passive trait has been unlocked. Core trait unity of action and conviction, gold by performing actions that align with the class's characteristics and adhering to the way of the Tachi main, the weapon in your hands will become sharper. S-rank bonus reward 3, the standard issue basic weapon has been upgraded to a special weapon. You have obtained a special class weapon, a very cool Tachi, unknown grade. Weapon description, very cool and hard to break. Otherwise, completely useless. Following the prompt, a Tachi materialized out of thin air, floating before Fumi Yajin. This Tachi wasn't the exaggerated Otaki type from Monster Hunter, but a normal, single-handed sword. The moment Fumi Yajin saw it, 2 words popped into his mind: so cool. Unlike real-world swords with fittings and scabbards made of wood, silk cord, leather, and metal, this Tachi's scabbard and hilt seemed carved from the finest white jade, adorned with incredibly intricate and complex gilded engravings. It didn't look like a weapon for combat at all, but rather a decorative piece of art meant for display in a museum. Fumi Yajin reached out his hand. He touched the Tachi. It was cool to the touch, yet smooth and lustrous, truly the feel of jade. He gripped the hilt and slowly drew it. As the blade left the scabbard, Fumi Yajin was slightly taken aback. The blade's material was also lustrous and translucent, but it was no longer white jade. It was like glass, or perhaps colorless crystal, completely transparent. But its transparency didn't mean there was nothing there. As Fumi Yajin looked at the blade, he seemed to see countless tiny cherry blossom petals fluttering and falling within it. Was this an illusion? Rewards distributed. Settlement will end shortly. The game terminal provided to official players has also been issued. Players may explore it at their leisure. The next game will begin in 3 days at the latest. The Samsara game looks forward to your return. Hearing this distinctly farewell-like prompt, Fumi Yajin raised an eyebrow and looked up at the countdown. Just as I thought. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A strong, musty smell filled his nostrils, making him quite uncomfortable. But Fumi Yajin, having just woken up, felt a sense of relief. Well, at least it's better than the smell of blood. He opened his eyes. Under the dim yellow light of a bulb was a cramped basement, with damp, musty walls, a dilapidated wooden bed beneath him, and large bags of compressed food and drinking water by the bedside. He seemed to be holding something in his hand. Looking down, he saw it was a stun gun. He turned to look at the basement's exit stairs. The sandbags blocking the door were still neatly stacked, showing no signs of having been opened. So it really is some kind of supernatural power, able to just drag people into a different dimension, Fumi Yajin muttered. He slowly raised his head and glanced at the numbers above it. 248,217, 248,216. A rough calculation showed it was close to 3 days, not much different from the deadline mentioned in the prompt. So, strictly speaking, this isn't a death countdown, but a countdown to how long a person has left in a certain space, Fumi said to himself. It's just that for a normal person, the time they leave this world is basically their time of death. That's why I couldn't figure this out before. Oh right, the game prompt also mentioned a player terminal. What's that? As Fumi said this, an interface suddenly appeared in his mind. A terminal in my mind. It can even do party matchmaking? But it seems I've only unlocked one teammate slot. Nika. 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 The blonde girl stared blankly, her head propped on her hand, showing no reaction. It wasn't until the blue-haired girl across from her called out several times that she snapped out of it as if waking from a dream. In her daze, the hand supporting her small head suddenly gave way. Her head drooped to the side, and her entire body lost its balance. Thud. Ouch. The girl fell off her chair with a cry of pain. The blue-haired girl, slightly startled, hurried over to help Nika up. Sorry. Nika said, getting to her feet and rubbing her head. You're not yourself. Didn't you sleep well? The blue-haired girl's expression was as cool as ever, but a hint of concern showed deep in her eyes. Stayed up all night practicing drums? No, it's not that, I was, Nika started to say something, but the words caught in her throat. The matter of the samsara game was too bizarre. If she told Rio, would it drag her into danger too? Nijika's mouth hung open for a few seconds before she finally shook her head. Okay, yeah, I just practiced a little extra. Rio Yamada shot Nijika a look. The performance date is set, but we still have a little over a week. And at your skill level, it's no problem. Alright, I know. Nijika scratched her head, forcing a relaxed smile, but a trace of bitterness welled up inside her. The performance, yeah, it was the band's long-awaited debut performance, and she had prepared thoroughly for it, but now, it felt as if she was suddenly not in the mood for it at all. It seemed there were more important things to do than perform. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 7. Nijika Ijishi wants to see him. Evening. Inside Starry Live House, behind the counter. What's wrong, Nijika? Sika Ijishi asked, looking quizzically at her younger sister in her work uniform behind the counter. Nijika Ijishi's face was flushed with shame. She wiped up the orange juice that had spilled beside the drink machine with a rag before turning back and murmuring, I just zoned out for a second. This is the second time you've spilled something in just a short while. You're never like this, Sika said with a slight frown. You seem distracted today. Did something happen? Nijika looked up at her sister. Although her sister's expression seemed stern, Nijika could see a trace of genuine concern in her eyes. For a moment, Nijika desperately wanted to tell her most trusted family member everything she had experienced in the samsara Gamithi suppressed fear, the confusion, the helplessness, and then have her sister give her a warm hug so she could forget all those terrible things. However, the words got stuck in her throat before she could speak, a painful lump forming. She couldn't say it. She didn't dare say it. No one knew how the samsara game pulled people in. If telling her sister got her involved too, her world would truly come crashing down. It's nothing, she mumbled, feeling even more distressed. Since she wouldn't talk, Sika could only guess. She touched her chin and said, is it because of the debut performance next week? Are you worried? Of course, that wasn't the real reason, but to stop her sister from guessing wildly, Nijika decided to just admit it. A little. Hearing this, Sika seemed to relax a bit and waved her hand. Considering your situation, there's nothing to worry about. Nijika froze for a moment, although that wasn't what she was anxious about, but her sister's reaction right now was quite unusual. After all, her sister had never really approved of her idea to form a band. She'd had to beg her sister for ages just to book a performance slot at their own live house for next week. But now, she was telling her not to worry. Was she actually trying to comfort her? Had her unbelievably tsundere sister had a change of heart today? Nijika was so moved she was momentarily at a loss for words. Sis, I never knew you could be. With your playing house level of skill, your debut is almost guaranteed to fail anyway. I'm only letting you go up there for the experience, so there's no need to be nervous. Sika Ijishi said flatly. Nijika, so that's what don't worry meant. That's your way of telling me not to worry? It might be your version of comforting, but are you even speaking like a human being? Damn it, give me back my emotional moment, you. Nijika's cheeks instantly puffed out in anger, making her look just like a stressed-out little pufferfish. I'm mad. I'm going on strike. She huffily took off her work uniform, unable to contain her rage, and then folded it neatly and placed it on the counter beside her. Only then did she storm out of the live house in a huff. Sika Ijishi wasn't bothered by this. She figured it was good for the listless girl to get some fresh air. Walking up the stairs and out onto the street, Nijika found a random bench and sat down. People were coming and going in this area. It wasn't crowded, but it was far from deserted. Yet, surrounded by this bustling environment, she felt a loneliness she had never experienced before. No one knew what she had been through. No one could understand how she felt right now. Whether it was the joy of surviving a disaster or the anxiety about the next game, there was no one she could share it with. Not even her best friend, Rio, or the sister she depended on. In the vast city of Tokyo, it felt like she was all alone. Oh, wait. There was one other person. That guy, based on his accent, maybe he was from Tokyo too? The memory of that handsome, perpetually calm face slowly surfaced in her mind. A powerful urge suddenly welled up inside her. She wanted to see him. This impulse had struck her countless times this afternoon, and each time she had hesitated. But right now, it was so strong she could barely contain it. But then came the problem, she couldn't find him. She only knew his surname was Fumiya, not even his full name. His clothes were just ordinary casual wear for men, so it was hard to get any information from that. The only clue she had to find him seemed to be his appearance. But even if she assumed he was from Tokyo, the city had over 10 million people. Trying to find someone based on just their looks and a surname was a hopeless task. It's not like she was the police and could issue an official wanted poster with a sketch. What was she supposed to do? Besides, should she even be looking for him? Or rather, would he even want to see her? This was the question that had made her hesitate all this time, the reason she hadn't acted yet. After all, in that first game, she couldn't say she had given it her all. It was more like she was completely carried to victory. Fumiya-san, on the other hand, had frantically searched for a solution with flawless execution, and he'd even considered self-harm to find a way out. And in the end, he still had to calm her down and get her to cooperate to achieve the perfect ending. Throughout the entire process, she was the one being protected and looked after. To put it bluntly, she was just dragging him down, useless except for being obedient. Having cleared the first game like that, what did Fumiya-san really think of her, even if he didn't say anything on the surface? Did he actually despise her but was just too well-mannered to show it? If she went looking for him now, would he just think, wasn't helping you once enough? Now you're going to cling to me and keep dragging me down. The mere thought of being despised made the girl's heart clench, her self-esteem flickering precariously like a candle in the wind. Nika struggled with this complex internal debate for a long time. In the end, she convinced herself it didn't matter if he despised her. She just wanted to see him and properly thank him for saving her life. That would be enough. As for the next game, she would just have to try her best on her own. She couldn't rely on others forever. Having settled on this, she calmed down and started to think about how to find this Fumiya-san. But trying to find someone with only a surname and a mental image was like looking for a needle in a haystack. She thought for a long time but couldn't come up with anything, so she decided she needed someone to discuss it with. But she was worried she'd let the secret slip if she talked to her sister. After much hesitation, Nika took out her phone and called Rio Yamada. The call connected quickly. Nika explained her request to Rio Yamada, asking for help in figuring something out. But after hearing her out, Rio Yamada's tone became a little peculiar. If you're looking for someone, you don't have much information. Let me think. Rio Yamada said. For Nika to be this concerned, he must be pretty handsome, right? Or, is he really good at an instrument? Nika immediately caught the subtle implication. Her cheeks grew warm as she quickly said, it's not about being handsome. It's not that kind of relationship. So he has a generic face? Rio Yamada asked. Well, not exactly, Nika said, scratching her cheek and twirling a lock of hair by her temple with her little finger. She recalled his face and said, he's not one of those super eye-catching pretty boys, but he is, kinda handsome, I guess. His features are nice, especially his eyes. They're very human-like. Rio Yamada asked. They're very human, what? What do you mean human-like? Of course he's a person. Nika retorted, annoyed. I mean they're very expressive, exceptionally clear, and very bright. But all of that is pretty vague. Are there any more specific features? Rio Yamada analyzed rationally. More specific. Nika thought for a moment. He seems to be around my age. I didn't get a good look at his height, but he should be about 180 centimeters. His skin is pretty fair, and his hands are big and soft. Oh, no, scratch that last one. And also. Nika focused, digging through her memories, trying to unearth more useful information. And just then, someone tapped her on the shoulder. Excuse me, miss, could you tell me how to get to Starry Live House? Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 8. Nika is surprisingly bold in real life. Excuse me, miss, could you tell me how to get to the Starry Live House? Nika was slightly taken aback. He's asking for our family's live house? Is he a customer? The customer is king. Nika worked part-time as a waitress at her sister's club, so greeting customers was part of her job. Normally, the energetic Nika would have immediately flashed an enthusiastic smile and personally shown him the way. But, at this particular moment, she was anxious and restless, her mind completely filled with that clear yet seemingly unreachable figure. She just wasn't in the mood. So, with uncharacteristic listlessness, she pointed towards the entrance to the underground passage. It's just down those stairs. Please be careful not to slip, huh? Even in her distracted state, the kind-hearted little Nika didn't forget to warn the stranger to be careful. But halfway through her warning, she suddenly noticed something strange. This stranger's voice. It didn't seem so unfamiliar. Whoosh! The girl whipped her head around. As she saw the smiling face of the person asking for directions standing beside her, the dejection on Nika's face, the loneliness in her watery eyes, vanished in an instant. Her pure, youthful, and beautiful little face brightened up at once, radiating the glow a little angel ought to have. It's you? How are you? Her beautiful, wide-open eyes were filled with surprise. The girl shot to her feet with a swoosh, but in her excessive surprise, she stood up too quickly. As she rose, her vision blurred, and her head spun for a moment. Her legs gave way, she lost her balance, and the phone in her hand clattered to the ground. Thump! She seemed to have bumped into something. So enthusiastic. A teasing voice, tinged with laughter, came from above her head. The real-life Miss Ijishi is surprisingly bold. Ha! As the dizziness faded, the girl came to her senses and realized she was leaning against Fumi Yajin's chest. And no, that's not it. Najika was certainly not that sort of person. She hurriedly pulled away from his embrace and stepped back. But she had only taken half a step back when the backs of her knees hit the front edge of the chair's seat. Ouch! She fell back onto the chair, her bottom landing hard on the wooden seat. Thud thud. Hisso, ow, 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 ow. Fumi Yajin couldn't quite hold it in. He chuckled and said, "Little lady, why are you so flustered?" Najika's cheeks were a complete mess of red. She subconsciously raised a hand to her sore bottom, wanting to rub it to ease the pain, but was too embarrassed to do so in front of Fumi Yajin. For a moment, she was so mortified she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. I was just a little surprised. I didn't expect you to suddenly show up here, she said, scratching her burning cheek. Is that so? Fumi Yajin nodded. But I happened to overhear you on the phone just now. It sounded like you were looking for me, weren't you? This was, of course, the truth. But now, Najika recalled the content of her conversation with Rio, and the thought that Fumi Yajin might have overheard it made her sense of shame explode. For a moment, she was too embarrassed to admit it. Even angels can be stubborn sometimes. Who said? It was definitely you. Age, skin, height, everything you mentioned fits me, doesn't it? Fumi Yajin said frankly. Lots of people fit that description. Najika puffed out her cheeks. You also said he's a very handsome boy with good-looking features. Fumi Yajin smiled. Najika stiffened slightly as if struck by an arrow, her cheeks turning an even deeper shade of red. He really did hear it. How rude. How could he eavesdrop on someone's phone call? Najika bit her lip and said, there are plenty of handsome guys, you could find several just on this street. Besides, thinking that about yourself is a bit shameless, don't you think? But I think I also heard you mention the surname Fumiya. Fumi Yajin tilted his head. Are there many of those too? That's just the same surname. Couldn't it be Fumiya Spring, Fumiya Summer, Fumiya Autumn, or Fumiya Winter? Najika pouted, looking as if she was speaking with great conviction. That surname isn't exactly rare, you know. Is that so? Fumi Yajin smiled faintly and didn't expose her lie, just watched her with an amused grin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The girl's defenses crumbled. She lowered her head like a deflated ball. Alright, I admit it, I was looking for you. The girl's blush spread all the way to the tips of her ears. I just wanted to thank you properly. Then, she bit her lip, looked up with a mix of shame and annoyance, and shot Fumi Yajin a glare. But you, when exactly did you get here? I mentioned the surname Fumiya. I think that was right at the beginning of the call. Fumi Yajin thought for a moment and said, probably right when you started the call. I had just arrived and noticed you, but I wasn't sure it was you, so I came over quietly to confirm. Then why didn't you just call out to me after you were sure? You just stood there eavesdropping. Najika glared at him. Do you have any manners? It's precisely because I have manners that I didn't call out to you. Fumi Yajin spread his hands, a look of innocence on his face. I wasn't sure what you were talking about. What if it was something important? It would be rude of me to interrupt your call. So I waited quietly on the side, and only came over to talk once I was certain you were looking for me. That's perfectly reasonable, right? Ha! Najika looked at Fumi Yajin, annoyed. You heard me looking for someone with the surname Fumiya right from the start. Wasn't that enough to be sure? You had to keep listening. There are so many people with the surname Fumiya, it wasn't necessarily me you were looking for. I definitely needed some other details to be sure. Fumi Yajin shrugged. You said so yourself. You. Najika was instantly at a loss for words. Speechless. Several seconds passed. Then, like a pufferfish, she huffily puffed out her cheeks and said, well, thank you so much. How considerate of you. You're welcome. Fumi Yajin smiled, bent down, and picked up Najika's phone from the ground. After checking that it wasn't cracked or broken, he handed it to her. Then, he straightened up and extended a hand to her. Come on, get up. This isn't the place to talk. Najika Ijishi stared at the fair-skinned hand, slightly dazed. She then looked up at the figure before her. At that moment, she was feeling many emotions. Many of them were negative, like shame, annoyance, and embarrassment. But one negative emotion, and one alone, had completely vanished: loneliness. It was the same street, the same bustling crowd, but now, it suddenly seemed much more lively. Najika suddenly took a deep breath. She reached out and took his hand. Slowly, she stood up. Only then did she let go and scratch her cheek. Have you eaten? Najika asked in a small voice. No, Fumi Yajin shook his head. Let's go. I'll treat you to some ramen. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 9. Give me the rest of your life. In an alley less than 100 meters from Starry, there was a ramen shop with a sign that read Hakata Tenryu. The two of them sat at the innermost part of the counter. They each ordered a bowl of ramen, and the owner behind the counter deftly got to work. At the moment, there were no other customers. The owner was bustling about, unlikely to be eavesdropping, making it a decent environment for a conversation. Besides, Fumi Yajin had used his superpower to check the owner's countdown. It was an exceedingly long 10-digit number. This indicated the owner likely had no connection to the samsara game. Even if he overheard their conversation, he would probably assume they were just talking about an online game. Najika Ijishi glanced at Fumi Yajin beside her, slightly bothered by how close they were sitting, but she didn't say anything about it. Scratching her chin, she asked, "How did you find me? I mean, I told you my full name, but Tokyo is so huge. Just with a name. Of course, a name alone wouldn't be enough, but you were wearing your school uniform, weren't you?" Fumi Yajin pointed to her clothes. "Granted, the emblem on your Shimokatazawa High School uniform isn't very distinct, and it was hard for me to see clearly in that dim light, which was a bit of a hassle, but I could still make out the general style. Using that as a starting point, I searched for all the high school uniforms in Tokyo online. A quick comparison eliminated most of them. For the rest, I factored in your accent and demeanor to do some simple filtering. Then, using a few little tricks, I searched the databases of the few remaining target schools to find your name. It wasn't too difficult." Najika Ijishi's eyes widened. "You make it sound so easy, but there's no way it was that simple." "Well, it wasn't exactly simple. It still took me several hours to find you, didn't it?" Fumi Yajin said with a shrug. "Just a few hours. That's already incredible." Najika looked at Fumi Yajin with a hint of admiration. "If it were me, I definitely couldn't have done that." As she said this, she was reminded of her own performance during the trial. Her face fell, and she felt a sense of inadequacy. "It was the same back then. I was just dragging you down. If you hadn't been willing to carry me, I probably would have." "That's perfectly normal," Fumi Yajin said calmly. "No one expects to suddenly encounter something like this. The education you've received wasn't meant to prepare you for it. I was just lucky enough to have experienced a bit more and happened to possess some of the necessary qualities. But now that it's happened, I can't stay this weak," Najika said anxiously. "If I can't become stronger, like you, then next time I probably..." Fumi Yajin smiled. "That's some good resolve. But honestly, in your current state, it's pretty much impossible for you to suddenly become mature, calm, and self-reliant. There's not enough time." Najika stiffened slightly. "Well, I'm aware of my own shortcomings." "Instead of that, perhaps there's a more realistic option," Fumi Yajin added. "Huh? What option?" the girl asked, looking at him blankly. Fumi Yajin's smile faded. He looked into the girl's eyes, and said with a resolute expression, "Miss Ijishi, entrust the rest of your life to me." He seemed to recall seeing this line in a meme featuring some blue-haired, twin-tailed girl who exhales mist, sent by a friend from a meme-loving group chat. For some reason, it felt appropriate at this moment, so he used it. The rest of my life." The girl froze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Her glistening eyes widened. Her fair, delicate cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. WHWHWH what? This is so sudden. You didn't give me any time to prepare. Besides, we've only just met, and we don't even know each other that well. Why are you reacting so strongly all of a sudden?" Fumi Yajin asked with calm confusion. You're the one who said something like that out of the blue. How could any girl not have a strong reaction?" Najika protested, flustered and annoyed. "Wait, have you misunderstood something?" Fumi Yajin said with a perfectly straight face. "I was asking you to be my teammate, to form a team with me. Where did your mind go?" Najika was stunned. "Be your teammate?" "Yeah, to team up and play the game together," Fumi Yajin said, raising an eyebrow. "You didn't happen to take it some other way, did you?" "Oh, of course not. How could Najika admit it? I was talking about being teammates too." Fumi Yajin looked at her again with a teasing smile. Najika instantly realized he was definitely doing this on purpose. She turned slightly and resentfully kicked him in the shin. Then, her voice softened as she mumbled, "Why, ask me to be your teammate? I'm so weak, and I'm a coward. My mind goes blank in dangerous situations. I probably can't help at all and will only hold you back." "Your self-assessment is pretty accurate," Fumi Yajin said, rubbing his chin. Najika was dumbfounded. She looked at Fumi Yajin, feeling wronged. Even though she was speaking the truth, shouldn't the other person offer a few words of comfort at a time like this? "Just as you said, you're timid, your reflexes are slow, you don't stay calm under pressure, your brain tends to shut down, you lack follow-through, and you can't be ruthless to yourself. On top of that, you're soft-hearted and easily deceived." Fumi Yajin rattled off her flaws as if listing treasures. Stop it, sob." The girl hugged her head, deeply hurt, and mumbled, "Then why did you even look for me?" "Because what I need isn't someone strong, but someone trustworthy," Fumi Yajin said with a shrug, his expression relaxed. Najika paused, looking up blankly. "Trustworthy. I might not be able to boast about other things, but when it comes to playing games, I'm completely confident." Fumi Yajin looked at her frankly. "So, rather than a strong player who might betray me, a teammate who lacks skill but whom I can mutually trust is more important. Besides, the game gives out rewards. Skills can be improved, and people can grow." Hearing this, Najika recalled the rewards she received at the end of the trial, and a spark of fighting spirit ignited within her. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you, I also got MMPH. She was halfway through her sentence when a long, slender index finger suddenly pressed against her lips. Let's not talk about that right now, Fumi Yajin advised, then withdrew his finger. Today's Thursday. Tomorrow, go to school and live your day normally. Don't let anyone notice anything is off. Wait until Saturday, then come to my place, and we can talk about this properly. Najika wasn't stupid, she understood immediately and nodded. Okay, Saturday. Yeah, I should be free. So now, it's time to choose, Fumi Yajin said with a slight smile, holding out his hand to her. Are you willing to entrust the rest of your life to me? Najika looked at his fair palm. This was the third time he had extended his hand to her, but it was also the most significant. People really died in the samsara game, so his words weren't actually an exaggeration. Choosing to be teammates was, to a certain extent, binding their lives, the rest of their lives, together. Let me lay down the ground rules first, Fumi Yajin added. I have very strict requirements for my teammates. What kind of requirements? Najika asked. On important matters, you have to follow my lead and trust me completely, Fumi Yajin said with a shrug. It sounds simple, but it's much harder than just improving your skills. So those are the requirements. Najika was taken aback for a moment. She lowered her head, thinking for several seconds. Then, she suddenly let out a breath and smiled. She looked up at Fumi Yajin, full of energy. She raised her fair hand and placed it in Fumi Yajin's palm. That's the one requirement I'm confident I can meet. After all, I've already done it before, Najika said with a smile. So, I accept. Pop. A party popper suddenly went off above their heads. A shower of colorful streamers and confetti fluttered down. Both Fumi Yajin and Najika were stunned. They turned to look at the shop owner, who was holding a pull-string party popper with a doting grin. Congratulations to our Najika-chan for finding a wonderful boyfriend. Ah, Najika-chan, you've been coming to my shop for ramen for over half a year now. Seeing you find such a gentle and handsome boyfriend really makes this old man happy. Ha, no, Mr. Shopkeeper, don't say things like that. It's not what you think. Najika's face instantly turned beet red again, more vibrant than the sunset outside. And besides, why would a ramen shop owner have a party popper on hand? That's just weird. Oh, come on, little Najika, don't be shy. I heard you talking about entrusting the rest of your life to him. I told you, it's not what you think. Hey, Fumi Yasan, what are you laughing at? Help me explain. Hey, you're still laughing. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 10. When the tachi in hand begins to cancel. Thwack, thwack, thwack. As night fell in a small, seldom visited park, a handsome young man was repeatedly launching attacks against the trunk of the park's thickest tree. The weapon in his hands, though exquisitely beautiful like a toy or a collector's item, was unmistakably a sword, judging by its structure, shape, and features. His swordsmanship was also quite standard. From his opening stance and footing to the detailed movements of his draw and the angle and skill of his swing, no fault could be found. However, just as the resulting sound suggested a crisp noise unlike that of a sharp blade cleaving through something, his attacks left no long, narrow cuts on the tree trunk. Of course these didn't mean his attacks lacked lethality. With every swing, the volleyball-thick tree trembled noticeably, and the point of impact sent wood chips flying as large chunks of bark peeled off. In fact, due to the repeated strikes on the same spot, a large, sunken dent of splintered wood had already appeared. If such an attack were to land on a person, even one wearing armor, it would likely be unbearable. Still, the situation was, ultimately, a bit hard to take seriously. Is this a katana, or an insect glaive? Fumi Yajin stopped his assault, looking down at a very cool katana, in his hand. Was it cool? It was definitely cool. Fumi Yajin even discovered that every time he executed a draw slash, the katana would leave a trailing special effect of falling cherry blossoms as it cut through the air. It was cool as hell. But, it also did no real damage, because this blade wasn't sharpened. Its edge was no different from a child's toy sword you'd have to forcefully crush pork on a cutting board to get through it. What was worse, it was impossible to sharpen. Just as the description said, it was incredibly durable. On his way back, Fumi Yajin had bought a whetstone and sandpaper to try and put an edge on it. But the katana's hardness was more absurd than diamond, it simply wouldn't be ground down. So, physically sharpening it was probably not an option. The only method he could think of was to utilize the golden trait he had obtained earlier, unity of mind in action. By performing actions befitting his class and embodying the way of the swordsman, the blade in his hand would become sharper. But what actions befitted his class? It seemed he would have to skip class again tomorrow to properly test it out. But weapon aside, this draw slash skill is pretty useful, even if it's just a white quality freebie. Fumi Yajin slowly returned the katana to its sheath. No longer facing the tree trunk, he executed a draw slash into the air beside him. Swoosh! Almost instantly, the katana left its scabbard, swinging out like lightning and leaving a crimson streak in the air. The speed was astonishing, and the force it contained already surpassed Fumi Yajin's own normal swinging strength. He felt that this single strike could unleash at least 1.5 times his maximum power, yet the stamina consumed was not excessive. And this was just a white tier skill. It was clear that skills from the samsara game had a significant impact. However, this skill was not without its flaws. Because the strike was a wide, sweeping motion, his arm was fully extended after the slash. Continuing to attack from this position was difficult. To maintain both offense and defense, it was best to pull back slightly, retracting the arm a bit. In other words, strike was extremely fast and had a high damage bonus, but its recovery lag was a bit long. Furthermore, a precondition for this strike was that the weapon had to be sheathed. Using it consecutively was not very practical. A spark of inspiration flashed through Fumi Yajin's mind. The weapons and items from the samsara game were quite special. They could be summoned and stored away at any time in the real world. Weapons could be equipped and unequipped at will, all handled through a mental interface. Fumi Yajin looked down at the katana in his hands. He was currently holding the sheath in his left hand and the drawn blade in his right. Unequip, a very cool katana. He issued the command in his mind. The katana in his hand, along with its sheath, vanished instantly. Equip, a very cool katana. The katana instantly returned to his hands, and most critical life blade was back in the sheath. Fumi Yajin's eyes lit up. It was all coming back to him. Memories from his past life awakened. His gaze sharpened instantly. He gripped the hilt and turned back towards the tree. Draw slash. Thwack. Unequip weapon. Equip weapon. Draw slash. Thwack. Unequip weapon. Equip weapon. Draw slash. Thwack. The crisp thwacking sounds echoed relentlessly. But in Fumi Yajin's mind, a different melody played. Niban me no kyoku yumi ga shinari hajikita homura, yozura okoriset. After unleashing more than a dozen strikes like this, Fumi Yajin finally stopped. Under the torrential assault, the dent in the tree trunk was now deep enough to fit a fist, and countless fallen leaves and splintered wood chips littered the ground beneath it. Fumi Yajin's hand was numb from the vibrations, but his mood was excellent. To be able to deliver such a fierce strike every second or so, even if used as a blunt weapon, at this frequency and force, it's enough to beat someone bloody and send them running. Fumi Yajin was very satisfied with this. Hey big brother, your big stick is so pretty. Just then, a tender voice came from not far behind him. Fumi Yajin turned to see a super adorable, pink-haired little girl standing near the park entrance, her big eyes filled with curiosity. She looked to be about 4 or 5 years old. There was no adult with her. She stood there all alone but showed no signs of shyness. She seemed like a very lively child. It was just that her choice of words was a little unfortunate. Little one, this isn't a stick, it's a sword, Fumi Yajin said, holding up the katana to the little girl. You're lying, big brother, the little girl pouted. If it was a sword, it should go swoosh swoosh swoosh. Why does it go thwack thwack thwack? I bet you hurt Mr. Tree. Fumi Yajin was speechless. Yeah, why is that? Fumi Yajin shot a contemptuous look at the useless katana in his hand and returned it to its sheath. He then looked at the little girl and changed the subject. Hey kid, what are you doing here all by yourself? Where are your parents? I came out shopping with my big sister, but I think my dumb sister got lost, the little girl said with a shrug of her hands. God, my sister got lost. Fumi Yajin broke into a slight sweat. I'm just saying, is it possible that you're the one who's lost? It's dangerous for you to be out here alone at night. How about I take you to find? Fumi Yajin was halfway through his sentence when he heard footsteps from around the corner outside the park. Soon, a pink-haired girl carrying a convenience store bag appeared in his view. Hey, Futuri, why did you run off here? You scared me to death. The girl was clearly the sister the little one had mentioned. She ran over quickly, bag in hand, and hugged the little girl. It's because you were walking too slow, sis. I turned around and you were gone, so I waited for you here, Futuri said, quite calmly. I was watching the big brother play with his stick. His big stick is really pretty. Fumi Yajin. Fortunately, the pink-haired girl had a pure mind and didn't misunderstand. She glanced at Fumi Yajin innocently. Seeing a clean, handsome guy with a calm and composed demeanor, she was instantly struck by the radiant aura of a popular guy. In her meekness, she was instantly blinded and lowered her head. I'm so sorry, my sister probably disturbed your peace. I'll take her home right now. Fumi Yajin was a bit taken aback by her strong reaction. It's no disturbance at all, but am I scary? The girl froze for a second, then frantically waved her hands. No, it's my own problem. You're not scary at all, just a little. A little what? Terrifying. Fumi Yajin asked. No, that's not it. I had a pink-haired girl curled in on herself, a flustered mess, as if she were about to melt into a puddle of pink ooze. Fortunately, the little one at her side spoke up. That's not it, big brother. My sister just thinks you're cool, so she's too nervous to talk to you. She's always like this. In her heart, she really wants to be friends with handsome guys, but she never dares to speak up. How about you do her a favor, big brother, and give her your phone number? She'll be so happy she'll toss and turn all night and won't be able to MMMPH. Futuri, you idiot. What are you saying? The pink-haired girl quickly picked up the little girl and clamped a hand over her mouth, her own cheeks flushing crimson. I wasn't thinking that at all. Interestingly, it was during this flustered action that Fumi Yajin got the first clear look at her face under her bangs. It was a very pretty face, with delicate and beautiful features, and her timid eyes were watery and very cute. Logically, she should be a popular girl who is well liked everywhere. But she had developed such a timid and self-deprecating personality it was a bit strange. You two live nearby, right? Fumi Yajin said to the girl. Then we're practically neighbors. If you'd like, there's no harm in exchanging numbers. Is that okay? The pink-haired girl's eyes widened. She looked at Fumi Yajin as if she were gazing upon the light of hope itself, her reaction absurdly over the top. After seeing the pink-haired sisters off, Fumi Yajin started walking home. At the same time, he began to plan his course of action for skipping class tomorrow. Just then, his phone rang. He took it out and looked at the caller ID, Teacher Hiratsuka. Fumi Yajin's heart tightened slightly. He answered the call. Hello. Fumi Yajin, you skipped the entire day of class again today. Shizuka Hiratsuka's sharp voice came through the phone. You want another taste of my sandbag-sized fists, is that it? Fumi Yajin's sweat dropped. I wasn't feeling well today, and I called in sick. Cut the crap. You call in sick more often than you attend class. Hiratsuka said irritably. You've already used the not feeling well excuse 4 times. How many more times do you plan to use it? Ahem, about that, Fumi Yajin gave an awkward laugh. Actually, teacher, I was thinking of using it one more time tomorrow. Bam! A loud crash erupted from the phone. The sound carried an immense force, as if it could shatter mountains and split rocks. If you don't show up at school tomorrow, you're dead. Click. The call was disconnected. Fumi Yajin. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 11. I asked you for a critique, and you actually gave one? The next morning, before the morning class began, the students who had already arrived were chatting amongst themselves. By the way, have you guys heard about that romance novel that's blowing up on Instagram? Shouta Tanaka asked a few classmates near him. You mean your name? Riko Suzuki chimed in. Whoa, you've seen it too? It's so good. Ran Matsumoto added excitedly. So you've all heard of it, what do you think? Shouta Tanaka asked. A pervert. A beast. Scum. Shouta Tanaka was baffled. Ha, I thought you said it was good. It is. The book is amazing, but the author is terrible. He writes such a gripping story that gets you completely hooked, and then, right at the 3rd chapter, at the most addictive part, he just stops posting. Isn't that just torture? Right. He's not even human. I remember it cuts off right at the line, but after that, we never swapped bodies again, and then the chapter just ends. What kind of person does that? Ah, so that's what you meant. Okay, yeah, I agree, that's pretty inhuman. I don't know where he learned to leave cliffhangers like that. Shouta Tanaka sighed. I wonder when we'll get to read the whole thing. I heard he's going the traditional publishing route. Who knows when a publisher will announce anything, Ran Matsumoto said helplessly, pulling out her phone to check for the latest news online. Just then, Shouta Tanaka glanced towards the back of the room, at a handsome boy who had been keeping his head down, writing and doodling in a notebook. Fumiya, you've been out of school for days. Why are you so quiet now that you're back? Come on, chat with us, Shouta Tanaka said, trying to include him. Fumiya had been contemplating 2 things. First, how to efficiently test out which actions were considered in line with his professional characteristics as described by his unity of knowledge and action trait. Second, there seemed to be another player from the game at Shuchen Academy. He needed to figure out how to find them, and what to do about them. Both matters were quite important and rather complex, which was why he had been sketching out his thoughts in his notebook. But now that he had been called out, he didn't want to seem too withdrawn or antisocial. After all, Shouta Tanaka was one of the few people in class who would talk to him. Lifting his head, he looked at Tanaka. Sure. What are you guys talking about? Your name, the novel that's been blowing up lately, Tanaka said enthusiastically. Have you heard of it? Oh, that. As it happens, I am familiar with it, Fumi Yajin said with a faint smile. Oh, Fumi Ya read it too. The 2 girls in front turned around, looking at him curiously. What did you think? It's not bad. The story is brilliant and quite original. The author's writing style just isn't very consistent, some parts are a bit rough, but overall, it's pretty decent, Fumi Yajin offered as his evaluation. Of course, when he mentioned the inconsistent writing style, he wasn't referring to Makoto Shinkai's original work, but his own ghostwritten version. Although he possessed super memory and could excavate nearly everything from his mind perfectly, he had been so excited when he read the book in his past life that he'd skimmed through some parts without paying close attention. As a result, he couldn't replicate it completely. The plot points in those sections were still correct, but they were written in his own style, which was definitely a notch below the original. So, in a way, Fumi Yajin's comment was a form of self-deprecation. Ha! The trio Tanaka, Suzuki, and Matsumoto froze. The way they looked at Fumi Yajin gradually turned strange. What's wrong? Fumi Yajin asked. No, Fumiya, are you seriously critiquing it? Tanaka said with a wry smile. Weren't you all just evaluating it too? Fumi Yajin replied. We were all cursing the author, but everyone agrees the book itself is a god-tier masterpiece. Lots of famous authors have come out online saying how great it is. Riko Suzuki looked at Fumi Yajin with surprise. And you're saying his writing is rough, are you serious? Exactly. Fumi Yakuin, the way you were just critiquing it so seriously was a little clownish, you know. Ran Matsumoto teased with a hint of mockery before going back to her phone. Fumi Yajin. Hey, there's actually new info. After a few scrolls, Ran Matsumoto suddenly let out a cry of surprise. An official account under Kadokawa just announced that they've already signed a contract for your name. The publishing process is almost done, and pre-orders are starting soon. And there's info on the author. For real. Let me see. Tanaka and Suzuki quickly leaned over to look together. At that moment, however, Fumi Yajin felt a pang of foreboding. When he had signed with the publisher, he didn't know about the existence of the samsara game in this world. He thought it was just an ordinary, peaceful world. So, when the publisher suggested then not using a pen name, revealing some personal information, and marketing with the gimmick of a handsome high school novelist could greatly boost sales, he hadn't refused. But looking at it now, Mr. Fumi. This author's last name is Fumi too. It should have the full name later. Fumi Jean. What a coincidence. Same name as Fumi Yakuin. No, wait. Look what it says after. The author is a handsome high school student currently attending the prestigious Shuchi, our school. As they reached this point, all three of them suddenly shuddered, realizing a terrifying possibility. Then, like marionettes pulled by the same string, they slowly, mechanically, and in perfect unison, raised their heads. Their eyes, wide as if they had seen a ghost, locked onto Fumi Jean. Fumi. It can't be, right? It couldn't be talking about you, could it? Fumi Jean actually felt quite helpless. After becoming a participant in the samsara game, he definitely wanted to keep a low profile. But with this much information already out, trying to hide it would just be pointless coyness. Alright, it's me, Fumi Jean said, holding up his hands. I just wrote it for fun. I didn't expect anyone to take notice, so I published it to make a little extra cash. The jaws of the trio nearly hit the floor. The sound they made was so loud that it drew the attention of nearly everyone in the classroom. And just then, a series of sounds echoed in Fumi Jin's mind. Unity of knowledge and action trait triggered. Free-flowing sharpness +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. At the same time, a progress bar appeared in his mind's eye. It had a black background and a gray bar. As the +1 notifications kept popping up, the progress bar slowly grew, reaching about a quarter of its full length. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 12. That move from Junior Suao is brutal. Freestyle sharpness? What was that? The description for the unity of knowledge and action trait stated that performing actions befitting the path of the longsword user would make the weapon in his hand sharper. But he wasn't holding a weapon right now, and the trait had given him this freestyle sharpness stat. Could it be that this freestyle sharpness was universal? As long as he possessed it, any weapon in his hands would gain sharpness? Fumi Jin's eyes lit up. He really wanted to take out a really cool longsword and give it a try right now. But of course, that was impossible. No way, Fumi, you've got to be kidding. You really created such an incredible work. Tanaka found it rather hard to accept. As a Japanese high school student, who hadn't dreamed of becoming a novelist or a manga artist, but dreams, they were meant to be dreamed, not actually realized. Actually, I didn't really create it myself, Fumi Jin said after a moment's thought. Everyone was stunned. A glimmer of hope sparked in Tanaka's heart. You mean, you collaborated with someone? Or you were a ghostwriter? I knew it. How could an ordinary high school student like us write something of this caliber? Not that either, Fumi Jin said. I had a dream. I witnessed the entire story in my dream, and I still remembered it clearly when I woke up, so I just wrote it down. Tanaka and the other 2 were petrified. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Isn't that still you who wrote it, you bastard? Are you trying to say you put in no effort at all, that you just dreamed it up and wrote it down? Are you even human? The 3 of them gnashed their teeth, glaring daggers at Fumi Jin, wishing they could rush over and strangle him. But Fumi Jin's attention wasn't on them right now. It was on +1, +1, +1. Now he was certain. The action that fit the longsword user trait was, as expected, flexing. And if he did a good job of it, or gave the same flex a new twist, he could actually get extra points? Doesn't that mean the game is forcing me to become the ultimate flexer? Fortunately, he knew a thing or two about that as well. Oh, I remember now. Riko Suzuki suddenly recalled something. Last week, Fumi Yakuin would rush home right after class every afternoon. He wasn't even interested in the recruitment events for any of the clubs. At the time, I thought you were going home to cram like crazy for the monthly exam a couple of days ago, but now that I think about it. Yeah, I was rushing home to type, Fumi Jin said with a shrug. You were busy with that, not studying? I thought teacher Hiratsuka's scolding had motivated you to work harder. Tanaka said, surprised. So, if you were busy writing your novel, did you have any time to review? Oh, right. I heard you turned in your paper early for the monthly exam the day before yesterday. That was true. On the day of the exam, Fumi Jin had already realized the number above his head was a death countdown and was busy trying to find a way to survive. If not for the threat of teacher Hiratsuka's iron fist, he might not have even shown up. And since he did show up, he naturally finished as quickly as possible and left. I did. I wrote down everything I knew and then turned it in. I felt there was no point in staying longer, Fumi Jin said calmly. What? Tanaka exclaimed. You took so much time off before, and teacher Hiratsuka was already unhappy. Now you're messing around during an exam. Do you have a death wish? Couldn't be helped, you have to prioritize, Fumi Jin said with a wave of his hand. I did my best on the exam. It doesn't matter if my score is good or bad. Extra, extra. Just then, a girl ran in from the classroom doorway. The rankings for the monthly exam are up, and there's some explosive news about first place. Her voice was loud, and pretty much everyone in the class heard her. But upon hearing this, most people seemed rather uninterested. First place? Isn't it just one of the 3 icebergs? What could possibly be explosive about that? Yeah, the top 3 spots have always been monopolized by those 3 women. It's hard enough for anyone else to even get into the top 3, let alone first place. Just tell us, was it Yuki Nashida, Shinomiya, or Suao? No, it's really not what you think, this is seriously explosive news. The girl said excitedly. This time, first place is actually. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp, loud, and somewhat sharp knock suddenly came from the door. This wasn't the sound of a casual rap on the door, but one made by knocking hard with bent knuckles. The sound interrupted the girl and instantly drew everyone's attention. The entire class turned in unison towards the doorway, their eyes widening in surprise. A slender and upright figure stood outside the door, effortlessly capturing everyone's gaze. She wore the standard Shuchen female uniform, which seemed to have been specially tailored and customized, making it look particularly well-fitting and proper. The fabric was, of course, impeccably clean, but upon closer inspection, one would be hard-pressed to find even a single unsightly crease. Her dark brown hair cascaded down her back like the finest silk. A portion of her side hair was gathered and tied into a lively and cute little ponytail. Snow-white skin, bright, clear eyes like autumn pools, a delicate yet defined nose, and lips like cherry blossoms in first bloom, all combined to form a sweet face capable of making any heart race. However, this sweetness, which should have been incredibly approachable, was completely neutralized by the intangible aura she exuded. It wasn't icy cold, but it carried an elegant sense of distance that kept others 1,000 miles away, a feeling that originated from the very depths of her bloodline. Her expression was so calm it was almost without a ripple, yet with a level gaze, she could convey a silent declaration to anyone who tried to approach, please stop outside the 1-meter line. It was a natural, unforced nobility, gentle yet incredibly firm, like an invisible wall of air that cordoned off all unpermitted intimacy. She just stood there quietly, her gaze sweeping across the room, and the boisterous classroom fell completely silent. All noise vanished before this suddenly appearing young lady. More than 90% of the class recognized her instantly. This was the young lady of the renowned Suao family of diplomats, and one of Shuchen's 3 great iced beauties, Yuki Suao. At the same time, a single, massive question popped into everyone's mind: why was she here? Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for someone. Yuki Suao spoke calmly, her voice crisp and pleasant. Excuse me, is Fumi Yajin-kun in this class? Everyone was slightly taken aback, then turned their heads in unison to look in the same direction, right where Fumi Yajin was. Fumi Yajin had kept a low profile in the past and rarely interacted with others in class. To most people, his image was that of a quiet, handsome guy. It was hard for anyone to connect him with Yuki Suao. Following the direction of everyone's gazes, Yuki Suao quickly spotted Fumi Yajin sitting in the back row. Their eyes met at that moment. The corner of Yuki Suao's mouth curved into a barely perceptible arc. A cunning glint flashed in her star-like eyes, as if to psychic you. And then, the next second, Fumi Yakuen. She suddenly broke into a sweet smile and waved at Fumi Yajin. Could I ask you to come out for a moment? There's something I need to talk to you about. In that instant, the entire classroom fell deathly silent. Countless people's eyes widened, unable to believe what they were seeing. She smiled? The great Lady Suao actually showed such a radiant smile? And, to a boy? +1, +1. Fumi Yajin felt a bead of sweat form as he heard the notification sounds. Wait, did I flex? I didn't even do anything. Fumi Yajin looked at the girl's familiar face, then at the 180,000 plus number above her head. He could confirm she was the same girl he had seen before leaving the instance. She found me this quickly? This girl is no simpleton. Fumi Yajin remained silent for 2 seconds. He didn't get up right away, but looked at her from afar and said, "Can you tell me roughly what it's about? I'm pretty busy, so I might not have time." Before the girl could even respond to his words, a wave of gasps erupted in the classroom. Many of the boys' eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets as they stared at Fumi Yajin as if he were a monster. Busy? Might not have time? This is Yuki Suao. She's asking for you, and not having time is an option? How dare you? +1, +1, +1, Yuki Suao hadn't expected him to be so blunt either, but she wasn't without her methods. She pursed her tender lips, then suddenly lowered her head and gaze, raising a hand to pinch a strand of hair at her temple, adopting a somewhat bashful posture. Then she clasped her hands behind her back, lightly kicked at the floor, and said, sorry, this is a little private, so I can't say it in front of everyone. So, could you please come out so we can talk somewhere else? Please. Fumi Yajin. He really hadn't expected Yuki Suao to pull a move like this. After a brief moment of shock, before he could respond, he could already feel the murderous intent in the glares of every boy in the class. Lady Suao is acting like this, and you still won't go out? Do you want to die? Fumi Yajin felt that if he didn't go out now, these hormone-addled teenage pigs would swarm him, beat him to a pulp, and throw him out. This move from Suakoi was just too vicious. Sigh. Fumi Yajin sighed, stood up, and amidst the ferocious glares of the onlookers, walked out of the classroom. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 13. This isn't your average brat. A heavy punch is in order. What do you want? Arriving in front of the girl, Fumi Yajin looked at her calmly. It was worth mentioning that the countdown timer above the girl's head, like his, showed just over 2 days remaining. This even gave him a strange sense of kinship. Yuki Suao raised an eyebrow slightly, studying Fumi Yajin from head to toe. Seeing his expression was as normal as ever, without a trace of panic or forced composure, a hint of appreciation appeared in the girl's eyes. It's not convenient to talk here. I'll take you somewhere, a little more private. Let's go. Yuki Suao flashed a sweet smile, and without waiting for his consent, she turned and began to lead the way. Even Fumi Yajin had to admit that this girl was a stunning beauty who knew exactly how to use her charm. Her every frown and smile exuded a devastating lethality. That smile just now, combined with her slightly suggestive words. If it were any ordinary teenage boy, he'd likely be instantly mesmerized, completely losing his bearings. Of course, Fumi Yajin wasn't falling for it. However, it was indeed unwise to discuss the samsara game in public, so he didn't object and quietly followed in her footsteps. But just a few meters away, he heard a tsunami-like uproar of gasps from behind him, from the direction of his classroom. Amidst the noise, he could vaguely make out fragments like "How is that possible? No way, and how could anyone?" +1, +1, +1. Fumi Yajin was completely baffled. 5 minutes later, in another building. Is this the Suao family's way of treating guests? Fumi Yajin leaned back against the door panel, looked down at the girl holding a dagger to his neck, and spoke with annoyance. Yuki Suao, however, just gave a cold smile. Although she was only about 150-something centimeters tall, a full head shorter than Fumi Yajin, she probably felt in control of the situation at that moment. Her bright, watery eyes revealed a hint of condescending pride. It's come to this, and you're still going to pretend you've never seen me before? Yuki Suao teased. Even if I had, that's hardly a reason to hold a knife to my neck, is it? Fumi Yajin rolled his eyes. You saw me kill someone with your own eyes. Isn't that reason enough? Yuki Suao tilted her head. Did I see that? Fumi Yajin retorted. I don't seem to recall. Yuki Suao smiled. I'm very sure you glanced behind me. Are you trying to say I saw wrong? Or that your eyesight is too poor to see clearly? No, I definitely looked, and I saw clearly, Fumi Yajin said, looking into Yuki Suao's eyes. But, did you really kill someone? Yuki Suao stiffened slightly. A flash of astonishment crossed her eyes, but she concealed it instantly. She sneered and said, of course. Aren't those the rules of the game? It was either me or her, so of course I chose for her to die. And I knew she was thinking the same thing. I had no intention of dying with her. So I used my head a little. I told her I was the young lady of the Suao family. I tricked her, telling her not to press the button, that we might be able to survive together, and I'd give her a reward of 10 million yen afterward. Then, while she was distracted by greed and hesitating, I suddenly pressed the button and killed her. You have no idea. At the end, she looked at me with utter disbelief before the chainsaw sawed her head open, her brain splattering everywhere. Oh, the sight was truly disgusting. Fumi Yajin fell silent after hearing this. What's wrong? Scared? Yuki Suao said, a mocking curve on her lips. Yes, absolutely terrifying. Miss Suao is truly decisive and ruthless, so cold-blooded. Fumi Yajin remarked with feeling. His tone, one couldn't exactly call it sincere at best, it could be described as completely monotone. Yuki Suao was momentarily stunned. Are you making fun of me? Not really, Fumi Yajin shrugged. I just think that Miss Suao's acting skills in the role of a murderer could use some improvement. Ha! Yuki Suao was not pleased. The dagger in her hand pressed tighter against Fumi Yajin's neck as she sneered. You think I'm acting? You really think I wouldn't dare slit your throat? But Fumi Yajin didn't fall for this act, remaining as calm as ever. After all, the number above his head hadn't budged from the very beginning. First, not only is there nothing wrong with my eyesight, it's excellent. So I saw it right then. The person in your room, although lying on the ground, was at least in one piece, not cut open, which contradicts your story, Fumi Yajin stated, unhurried. This was actually a lie. He hadn't seen such fine details. However, he had seen the number above the unconscious person's head. That number had not hit 0. So he knew from the start that Yuki Suao's trial had also ended with both surviving. If it weren't for that knowledge, he never would have given her the chance to ambush him with a knife. Give me a break. It was dark in that room, and you only caught a glimpse past me. What could you possibly have seen clearly? Yuki Suao pursed her lips. Fumi Yajin didn't argue with her, continuing, second, you may not have noticed, but when you were describing the scene of her death just now, your gaze instinctively drifted to the upper right. That indicates you were constructing an image, one that never actually happened. TCH, that micro-expression's crap again. You really think that stuff is accurate? Yuki Suao was dismissive. Third, if it was really as you said, that you had already planned to kill her in such a short time and had successfully designed and flawlessly executed the first step of your deception, it would mean your mental fortitude is ridiculously strong, and you are indeed cold-hearted enough, Fumi Yajin said. But, if that's the kind of person you are, why has the dagger in your hand been trembling slightly from the start? Why is your breathing a little ragged, and why are your cheeks even slightly flushed with nervousness? It seems you're not as ruthless as you claim to be, are you? Yuki Suao stiffened slightly. Her little face instantly turned cold. You're saying all these nice things just to prove you believe I didn't kill anyone, so that I'll let you go, right? Wrong. I never thought you wanted to kill me in the first place, so there's nothing to let go. Fumi Yajin shook his head. I'm just exposing your act, telling you to stop playing these games. After all, my patience has just about run out. Patience. Yuki Suao couldn't believe such a word could come from the mouth of her captive. You've just met me, so you might not know what kind of person I am. I don't like to cause trouble, but I'm also not the type to take a loss lying down, Fumi Yajin said seriously, looking into her eyes. You're holding a knife to my neck. Regardless of whether you actually intend to threaten my life, it's already a grave offense against me. Therefore, I'm not going to accept you just putting the knife away, saying it was just a joke. I was testing you and acting like nothing happened. You'd better have already figured out how you're going to apologize and make amends. Yuki Suwa was stunned. She stood frozen for several seconds. Then she began to laugh coldly. Ho 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 ho. She couldn't seem to stop laughing. It's worth mentioning that while this young lady wasn't particularly tall, her development in certain areas was a bit beyond the norm. Compared to the little angel Najika, it was truly a world of difference. As she laughed so hard her body shook, the two bright moons in the sky seemed to sway along with her. Especially from Fumi Yajin's taller vantage point, he could faintly glimpse the dark side of the moon. The visual effect was rather astonishing. Then I'd like to ask, what can you do about it? What do you dare to do about it? Yuki Suwa put on a smug, bratty expression, stuck out her little tongue, and taunted him. Clearly, whether or not she intended to kill him, the dagger in her hand gave her absolute confidence that Fumi Yajin wouldn't dare make a reckless move. Seeing the girl's expression, Fumi Yajin's eyebrow twitched. This was no ordinary brat, a heavy hand was required. As for what I can do? What I dare to do? Ha! He suddenly raised his left hand, while glancing at the countdown timer above his head. The countdown didn't move an inch, so his left hand continued on its intended path, until it cupped one of the moons. Unity of knowledge and action characteristic triggered. Unrestrained sharpness +1. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 14. If you keep this up, I'm going to trigger lethal tempo. His thoughts drifted back to his past life, when Fumi Yajin had raised a little white rabbit. The little rabbit was quite dumb, the kind of little fool that wouldn't even know to pick up and eat a vegetable leaf placed at its feet. You had to feed it right at its mouth before it would open up. But the Fumi Yajin of that time was very patient, feeding it on schedule every day. Before long, he had fed it until it was plump, white, and perfectly round. Though this little rabbit was dumb, it had its merits. Its body was especially soft and adorable. After it got fat, it was like a round ball in his hands. It felt wonderful, both tender and springy. Fumi Yajin loved letting it hop into his hands, then squeezing it for fun, watching the little thing look completely bewildered as it was squashed flat in his grip. At that thought, Fumi Yajin squeezed subconsciously. Freestyle sharpness +1. Wait, this works too? Then, what if I squeeze again? +1, +1. Still works? How about one more time? +1, +1, +1. Sharpness level increased to red blade. Fumi Yajin was stunned. Why was it increasing more and more? Was this some kind of cosmic god rabbit radiating primordial power? Doesn't the trait only trigger when you're showing off? Does this count as showing off? Wait, that's not right. This isn't showing off, it's being a creep. Unity of knowledge and action grants sharpness for doing things that fit the class's character, but there isn't necessarily only one thing that fits its character. So being a creep counts? I remember the name of this class was something like Degenerate Tachi Shrimp? Well then, the answer was hidden in plain sight, wasn't it? And also, repeating the same action increases the sharpness gained even more? That doesn't seem right. If you're going to do it like this, then my lethal tempo is about to trigger. Hey, no, what the hell is wrong with you? Yuki Sua's body began to tremble slightly, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. But more than embarrassment or anger, the emotion that overwhelmingly dominated her mind was shock. She was completely stunned. Hey, my knife is still at your neck. With just a slight flick of my wrist, your life is over. And you still dare to do this to me. Didn't I say it already? I trust that you're not a murderer, Fumi Yajin said with a calm expression. A person who would risk death to survive together with a complete stranger they were matched within an instance. How could someone like that casually kill a person with whom they have no quarrel? No quarrel? You can't say that now. Yuki Suwa seethed through gritted teeth. You don't think that defiling a girl's purity is some trivial matter that can be lightly dismissed, do you? Fumi Yajin met her gaze without flinching, facing her fierce glare head-on. It certainly isn't, but compared to an offense of the level of holding a knife to someone's neck and threatening their life, it seems a bit less severe, doesn't it? In fact, you could say that by forgiving your offense for such a small price, I'm the one getting the short end of the stick. No. You. Yuki Suwa blared at him furiously, her body and the hand holding the knife trembling, as if she might slash downwards with all her strength at any moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Damn it, I lose. I'll remember this. The girl bit her lip and resentfully threw the dagger to the ground. Clang, clatter. The poor dagger bounced and rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. In fact, if one were to pick it up and look closely, one would discover that this poor dagger wasn't even sharpened. I admit, I wanted to test you a little, maybe even intimidate you to make it easier to discuss a partnership. Yuki Suwa shot Fumi Yajin a resentful glance. But I didn't expect you to be such a handful. Fumi Yajin shrugged. I just don't like being taken advantage of. I'm actually a very pure and friendly person. If you had just been open and honest from the start, we could have avoided all this trouble, right? Pure and friendly. 3 dark lines appeared on Yuki Suwa's forehead. How about you take your pig's trotter off someone else's body before you say such shameless things? Hey, you're still squeezing. Are you ever going to stop? Ah, my apologies. Fumi Yajin finally withdrew his hand. It was a subconscious action, not intentional. The fact that you have such subconscious actions is the biggest problem here. There were too many things to roast him for. Yuki Suwa was almost out of energy. So, back to the point. Why did you seek me out? Fumi Yajin changed the subject with absolutely no finesse, but Yuki Suwa played along, tersely spitting out 2 words to team up. For the next instance. Fumi Yajin asked. If we work well together, then for everyone after that, Yuki Suwa said. Why me? Same reason you mentioned before. I saw you clear the trial with a girl, which says a lot about your character and tendencies. If you can clear it with a stranger you've just met, then as a permanent teammate, you're definitely more trustworthy than others. Yuki Suwa reined in her extra emotions, her gaze turning serious. There's also another, less certain reason based on your and that girl's positioning and condition at the time. My intuition tells me you were the MVP, and she was carried. If that's true, then your adaptability must be very strong, which would be a huge help to me. Hearing this, Fumi Yajin raised an eyebrow slightly. This girl was meticulous and observant. The fact that she could find him in such a short time meant her execution and social influence were also quite strong. Compared to Najika, her talent and strength on the path of a player were indeed far superior. Then why not team up with the partner who survived with you? You should have a better foundation of trust, right? Fumi Yajin asked. No, I have no foundation of trust with her, Yuki Suwa said with a sardonic smile. After just a few words with that woman, I could tell she would definitely sell me out. No matter how nice her words were, once the chainsaws started moving, she would absolutely press the button. Even if I tempted her with a huge reward, that temptation probably wouldn't overcome her fear of death. Then how did you both survive? Fumi Yajin asked curiously. I used my status as the young lady of the Suao family and a massive reward to lure her in, telling her to bring her head closer. Then, I used all my strength to headbutt her and knocked her unconscious. Yuki Suao spread her hands. After that, she couldn't press the button, could she? Fumi Yajin was filled with respect and gave her a thumbs up. Not bad. Yuki Suao lifted her snow-white chin, looking slightly smug. So, being my teammate wouldn't be selling yourself short, right? What's more, as the only daughter and sole heir of the Suao family, I have access to far more social resources and can investigate more useful information, which is how I found you so quickly. Also, I'm not hurting for cash. I could easily provide for my teammate, if it came to that. A very tempting offer. Fumi Yajin's eyes widened slightly. You agree? Yuki Suao asked with a smile. However, I refuse, Fumi Yajin said, shaking his head. Ha! Yuki Suao's smile froze. Why? I already have a teammate, Fumi Yajin said with a shrug. You've probably seen the terminal. Yuki Suao understood his meaning at once and nodded. Currently, you can only choose one teammate. More teammate slots seem to be locked, so the 3 of us together is impossible for now. Yuki Suao bit her lip and looked at Fumi Yajin. Is it that girl? Yuki Suao had also seen Najika at the time. With her connections, finding Najika would be simple. So there was no need for Fumi Yajin to hide anything. He simply nodded. Alright, if you two truly cleared the trial by trusting each other, then I can't compete with her, Yuki Suao sighed with regret. However, she wasn't completely disheartened. After lowering her head in silence for a few seconds, she suddenly snapped her fingers. In that case, I have a new proposal, she said, looking up at Fumi Yajin. You two will definitely enter the game before the 3-day deadline, right? If you enter the game and both survive and exit the instance, please call me immediately. If I haven't entered the game by then, I'll ask you to enter again with me. For that, I'm willing to pay an extremely handsome reward, the kind that will absolutely satisfy you. Fumi Yajin raised an eyebrow slightly. He quickly understood her meaning. The reason Yuki Suao valued him was that he had achieved the most difficult dual survival ending with Najika in the first instance, proving his good character and strong ability. And if Fumi Yajin could complete a second instance with Najika, both of them surviving, it would be an even greater testament to his skill and character. In Yuki Suao's eyes, his value as a teammate would then increase by another huge margin. At that point, Yuki Suao would naturally be willing to pay a much higher, much harder to refuse price to recruit him. But you should also know that with how dangerous this game is, every extra entry means another risk of death, Fumi Yajin said. That's not something a reward can measure. I understand. So, if you truly have that ability and are willing to take this risk with me, I will definitely make an offer that satisfies you as compensation. Yuki Suao looked at Fumi Yajin with clear eyes, her gaze incredibly serious. And I'm not forcing you to agree, just extending an invitation. If you're willing to hear my terms after you complete the second instance, you can contact me. If not, I'll find other ways to increase my own survival rate. That shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem, Fumi Yajin nodded. If anything, this one-sided invitation is overly generous to me. Yuki Suao smiled playfully. This generosity comes with a condition, you know. If you come out alone next time, the price I offer you might not just fail to increase, it might even drop. Then I'd better work hard. Can't let myself depreciate, Fumi Yajin chuckled. Ding dong dang dong, the class bell rang. Yuki Suao picked up the dagger from the ground, sheathed it, and put it away. Then she raised 2 fingers to her temple, giving Fumi Yajin a cool farewell salute. I'm going back to class. I'll be waiting for your call. But after just a few steps, she seemed to remember something. She stopped and turned back. By the way, how did it feel? Yuki Suao gave Fumi Yajin a mischievous look. Fumi Yajin froze for a moment before he realized what she was talking about. Then he answered honestly with a thumbs up. Great. Humph, of course. I'm quite confident in my own body. Yuki Suao actually lifted her chin proudly at that. Then she glanced at Fumi Yajin and said, You'd better not die. I'd rather not have the first man to ever touch my body be some idiot who's all talk but can't even clear the second game. That would make me feel like my own judgment was insulted. With that, she turned around and quickly walked away. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 15. A new power has appeared. The sun had completely set, leaving only a faint afterglow on the horizon. Night had fallen, and the only light in the deserted small park came from the street lamps. Fumi Yajin walked into the park and glanced around. No one else was there, which was convenient for his test. In his mind, he could still see the progress bar for freestyle sharpness. The bar's color had turned from gray to red. It was worth noting, however, that after leveling up, the progress had reset to 0, and the bar's maximum length had more than doubled. Currently, it wasn't even at 10%. He estimated it would be difficult to reach the next level before the next instance. Red sharpness. It sounds impressive, but it should actually be the weakest level. I wonder how much of a boost it gives a weapon, Fumi Yajin muttered to himself. But, since it's called freestyle sharpness, maybe it's not limited to just one weapon. With that thought, he looked down and around. He then walked a few steps forward and picked up a slightly dry twig, about the thickness of his little finger. What if I treat this as my weapon? Fumi Yajin gripped the base of the twig. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint red glow spread from his hand and enveloped the twig. The previously unremarkable, harmless dried twig now exuded a faint sense of sharpness. It actually works. Fumi Yajin was a little surprised. Conveniently, there was a thicker, thumb-sized dried twig on the ground nearby. Fumi Yajin picked it up with his left hand, then took the small twig in his right hand and sliced at it. Swish! The thick twig was instantly cut in 2. The cut was perfectly smooth, as if sliced by a finely honed blade. But, at the same time, snap! After cutting the thick twig, the slender little twig had expended its energy and snapped. So it only adds sharpness, but with no support for its durability, it breaks after one hit. Fumi Yajin analyzed. Even so, this level of sharpness is already incredible. If I used it on a sufficiently sturdy weapon, the effect. Fumi Yajin stood up, a gorgeous white tachi now in his hand. Although this tachi was unsharpened and could only be used as a blunt weapon, its durability was beyond question. He had previously slammed it against a tree like a club dozens of times without leaving a single mark. What would happen if such durability was combined with freestyle sharpness? Thinking this, he walked over to the tree he had used for testing earlier. Draw/, activate. Shing, slash. The cherry blossom-colored blade flashed out of its sheath like lightning, covered in a faint red glow that made it look even more bewitchingly beautiful. The blade instantly carved a perfect arc through the air, and drifting cherry blossom petals left a magnificent trail behind it, like the afterburner of a jet. The tree stood right in the middle of this arc, yet it seemed to offer no resistance to the tachi's swing. Fumi Yajin was even a little stunned, because he hadn't felt the strong resistance or even the recoil he should have from the blade. Did I miss? That can't be right. Fumi Yajin was slightly puzzled. He dissipated the remaining force, sheathed his blade, and lowered his head to see if he had left a cut on the tree. A soft hiss suddenly sounded. Shhhhhh. A perfectly smooth line appeared in the middle of the tree trunk. Under the force of gravity, the upper half of the trunk slowly slid along this diagonal line and then toppled over. Fumi Yajin immediately jumped out of the way. Boom! The top half of the tree crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaves. Fumi Yajin covered his nose and stood to the side, looking at the remaining lower trunk. The surface of the cut was incredibly smooth, not even looking like it had been sawn by a chainsaw, but rather as if it had been sliced by a laser sword. Fumi Yajin looked down, staring in astonishment at the blade in his hand, which was still faintly glowing red. This is red sharpness? This is the lowest grade red sharpness from Monster Hunter, the one that almost never appears, and when it does, it feels like it would bounce off a blade of grass by the roadside. Is this right? Half an hour later, a family of 3 was passing by the park. A gentle, pink-haired wife carried a cute, pink-haired little girl on her shoulders. Her husband walked beside them, carrying 2 large bags. Oh, Mom, this is where me and my big sister met a cool big brother yesterday. He was really good looking, but kinda weird. He kept hitting a tree with a big stick. It was that tallest one. Ha, Ari, where's Mr. Tree? The wife and husband glanced into the park, also a little surprised. They had walked this path for many years and were very familiar with the park, so they immediately felt that something was missing. So, out of curiosity, the family of 3 went into the park to have a look and discovered the tree had been cut in half, its upper part lying on the ground. Oh my god, Mr. Tree broke. Futari Gota's eyes went wide. Did that big brother break it? He's so strong. Ha! The wife was surprised. Can you break a tree this thick with a stick? That's amazing. The husband, however, was calmer. He walked over, examined the cut, and shook his head with a smile. No, the cut is too clean to have been smashed. Someone probably used a chainsaw. I don't know who would be so bored as to saw down a perfectly good tree. Oh, is that so? Futari Gota scratched her head. So the big brother didn't do it after all. This Friday was the 7th day since Fumi Yajin had received his countdown. That night, upon falling asleep, he quickly entered a state akin to a lucid dream. Opening his eyes, he found himself as if in a galaxy, surrounded by a sky full of twinkling lights. But a closer look revealed that the lights weren't stars, but countless glowing cards. These cards floated in the air like a multitude of stars, very distant from him, and all with their backs turned. Around him, however, were only 2 cards, both facing him. These were the 2 cards he already possessed. The first card had a blue background and a picture of a brain, with the words below, "Memory master, your memory is far superior to that of an ordinary person." The second card had a gold background and a picture of an hourglass, with the words below, "Countdown, you can see a special countdown." These 2 cards had once been part of the starry expanse, but after being drawn by him, they had floated to his front and taken effect. And now, it was time to draw the third card. Fumi Yajin raised his head and looked at the sky full of cards. To be honest, he couldn't make out anything. The back of every card was the same, and they all twinkled with the same light. So, he'd just have to go with his gut. "I choose you." Fumi Yajin pointed casually at an extremely distant card, one that seemed even farther away than the sun is from the earth. The next second, that card flew over, instantly arriving before him and flipping over. Background purple. Image an ogre magi, to be precise, a 2-faced head where 2 brains were fused together. One face was normal, even quite handsome, while the other was savage and evil, like a demon. Card name loved by all. Description: your appearance's attractiveness and affinity towards all humans is greatly increased. The cost is that you will be met with 10 times the scorn and hatred from all non-human, human-like beings. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 16. A drummer having a hard CC skill is perfectly reasonable, right? Ding dong, the doorbell rang. The person who rang the bell was a sweet and lovely looking girl wearing a butter yellow floral dress and a white, fluffy beret. The girl's skin was fair, her face a perfect score in terms of pure cuteness, and her long, golden yellow hair was tied into a side ponytail, radiating a lively yet distinctly gentle and virtuous aura. At this moment, however, she seemed a little flustered. After ringing the bell, she kept her head down, looking at her dress, her small, fair hands unconsciously clenched. The words her older sister had said half an hour ago, upon seeing her outfit, couldn't help but surface in her mind. Today's Najika, why so girly? The girl's heart pounded. This was indeed a style she rarely tried. Would it look a little strange? Creak. The door opened. "Good morning," Fumi Yajin said from inside the doorway, greeting her openly. "You're here early. Looks like there was no traffic." Morn Najika looked at Fumi Yajin and was about to raise her hand in greeting when she saw his appearance and was suddenly taken aback. Fumi Yasan, you seem even more handsome today? You have this dazzling feeling." Fumi Yajin was slightly startled but quickly realized it was the effect of his new ability. Of course, he couldn't tell her that, so he gave a casual reply. "Perhaps it's because I'm meeting an important guest that I'm looking more radiant. Aren't you looking very cute today as well, Miss Ijishi?" Najika immediately recalled how she had spent so long choosing her clothes this morning. Could it be that Fumi Yasan also dressed up on purpose? Although there was no trace of makeup, could this be the legendary no makeup look? How impressive! And, to meet me, he actually prepared so earnestly? Najika's cheeks suddenly grew a little warm. She turned her head away and muttered under her breath, "I just randomly picked some clothes, that's all. I didn't dress up on purpose." "What?" Fumi Yajin didn't hear her clearly. "It's nothing." Najika shook her head. Seeing that Najika wouldn't say, Fumi Yajin didn't press the matter and invited her inside. Arriving in the living room, Fumi Yajin poured the girl a cup of hot tea, but Najika sniffed the air, a hint of confusion on her face. "Why does it smell like instant noodles?" "Because I had instant noodles for breakfast," Fumi Yajin said frankly. Najika's eyes widened. "How can you eat that for breakfast? That's so unhealthy. Boiling a couple of eggs would be better, wouldn't it?" Fumi Yajin gave a wry smile. He actually knew how to cook, and his standards for quality of life weren't this low. It was just that for the past week, he had focused all his energy on finding a way to survive, leaving no time to waste on food. So he had simply bought several boxes of instant noodles and made a bowl for every meal. Right now, besides drinks, there were basically no ingredients in the fridge. He'd forgotten to buy some when he got back last night, and since he couldn't be bothered to go out this morning, he had just made a bowl of instant noodles. "It's fine, we can go out to eat for lunch," Fumi Yajin said with a wave of his hand. "That's not the issue." Najika puffed out her cheeks. After a moment of thought, an idea struck her. "How about this? I'll make lunch. I'm reasonably confident in my cooking skills, for what it's worth." Fumi Yajin was slightly taken aback. He wasn't opposed to the idea. "But I don't have any ingredients at home." "None at all?" Najika asked. Do you mind if I look in your fridge?" "I don't mind." Najika got up, walked into the kitchen, and opened the fridge, only for her vision to go dark. Returning to the living room, she shot Fumi Yajin a glare. "Fumi Yasan, how much do you neglect your own body? Mr. Intestine and Mr. Stomach will cry, you know." Fumi Yajin found it hard to argue. It felt like he was being nagged by his mother. "There should be a convenience store nearby, right?" Najika asked. "Yeah, it's less than a 10-minute walk," Fumi Yajin replied. "Then let's go buy some ingredients later and I'll cook. I didn't really do much in the game, and you took such good care of me. Now that we're back in reality, I'd like to do something for you." The girl scratched her head, her voice softening. Fumi Yajin smiled. "All right, we'll do as you say. But it's still early. Before we go to the supermarket, let's exchange some information first." Okay." The two of them shared the rewards they had received in the instance dungeon. On Fumi Yajin's side, he told the girl about all his rewards, glossing over the specific details of how he obtained unrestrained edge. Nika, in turn, told him about all the rewards she had received. She had received a B rank evaluation. Besides being able to choose a class, she had also obtained a corresponding skill and weapon. The class she chose was Explosive Drum Mara Control Type class that uses percussive sounds to shock the mind and even the body. Unlocked White Tier class skill, Psychic Shockwave. This skill can be activated when a percussive sound is made, consuming extra stamina and mental energy to emit a soul-shaking force. It causes targets who hear the sound to experience stiffness, paralysis, and disordered thoughts. The effect's intensity depends on the force and volume of the strike, and targets with weaker mental resistance are more strongly affected. It does not affect those considered allies by the user. Reward weapon, newly acquired drumsticks. Weapon description, drumsticks a drummer has just received. They are treasured so much that if they are out of sight for even a few seconds, the drummer will desperately search for them. Over time, the drumsticks seem to have undergone some changes. No matter how damaged they become, they will return to a brand new state as soon as they are held again. Furthermore, they can be recalled regardless of distance. It's also worth noting that Nijika's player level had also risen to LV1. However, unlike Fumi Yajin who was at LV1 with 80% experience, Nijika had just reached LV1 with only 10% experience. This was likely related to the difference in their scores. A control type class? Interesting, Fumi Yajin remarked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, it's because I'm a drummer, Nijika explained. Besides, I don't think I'm very good at combat. I thought it might be more useful if I could provide you with some support, so I chose this. Good thinking, very team-oriented, Fumi Yajin praised her. But since it's a control skill, we'll have to test its effects properly. How about this? Treat me as an enemy right now and try activating the skill. Fumi Yajin got up and stood in an open space to the side. Okay, I'll try. Nijika also stood up and came to stand a meter away from him, summoning her drumsticks. She looked at Fumi Yajin. She tried to imagine him as a loathsome enemy, but the more she looked, her cheeks began to feel a little warm. Damn it. This guy, how is he? How is he so good looking? She had to avert her gaze and mentally force herself to designate Fumi Yajin as an enemy. Then, she tried lightly tapping the two drumsticks together just like how a drummer taps before a performance. Clack! Fumi Yajin felt a slight numbing sensation through his body. It was a strange feeling, like an electric current had shot through him. However, the control effect probably only lasted for an instant, because the tap was too light. Harder. Try to use the skill to its full potential, Fumi Yajin said to Nijika. But what if you get hurt? Nijika was a little worried. Don't worry. Since it's described as a control effect, it shouldn't cause any serious damage. I'm not that fragile, Fumi Yajin reassured her. Trust me. Okay. Nijika bit her lip. I'm going to start using more force now. If you can't take it, just tell me to stop. Fumi Yajin thought that while her meaning was correct, the way she phrased it felt a little questionable. Clack. The girl had already begun tapping. This time the numbness was a bit stronger. Continue. Clack. His whole body twitched slightly. Again. Clack. The electric current no longer seemed to just pass through him. Instead, it lingered inside for a moment, prolonging the tingling sensation. This time, it took Fumi Yajin about half a second before he could speak again. Go all out. Don't hold back. Clack. The girl used all her strength, smashing the two drumsticks together fiercely. HSS. A sore, numbing sensation spread throughout his entire body. It was as if an electric current was surging back and forth across his skin. Fumi Yajin felt like he had temporarily lost control of his body. It took nearly a second for him to regain control, and his body still felt somewhat numb and stiff, which would definitely affect his movement. Fumi Yajin's eyes lit up instantly. Hot damn, that's a hard CC. Little Nijika has a bright future ahead of her. Are you okay, Fumi Yasan? Nijika watched him nervously, looking as if she was about to rush over and support him at any moment. I'm fine, Fumi Yajin said, his voice a bit stiff. Tap again, with maximum force and at the highest frequency you can manage. Try to see how many consecutive hits you can land. This is important. Are you sure? You won't. I won't. Trust me. Okay. Nijika took a deep breath, composing herself and gathering her strength. And then, begin. Clack. 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 Clink. Just as she managed the fourth strike, the drumstick in her right hand flew from her grasp. The girl's face turned pale. Her body went limp, and she became unsteady on her feet. Thump, thump. She staggered back and forth a few steps before finally losing her balance and falling forward. Fortunately, the few steps she managed to take while staggering bought Fumi Yajin enough time to break free from the control effect. But the paralyzing effect still lingered, and Fumi Yajin's movements weren't exactly nimble. He could only force his arms out to catch the falling girl, but it was a sudden emergency, and his arms were still very stiff. He managed to catch her, but the placement of his hands was rather left to chance. One hand ended up behind the girl's bottom, which was a good position to exert force. The other hand landed just in front of her armpit. Trait unity of knowledge and action triggered. Unrestrained edge +1. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 17, I'll bet you a milk tea, I'm older than you. Hearing the +1 notification sound chime again and again, Fumi Yajin felt utterly innocent. How could she tarnish my good name out of thin air? I was just desperate to save her, it wasn't on purpose. How can that be considered creepy? Ugh, so dizzy. Najika's eyes were spinning. She leaned in his arms for several seconds before recovering from her dizzy spell. Coming to her senses, she realized she was leaning against Fumi, and her cheeks instantly flushed red, but she knew she'd overexerted herself and lost her footing. Fumi had only caught her to help, so she didn't feel offended. In fact, she felt a little guilty. However, that guilt lasted for only a few seconds, when she felt a strange, embarrassing tingling sensation coming from two places. When she realized how Fumi was holding her, she started to feel quite offended. Hey, where are you grabbing? Let me go. The girl struggled hastily. Fumi cooperatively let her go, looking at her with an expression of pure innocence. I couldn't help it, he said. You were about to fall flat on your face. In the heat of the moment, I couldn't be too picky. Still, you can't just touch me wherever. Najika said, her face bright red. Alright, my bad, Fumi apologized magnanimously. My arms were still a bit numb, so my grip wasn't very stable. I had to choose the best way to exert force, otherwise I might not have been able to catch you. I guess I can understand that. Najika bit her lip. Touching my butt or whatever, I'm not that sensitive. But, the other places, just a little unacceptable, isn't it? Ha! Fumi looked bewildered. Did I touch somewhere else? Najika glared at him indignantly. Don't you know where your other hand was? Fumi lowered his head slightly and pondered for a few seconds, appearing to recall exactly where his other hand had been. Then, as if struck by enlightenment, he said, Oh, you mean chest. But there's not really anything there, is there? It's not even bigger than mine. I didn't even notice. Although Fumi said this to tease the girl, it wasn't entirely nonsense. After all, he had previously witnessed the fullness of a full moon firsthand. In comparison, he could only feel a sense of tender pity for the small crescent moon, not many lewd thoughts. Ha! Najika's eyes went wide. She stared at Fumi in disbelief. You? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I'm just telling the truth, Fumi said, puffing out his chest. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. Is that the issue here? Najika's cheeks puffed out in anger, like a stressed little pufferfish. Fine, if you don't dare. Fumi used a simple goading tactic. Let's bet a milk tea with all the toppings. Loser buys. You in. Who would make a bet like that with you? You're so childish. Najika turned her head away, refusing to take the bait. But, patience might bring temporary peace. But taking a step back only made her angrier the more she thought about it, especially with Fumi looking at her with that smug, teasing glint in his eyes. You're on. Half an hour later. In the small shopping street nearest to Fumi house, Najika stood outside a convenience store, holding a super deluxe Grand Slam milk tea overflowing with pudding, coconut jelly, and other toppings, quietly sipping it. She was clearly the winner, and she had crushed him by a large margin, yet her expression was dazed. She was even questioning her life choices. Having to compete with a boy in the chest area, why do I feel even more pathetic? She mumbled under her breath. It's fine, Fumi said as he walked out after paying, carrying a large bag of groceries. He had happened to overhear the girl's whisper. Small is cute too. Who wants to hear that kind of awful consolation? So creepy. Najika shot him an indignant glare. Trait activated. +1. Fumi almost burst out laughing. Life is full of surprises. Najika truly was a treasure trove of cutting remarks. Still smirking, you jerk. Najika walked over irritably and gave his shin a light kick. Don't be mad, Fumi soothed. If you're really that unsatisfied with the current situation, I can help. Help? Najika paused for a moment. With something like this, how can you help? While massage can't change much after adulthood, a teenage girl's development hasn't stopped yet. Appropriate stimulation should have some effect. It requires very professional techniques and delicate methods, but for the health of my dear teammate, Miss Najika, I'm willing to go through the trouble of learning, Fumi said with a completely sincere expression. What? Najika rolled her eyes. There's no way that's possible. How could I let a boy massage that kind of place? A doctor has the heart of a parent. Don't overthink it, Fumi said, dead serious. I don't want such an indecent parent. Najika stuck out her tongue. You big pervert. +1, 12:15 p.m. Fumi had been watching TV in the living room for a while. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but Najika had kicked him straight out of the kitchen. But now, as the sounds of bustling activity continued to drift from the kitchen, so did the pleasant aroma of home cooking. It made his stomach seemingly squirm and rumble. After a solid week of instant noodles, he was truly starting to miss a proper meal. He slowly got up, walked to the kitchen doorway, and peeked inside. There, in front of the stove, was the girl in an apron. She hadn't noticed his arrival and was focused on stir-frying, holding a wok in her left hand and a spatula in her right. Her movements weren't as practiced as a mother who had been cooking for decades, but she was still proficient. It was clear she cooked often. Her slender, petite back would normally make one think of her as young and delicate, but in this moment, fused with the aura of a good wife and wise mother, it radiated a surprising allure through the contrast. Watching her just then, Fumi was suddenly reminded of a certain scene. Perhaps on some morning in the future, he would wake up to find the spot beside him in bed empty, though her lingering scent and warmth remained. He would get up, go downstairs, hear a noise from the kitchen, and go to take a look, and what he would see would be a scene just like this one. Then he would silently walk up and hug her from behind, but because his steps were too light and silent, he would startle her so much the spatula would nearly fall from her hand. Then, after recovering, the girl would chide him playfully and pat him, but without pushing him away, just letting him hold her like that as they cooked together, whispering intimately. How nice that would be. Thinking of such a scene, his corpse felt warm, and even the livor mortis seemed to fade. Smack! Fumi Yajin slapped his cheeks. Ha! Fantastising again. It's nothing more than an impulse, a delusion driven by the human instinct for procreation and countless hormonal urges. When is reality ever that wonderful? Fumi Yajin's heart grew cold once more. Women will only slow down the speed at which I draw my sword. Ha! What are you doing here again? Nika seemed to have heard the slap, turning her head to glance at him before teasing him a little. Looks like the smell made you hungry. So impatient. She picked up a pair of clean chopsticks from the side. She picked up a small piece of scrambled egg from the wok, blew on it gently to cool it down. Then, cupping her left hand underneath, she walked over and brought the egg to his lips. Open up, say ah, she said, as if coaxing a small child. Fumi Yajin was slightly taken aback, but he complied and opened his mouth. The girl rose slightly onto her tiptoes and carefully placed the piece of egg in his mouth. How is it? Fumi Yajin chewed for a moment. The heat was controlled well and the saltiness was just right. For a home-cooked meal, it was quite good, but that was all. It wasn't exceptionally delicious, nor did it have any ingredients that would make him glow with shock like in Shuyuka Ichiban. However, when Fumi Yajin saw the sparkling anticipation in the girl's glistening eyes, yeah, it's delicious, Fumi Yajin said with a nod. He, I do it every day, after all. Even I have a few things I'm good at. Najika smiled happily, lifting her pale chin proudly. Then she said, okay, go wait now. Lunch will be ready in 10 minutes, tops. With that, she bounced back to the stove and got back to work. Fumi Yajin nodded and returned to the living room, his expression blank. He picked up his glass and drank some water, but it was as if construction had started upstairs. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. So noisy. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 18. The Little Angel's Night Raid. It was late at night. The light drizzle from earlier in the evening had now become a downpour, accompanied by claps of thunder. In the guest room of the Fumiya household, a small figure curled up amidst the new bedding, trembling with each peal of thunder. Normally, Najika wasn't particularly afraid of thunder. She was a big girl, after all, but this time was different. Although she had done a good job of hiding it during the day, deep down, she was terrified of the next samsara game. It was only when she was with Fumi Yajin that she felt a sense of security, allowing her to temporarily forget her fear. But now, in the middle of the night, when negative emotions spread more easily, and with Fumi Yajin not by her side, that fear naturally came rushing back. She kept remembering the blood and flesh-caked chainsaw from the last game, the pools of blood on the floor, the acrid, metallic stench in the air. In her already fearful state, the storm outside acted as a catalyst, making her feel even worse. No, I can't think about that. I have to fall asleep quickly. I'll try deep breathing. Shhhh. Shhhh. No, I'm gonna suffocate. Shhhh. Shhhh. Sob, stupid nose, why won't you breathe on your own? Do I really have to control you? The girl gradually realized that falling asleep tonight would be an incredibly difficult task. If this were a normal day, it wouldn't really matter, she could just mess around on her phone and stay up late. Since tomorrow was the weekend, even pulling an all-nighter wouldn't be a big deal. The crucial part, however, was that Fumi Yajin had already arranged for them to go to the next samsara game together first thing in the morning. This was the very reason Najika was enduring the embarrassment of staying over at his house. If she didn't sleep well tonight and entered the game tomorrow all drowsy, she was already weak, and she'd probably be full of openings, getting herself killed in an instant. And she might even get Fumi Yasan killed with her? At that thought, her heart clenched. No, that absolutely cannot happen. I have to get to sleep right now. I'm not scared at all, I'm so sleepy, I really want to sleep. The moment I close my eyes, I'll fall asleep. She began trying to hypnotize herself. However, as everyone knows, the more you try not to be scared, the more scared you become. The more you fear insomnia, the more likely you are to lie awake until dawn. As she kept forcing herself, her fear and anxiety only intensified, until her head began to ache and she found it hard to breathe. No, this is bad. The girl opened her eyes, feeling a little desperate. If it only affected me, that would be one thing, but if I get Fumi Yasan hurt, that would be unforgivable. He trusts me so much. She definitely wasn't going to beat this insomnia on her own, she had to ask for help. So, she sat up, took out her phone, and opened her contacts. Her sister. No. Rio. No. Anyone else? Even more impossible. She couldn't possibly discuss the samsara game with anyone else. The only option was, but going to a boy's bedroom in the middle of the night. Just the thought made Najika's cheeks burn. However, after a moment of hesitation, the girl couldn't think of any other way. She carefully got out of bed, tiptoed out of the room, and came to the door of Fumi Yajin's room. After hesitating again and again, she finally knocked. Come in, a reply came from inside after a few seconds. Najika opened the door just a crack and cautiously peeked her head in. The lights were off in the room, but through the moonlight streaming in from the window, she could vaguely make out the silhouette of Fumi Yajin, who had already sat up in his bed. What's up? Fumi rubbed his eyes. He had clearly been asleep and was woken up by her knock. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for waking you. But I'm just really nervous, and I can't seem to fall asleep. I'm afraid it'll affect tomorrow's game, so Najika said, lowering her head. Fumi heard this and was quite understanding. It's a game where you can die, after all, and we're about to go through it again. Any normal person would be nervous. It must have been tough pretending to be so relaxed and carefree in front of me all day, huh? Najika froze for a second, looking at him in astonishment. You could tell. Yeah, just a little, Fumi said, making a tiny gesture with his fingers. Najika scratched her head, embarrassed. Oh, I thought I was hiding it well. But it wasn't a complete act, you know. When I'm around you, I really do feel a little less scared. Is that so? You feel better when I'm around. Fumi thought for a moment. All right then, I guess I'll have to make a little sacrifice. He suddenly threw back one side of his blanket, revealing an empty space. Then he patted the spot and looked at Najika. Come on. Come, what? Najika blinked. Let's sleep together, Fumi said with a perfectly straight face. Najika was dumbfounded, her face instantly turning beet red. How could I possibly do something like that? You're a boy. Fumi sighed. Tomorrow, we're heading into battle together. We could lose our lives at any moment, so why worry about pointless formalities? Najika scratched her cheek. But I've never slept with a boy before. I think it would just make it even harder for me to sleep. Girls are so much trouble, Fumi said, looking a little annoyed. Well, excuse me for not being able to calmly sleep next to a boy my age. My sincerest apologies. Najika puffed out her cheeks and said huffily. Then what do you suggest? Najika was suddenly at a loss. Okay, I don't know what to do either. Fumi sighed. Looks like he'd have to figure something out himself. He thought for a moment, then suddenly got out of bed. Seeing him get out from under the covers, Najika was a little worried she might see something she shouldn't, but her fears were unfounded. Fumi was wearing pajamas. Fumi walked over to her, reached out, and took one of her hands, holding it in his. Her small hand was soft and smooth, its palm unusually warm and damp, a clear sign that the girl had agonized for a long time over whether or not to come ask for his help. Najika was stunned. What are you doing? How do you feel now? Now? A little sudden, a little embarrassed. Who's asking about that? Fumi said irritably. What about your fear? Is it a little better? The girl scratched her cheek. I think, maybe it is. Are you especially nervous and shy? If it's just holding hands, I think, I can handle it, Najika said in a small voice. Then we'll do this, Fumi decided on a plan. This. Najika looked at him, confused. Fumi didn't bother explaining further. He took her hand and led her back to her guest room. He had her get into bed and lie down. Then he found a chair, sat down beside her bed, and held her hand. This should be better, right? He asked. Najika understood now, but she was also very surprised. Are you going to sit here and stay with me? But how are you going to get any rest? Stay with you all night? In your dreams? Given our current relationship as mere teammates, you haven't earned that level of treatment yet, Fumi teased. I'm just going to stay until you fall asleep, then I'm going back to my room. But even so, isn't this too much trouble for you? Najika said, full of concern. Don't overthink it. I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing it for my own survival rate. You came to me for help because you understood that, right? So don't worry about it now. Focus on sleeping peacefully. That's the best way you can actually help me, Fumi said. You're right. But I don't know when I'll be able to fall asleep. It might be really late. If you keep thinking about how you have to fall asleep, you definitely won't. You need a distraction. Fumi thought for a moment. How about I tell you a fairy tale? A bedtime story? Do you think I'm a kid? Najika pouted slightly. Then I just won't tell you a kid's story, Fumi shrugged. There are fairy tales that aren't for kids. Najika was a little confused. You bet there are, buddy. I'll tell you the story of Snow White and the Seven Goblins. That title. What kind of fairy tale is that? Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 19. What are a beautiful girl's borrowed sweatpants for? A sliver of morning light slipped through a gap in the curtains, bathing the room in a soft glow. The girl awoke. She opened her eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling, different from the one she was used to seeing. For a moment, the girl was bewildered, but she quickly remembered she had stayed the night at Fumiya-san's home. This was his guest room. Realizing this, the girl sighed in relief. She let out a small yawn, turned her head, and glanced around. Ha! She gasped, startled, because she discovered a boy slumped over the side of the bed to her left, fast asleep, and her left hand was still tightly clasped with his right. What? Fumiya-san. Najika's eyes flew wide open. Fumiya stirred and quickly woke up. As he sat up, a series of cracks and pops echoed from his joints. Clearly, for someone of his height, sleeping in that position all night had left his body incredibly stiff and sore. But Fumiya acted as if nothing was wrong, even giving Najika a small wave. Morning. Najika was bewildered. Why are you, didn't you say you'd go get some rest after I fell asleep? Fumi Yajin rolled his eyes and raised his right hand and, of course, the girl's left hand, still clasped tightly with his, rose with it. You were holding on this tight. How was I supposed to leave? Najika stared in surprise, a flush of heat rising to her cheeks as she quickly tried to pull her hand back, but after a few tugs, she couldn't get it free. The strange part was, Fumi Yajin wasn't even gripping her hand tightly to stop her. What was going on? Najika looked down, and upon closer inspection, she finally understood. Last night, when they had first joined hands, it had been a simple, normal grip. With that kind of hold, one person could easily pull their hand away as long as the other didn't tighten their grip. Now, however, that was no longer the case. Their hands weren't in a standard 10-finger interlace, but several of their fingers were now tightly intertwined, locked in the spaces between each other's. Because of this, even with Fumi Yajin doing nothing, it would take considerable effort for Najika to pull her hand free by force. How did it end up like this? Najika asked, astonished. Fumi Yajin gestured with his free hand. Last night, after you fell asleep, I tried to pull my hand away to leave. But right when I was about to get free, you suddenly locked your fingers with mine and started gripping tighter and tighter, even mumbling some incoherent sleep talk. I waited for you to quiet down and tried a few more times, but I couldn't get my hand out without nearly waking you. So, I gave up. If I'd woken you up, all that effort to calm you down would have gone to waste, wouldn't it? What? Really? A deep, lovely blush spread across Najika's fair cheeks as if a drop of red ink had bloomed on paper. She lowered her head in utter mortification. Oh my gosh, what did I do? I'm so sorry, I had no idea this would happen. Fumi Yajin waved it off. It's not that big of a deal. My body's a bit stiff, but I still got some sleep, so I feel alright. Come on, let's get some breakfast. We have to head to the battlefield soon. Najika looked up at him, her expression full of concern. She could even see faint bloodshot veins in his eyes. But are you really okay like this? Do you want to sleep a little more? No need, I'm fine, Fumi Yajin shook his head. Besides, even if my body is a bit stiff and tired, it's a fair trade for a clear-headed teammate. Najika froze for a second, suddenly feeling an immense weight of trust and responsibility settle upon her. Biting her lip, she looked at Fumi Yajin with determination. I understand. I'll give it my all. Breakfast was simple, fried eggs, ham, and milk. After they finished, Najika habitually stood up to clear the dishes, but Fumi Yajin stopped her. That can wait, Fumi Yajin said, looking at her seriously. We're entering the instance in 10 minutes. There's something important we need to discuss before then. Najika paused, then sat back down, her expression turning serious as well. What is it? We need to pick codenames for ourselves, Fumi Yajin said with a grave expression. Ha! Najika was baffled. Is that really considered important? Of course, Fumi Yajin nodded. Think about it. How did I find you? From my school uniform and my name. As she said it, something clicked. You mean you're worried other people could find us the same way? Fumi Yajin nodded. We can't be sure how many people will be in this game, and we don't know if there are any malicious players among them. It's necessary to prevent doxing before it can happen. As he spoke, he stood up, walked over to a cabinet, and pulled open a drawer. He took out two decorative, cartoon-style face masks. One had a cat design, the other a rabbit. I prepared these, too. Pick one, Fumi Yajin said. The last instance proved we can't bring in outside items like phones, but a mask might be considered part of our clothing. It might be allowed in. So cute. Najika took the masks and looked them over before choosing the rabbit one. She looked at Fumi Yajin with admiration. You think of everything. I never would have considered this. It's fine. Everyone has their own strengths. Just do your best when it's your turn to help. Fumi Yajin shrugged. So, any ideas for a codename? A codename? Najika scratched her head. I might have ideas for an online handle, but a codename people would actually call me. That's so hard to come up with. Actually, I already thought of one for you, Fumi Yajin said. What is it? Pudding. Pudding. Najika blinked. Inspired by your hair color, Fumi Yajin explained. Miss Pudding sounds decent enough, right? It's cute, but isn't it a little shameless? Najika scratched her cheek. It's like I'm calling myself as sweet as pudding. Fumi Yajin thought for a moment. For you, Najika, I think it's a perfect fit. Oh. Najika paused, her face flushing slightly. If you say so, then, okay, I'll use that one. What about you? Of course I thought of one for myself. Fumi Yajin's gaze turned a little mischievous. Najika, do you know how to say doctor in English? In English. Najika thought for a moment. Doctor. Nope. Fumi Yajin immediately shook his head. That's the word, but not the pronunciation. Yours is too standard. It needs to be more Japanese. More like katakana. More Japanese. Najika scratched her head in confusion. Then, she tentatively sounded it out. Doku, ta. Yes, that's the one. Fumi Yajin exhaled, looking completely satisfied. Now that's what I'm talking about. Najika was completely bewildered. What was that all about? Why did that make him so happy? With their codenames decided and masks on, the two of them prepared to leave. But then Fumi Yajin noticed another problem. He looked Najika's dress up and down. It was very cute, but wearing a dress like that into a dangerous instance was a little. Najika quickly understood his unspoken concern and scratched her hair, embarrassed. I didn't expect to stay the night. I thought I'd be going home, so I was planning to change into combat-appropriate clothes today. Should I run home and change now? That's too much trouble. Fumi Yajin shook his head. After a moment's thought, he added, you could wear one of my t-shirts, it's okay if it's a little baggy. But any of my sweatpants would be way too big for you. Then what should we do? Najika wondered. Should we go to the nearest shopping district and buy a pair? If there were no other options, that seemed like the most reliable plan. Fumi Yajin considered it and was about to agree when he suddenly remembered something. Today's Saturday. I have an idea. Wait here a second. Fumi Yajin left his house and walked over to the detached house next door, ringing the doorbell. A moment later, accompanied by the sound of pattering footsteps, the door opened. A beautiful, white-haired girl with striking features, wearing a black and white rosette headband, peeked out. Seeing Fumi Yajin, she started in surprise. Oh, Fumi Yasan, are you out of seclusion? As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Fumi Yajin, and her heart began to flutter erratically. What's going on? Fumi Yasan seems so much more handsome now. Is it just because I haven't seen him in a few days? Am I really this boy crazy? Yeah, I'm done with my seclusion. Fumi Yajin nodded. This whole seclusion business was just a white lie. The girl before him was Kei Shirogane, the same girl he had happened to save while he was seeing death countdowns everywhere. After they met by chance, he learned she and her father were looking for an affordable place to live. Since he happened to have a house for rent, he offered it to them. After they became neighbors, Kei Shirogane, eternally grateful for him saving her life, would come over every so often to help clean his house as repayment. Fumi Yajin didn't mind. A few days ago, however, Fumi Yajin had believed his own demise was imminent. Worried that she might get caught up in whatever was about to happen, he told her he was going into a writing seclusion for the week and asked her not to disturb him. As a result, Kei Shirogane hadn't contacted him at all. Kei-chan, I need your help with something urgent, Fumi Yajin said, looking at her. Oh. Kei Shirogane was taken aback. What is it? If it's something I can do, I'll do my very best. You won't have to try that hard. Fumi Yajin said with a wry smile. Could you lend me a pair of your sweatpants? Ha, my sweatpants. Kei Shirogane was baffled. You want to borrow them, for? Fumi Yajin was 180 centimeters tall, a completely different build from her. The chance of him wearing her pants was practically zero. So, if he wasn't going to wear them, why would a boy ask to borrow a girl's clothes? Even someone as relatively innocent as Kei Shirogane couldn't stop her mind from going down a strange path, and her cheeks flushed faintly. No way. Even if it's for that. Borrowing sweatpants is kind of a weird fetish, isn't it? If it had been anyone else, Kei Shirogane would have already called them a pervert, slammed the door in their face, and ignored them forever. But this was Fumi Yasan. He was different. Do you want a pair I've already worn? Kei Shirogane averted her eyes and scratched her hair, her voice barely a whisper. Seeing her reaction, Fumi Yajin instantly knew what she was thinking. He rolled his eyes. Where is your mind going? An unworn pair would be best, obviously. Kei Shirogane blinked, letting out a small sigh of relief, though strangely, she also felt a tiny pang of disappointment. She turned back to Fumi Yajin. Then what are they for, to be worn? Fumi Yajin explained, a female friend of mine is visiting and she accidentally dirted her dress. She doesn't have a change of clothes, so I thought I'd ask you for help. Hearing this, Kei Shirogane heart, which had just begun to relax, instantly tensed up again. A girl, in Fumi Yasan's house, dirted her dress so badly she can't wear it anymore. WHWH what? Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 20. Don't fall into darkness. A scorching, salty, and fishy wind blew across his face. It was so humid it felt sticky. Caw-caw. The cries of birds could be heard, but they didn't sound much like the birds one would hear in the city. Fumi Yajin slowly opened his eyes. An orange-red sky, clear for miles. In the distance, the setting sun gradually approached the horizon, and, under the sunset's glow, the shimmering waves and a vast beach, constantly washed over by the tide. What a beautiful view. If he weren't seeing it in this damn death game, he'd probably be enjoying it immensely. As Fumi Yajin grumbled this internally, he suddenly felt a weight on his left shoulder. He turned his head to look. He saw several other people lying on the nearby sand. He and Najika were the exception. 2 of them were sitting side by side, leaning against a large rock. The girl's small head was resting on his left shoulder, which was the source of the pressure. Fumi Yajin was slightly taken aback and looked at the girl so close to him. Her skin was fair and supple, without a single visible flaw even at this close distance. Her pure and lovely face radiated the languor of a sleeping kitten, making her seem especially delicate and captivating. Her soft, golden blonde hair cascaded down the front of his shoulder. The tips of her hair tickled his arm, moving slightly with each of her breaths. A faint fragrance emanated from her, seeming to dilute the salty, fishy smell of the sea breeze. Fumi Yajin gazed at the girl's face and her small, glossy lips. A jolt of alarm went through him. What's going on? This girl, her mask is gone. No, not just hers. The mask he was wearing was gone too. He felt his pockets, his phone and a roll of emergency bandages were also missing. Could it be that you really can't bring anything in besides your clothes? And what's more, Fumi Yajin also felt that his stomach seemed empty. He had just eaten a full breakfast with Najika, but now his stomach felt completely empty. No way, they even empty your stomach? Are you for real? Fuck you, son of a bitch. Get your goddamn feet away from me. A sudden roar came from not far away. Everyone on the beach was startled. Nika, who was resting on Fumi Yajin's shoulder, was also jolted awake. She lifted her head in surprise, rubbing her eyes, still a bit dazed. But when she clearly saw Fumi Yajin beside her and realized her position before waking up, her fair cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She nervously smoothed her hair and whispered, we're already in the instance, right? Fumi Yajin didn't call her out on it, simply pointing ahead. Yeah, there are quite a few people this time. Nika paused for a moment, then looked forward along with Fumi Yajin. The others had all woken up by now and were getting up from the ground. Besides Fumi Yajin and his companion, there were 3 men and 2 women, 5 people in total. A tall, well-built young black man with dreadlocks. A chubby young man wearing a t-shirt with a Kaizuki Eri printed on it. A tall, thin, mixed-race man with curly hair and distinct Southeast Asian features. A heavy-set woman with a fleshy face, wearing a t-shirt that said Born to Love. And finally, a pink-haired woman in tight sportswear, who carried herself with an extremely dignified and mature air. Judging by her demeanor, figure, and clothes, she seemed like a middle-aged socialite, but her skin was so well-maintained that it was hard to guess her age. The one who had just roared was the man with dreadlocks. He was gripping the chubby man's collar, his expression ferocious. "You wanna die, kid? Your fucking shoes were almost in my mouth," the dreadlocked man said with a grim face. "SSS. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I was like this when I woke up. Really, I swear to God." The chubby man, trembling with fear, quickly apologized. Seeing this, the others were a bit bewildered and didn't know how to intervene. Moreover, they all quickly realized something. Dreadlocked man was clearly speaking English with a heavy accent and unclear enunciation. But even those who weren't native English speakers could instantly understand him, without even needing to mentally translate it, as if they were listening to their own native language. The sensation was quite strange, or perhaps, magical. A bone-chilling voice suddenly echoed in their minds, interrupting everyone's thoughts. "Welcome to the Samsara game. A new game is about to begin. Instance name, Secluded Island. Game type, Survival. Clear condition, survive until dawn 3 days from now. Instance hint, do not fall into the darkness. The game has officially begun." The voice wasn't loud, but it possessed a magical quality that seemed to grip their hearts, making them feel as if they had lost control of their own breathing. Only after the echo in their minds had completely faded did everyone begin to gasp for air, one after another. The dreadlocked man let go of the chubby man, who plopped onto the ground. The silence lasted for over 10 seconds. Fumi Yajin silently glanced over the heads of the group, a flicker of shock and gravity in his eyes. But he didn't speak. In the end, it was the curly-haired Southeast Asian man who broke the silence. "Everyone, you're all players, right?" The language he spoke was clearly not English or any other common tongue. It seemed to be a Southeast Asian language. Yet, everyone understood him instantly. The group fell silent for a moment, but no one denied it. After a while, they all nodded. The curly-haired man gave a hearty smile and said, "You all must have heard the game prompt. Since it's a survival game, we should be working together. Why don't we start with some friendly introductions? I'll go first. My name is Haji, from Indonesia. I've been in one trial instance before, but this is my first official one. I grew up by the sea, so I'm a good swimmer and pretty familiar with this kind of environment. I should be able to help out." After speaking, he looked towards the chubby guy and the dreadlocked guy. The dreadlocked guy had an arrogant look, pursing his lips and not responding. The chubby guy, however, was quick to respond. He got up from the sand, dusted himself off, and squeezed out a somewhat comical smile. "This is my first official instance too. My name is Jun Maruyama, from Japan. You can all just call me Maruyama. It's a pleasure to be working with you all." Next were the 2 women. The dignified woman hesitated for only a moment before giving everyone a small smile that radiated an incredibly warm and approachable aura. "My name is Aoi Sato. I work as an administrator for a private company. I'm likely the oldest among you, and I have children. For convenience, you can just call me Madam." The curly-haired man and the chubby guy were both stunned to hear this. If you ignored her overly mature and dignified demeanor and figure, and looked only at her face with her fair, delicate, and beautiful features, you'd absolutely believe her if she said she was in her 20s. She's taken way too good care of herself. Humph. So old, yet still acting like such a man-pleaser. The fleshy-faced woman, seeing the stunned gazes the men were giving the other woman, immediately felt annoyed and muttered a curse under her breath. The madam turned her head in confusion, not having heard what she said. "Excuse me, what did you just say?" The fleshy-faced woman pursed her lips. "Nothing. I was just saying, is it my turn now?" The madam keenly sensed the hostility in the other woman's eyes. Yet, even with her years of professional diplomatic experience, she couldn't immediately figure out where this hostility was coming from. She paused, startled, and said, yes, please go ahead." The fleshy-faced woman lifted her chin and said arrogantly, "You're all new players, right? Fine, then. This time, you'll all follow my lead. I'm a veteran player with plenty of experience. If you want to live, you'll do exactly as I say. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 21. The veteran player's plan. As soon as the brawny woman said this, the eyes of the others lit up. Everyone had been through the trial instance and understood the cruelty and danger of the samsara game. In a situation like this, having an experienced veteran player lead them through the instance would obviously boost their survival rate by a large margin. Even the black man with dreadlocks, who had been holding his head high with a cocky attitude, changed his expression. He stared at the brawny woman and walked toward her, step by step. Are you really a veteran player? Watching the mountain-like black figure approach, the brawny woman's expression shifted slightly, and she subconsciously clenched her fists. But her words were still defiant as she said coldly, "Of course. Why would I lie to you? I've already cleared 2 official games." The black man narrowed his eyes and asked again, "So, what's your level?" The brawny woman sneered, "I'm a veteran. I'm obviously much stronger than you rookies, in both abilities and equipment. I won't say more, but leading a few obedient followers through to the end is no problem." The black man started to laugh. "Good, very good." The brawny woman was taken aback. "What? You still don't believe me?" The black man shook his head, and then he suddenly bowed deeply to the brawny woman. "Big sis, the name's Daniel, your humble little brother. For the next 3 days, I'm with you." Everyone was stunned. Even the brawny woman herself was startled by his sudden bow. She took 2 steps back, thinking he was about to attack. After 2 or 3 seconds, she came back to her senses. "Are you serious?" The black man straightened up, rubbed his hands together, and put on a sycophantic grin. "Of course. I'm a man who knows which way the wind blows. As long as you can keep me alive, I'll do whatever you say. You want me to beat someone up, I'll beat them up." The brawny woman stared, then broke into a smile, feeling an unexpected sense of delight. "Very good. As long as you're willing to listen to me, I'll definitely get you through." The black man nodded immediately. "You got it. You point, I'll punch." For a moment, the brawny woman was feeling quite giddy. She turned her head and swept her gaze over the other 3, her meaning clear. "What about you?" The chubby guy, the madam, and the curly-haired man hesitated for only a moment before nodding, indicating their willingness to follow the veteran player. "Big sis, what should we do now? Do you have a plan?" the curly-haired man asked. "Now." The brawny woman paused slightly. A flicker of confusion, completely unbecoming of a veteran player, crossed her eyes, but it was only for an instant. She immediately narrowed her eyes to hide it, then put on an air of confidence. "This should be a deserted island. The instance requires us to survive for 3 days, so it must be a deserted island survival challenge. We just need to find food and water, right?" The brawny woman didn't have time to think too much, quickly proposing the most obvious idea she could think of, not wanting to show any weakness. Hearing this, the curly-haired man's spirits lifted. He raised his hand and said, "I grew up by the sea, so I'm good at finding food. There should be plenty of seafood on this beach. We can find a lot just by foraging during low tide. If that doesn't work, I can also dive without equipment and catch things in the sea. I can take care of the food." At these words, the eyes of the chubby guy, the black man, and the brawny woman all lit up. "You mean, we might even get to eat things like lobster and sea cucumber?" "That depends on what this part of the sea has to offer, but I can guarantee you all won't go hungry," the curly-haired man said, patting his chest. "Excellent." The brawny woman nodded at the curly-haired man in satisfaction. "You can get on that in a bit. As long as you're willing to put in the effort, rest assured, I will definitely get you through." "Thanks, big sis," the curly-haired man said with a smile. Just then, the pink-haired madam, looking at the excited group, frowned slightly, her expression somewhat grave. She mulled it over and decided she had to say something. But just as she was about to speak, a voice came from several meters away. "Sorry to interrupt your little fantasy, but shouldn't there be something more important to do right now?" Hearing this, the group of 5 paused, turning their heads in unison. They saw Fumi, and Nika, who were now on their feet and walking toward them. Previously, perhaps because they were the only pair, they were the only 2 sitting on a rock, and they were a good 4 or 5 meters away from the area where the others were gathered. Plus, since they were still seated and hadn't gotten up, the others had inadvertently overlooked their presence while talking. Now that the 2 were walking over, they finally realized there were still 2 people who hadn't introduced themselves. The brawny woman and the others took a good look at Fumi and his companion, and then, one by one, they were all stunned by their appearance. Najika's pure cuteness went without saying. The chubby guy and the curly-haired man found themselves staring, completely captivated. But what was even more striking was that Fumi, standing next to her, seemed a bit too handsome. It was one thing for the brawny woman to be practically starry-eyed, but even the men felt their hearts skip a beat. "Ah." The curly-haired man was dazed for a few seconds before snapping out of it. He laughed and said, I almost forgot, there are still 2 people who haven't introduced themselves." So, everyone looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman, ready to hear their introductions. But Fumi was in no mood for such pleasantries. He said flatly, "Our names are too long for you to remember. Just use our code names. I'm Doctor, she's Pudding. This is also our first official game. Also, we should hurry up and find materials to start a fire. Otherwise, we might not even get to eat any seafood before we're all dead." As soon as he said this, the brawny woman and the others froze. The madam's eyes, however, lit up, and her brow relaxed. "Start a fire? Is it really that urgent?" The curly-haired man trailed off, suddenly understanding halfway through his sentence. He whipped his head around, looked at the setting sun nearing the horizon, and had a moment of realization. He's right. The others weren't fools either. They had just been swept up in the good news of having a veteran player to carry them and had their attention diverted by the plan the brawny woman had proposed, so they hadn't thought of it. Now, with Fumi Yajin's reminder, they immediately understood. Yeah, we have to start a fire first. The chubby guy nodded emphatically. Otherwise, when it gets dark, we'll be plunged into darkness. Who knows what could happen then? The brawny woman finally realized she had almost led everyone astray. She gave an awkward cough. I was actually just about to mention that. After all, Haji can go forage for seafood alone. The rest of us, of course, need to get a fire started. The others didn't seem to mind much. We don't have a lighter. Are we supposed to make fire by drilling wood? The chubby guy asked, scratching his head. The curly-haired man raised his hand. I'm good at making fire too. But we'll need to prepare some tinder like cotton fluff, dry leaves, and twigs, as well as firewood for sustained burning. It's okay if the firewood is a bit damp, even freshly cut wood will work. Hearing this, everyone simultaneously looked toward the island's interior. Judging from the direction of the setting sun, it was easy to tell they were on the southeast side of the island. Here, there was a wide, crescent-shaped beach over 100 meters long and perhaps a dozen or so meters wide. Further inland was a small patch of parched grassland and shrubs on sandy soil, with most of the vegetation seemingly withered and dead from dehydration. Even further in was a dense forest, which likely covered more than 80% of the entire island. In that case, don't go foraging for seafood. You'll be in charge of finding tinder and dry branches. It shouldn't be hard to find dried-out materials in that shrub area, Fumi Yajin said, looking at the curly-haired man. The rest of us will head into the forest to see if we can find a suitable place to set up camp and chop some wood. The night is long, and we won't be able to move around in the dark, so we need to prepare enough firewood to last the entire night. Hey, kid, the big sis hasn't even spoken. Is it your place to be giving orders? The black man said, glancing at Fumi Yajin. The brawny woman, however, shot him a glare. You shut up. What he said is quite handsome, I mean quite right, and it's pretty much what I was planning anyway. Let's just do as he says. The black man was suddenly left in an awkward position. He scratched his head. Alright, big sis. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 22. The apple tree on the island. The man with the curly hair stayed in the area with the dead shrubs to gather materials for a fire. The madam thought for a moment and, suggesting it was a bit dangerous for him to be alone, chose to stay behind and help him gather. The others agreed. So, the remaining 5 walked through the grassy shrubland under the sunset's afterglow, eventually arriving at the edge of the forest. Fumi Doctor. Najika almost used the wrong name but caught herself in time. Fumi Yajin replied. Is there something in my hair? Najika asked, confused. No, I was just looking at the sky. Fumi Yajin shook his head, withdrawing his gaze, though a hint of gravity flashed in his eyes. But that was something to worry about later. For now, they had to get the fire started. He shook his head and looked toward the forest ahead. Unlike the patch of dead shrubs, the trees before them were lush and verdant. The green of the leaves filled their vision. Just arriving at the edge of the forest, a few wisps of cool breeze blowing out from within felt refreshingly comfortable. Ha, there are fruits over there. Is that an apple tree? The chubby guy walking off to the side suddenly exclaimed in delight, pointing to their front left. Everyone followed his finger and saw, just a few meters away, right at the edge of the forest, stood a large, thriving tree with a trunk as thick as an ox, extending several sturdy branches upward. It was indeed bearing round, green fruits that looked quite a lot like unripe apples. Would there be apple trees on a tropical island? Najika wondered quietly, but since she wasn't sure, she didn't dare say it loudly. The fleshy-faced woman and the black man, however, both had looks of joy on their faces. Apples? Won't that fill our stomachs and give us water? With this, and a fire, we've basically cleared the instance, right? The fleshy-faced woman turned to the black man. You can climb trees, can't you? Go pick 10 or so, and we'll have food for the next few days. Climb a tree? A piece of cake. The black man was straightforward, rolling up his sleeves and walking toward the tree. The chubby guy also rubbed his hands together, ready to help. Don't pick them randomly. They're poisonous, Fumi Yajin said, waving his hand. The black man and the other 2 paused and turned back. What do you mean? The chubby guy asked, confused. Apple trees are temperate plants. How could they possibly grow on a tropical island like this? Fumi Yajin rolled his eyes. This thing is called a manchineel tree, and its fruit is highly toxic. I don't know if eating 1 or 2 will kill you, but vomiting, diarrhea, and chemical burns in your digestive tract are guaranteed. There are no hospitals in this instance. If you'd like to experience a fate worse than death, you can pretend I said nothing. For real. The black man was a bit skeptical. You're not trying to trick us into not picking them just so you can come back and eat them yourself, are you? If you don't believe me, you can try a bite. 1 bite probably won't kill you. Fumi Yajin spread his hands. I just don't want you to slow down our wood gathering. It's almost dark. Hearing him say that, the black man felt a chill and, after glancing at the tree, didn't dare to take another step forward. The fleshy-faced woman looked at Fumi Yajin and, seeing how certain he was, nodded. The handsome young man has a point. Don't pick them. We won't starve from not eating for 1 night. Let's keep going further in and see if there are any other fruits. The group continued deeper into the forest. After walking less than 10 meters, it already felt much cooler. Everyone, who had been sweating profusely on the hot beach, breathed a sigh of relief. The trees grew denser, and the weeds and shrubs became thicker. Can you guys hear that? It sounds like there's some noise, and there seems to be a lot of it. The chubby guy said as he walked, his expression turning strange. Fumi Yajin furrowed his brow and listened carefully. There were indeed some very small, subtle sounds coming from the bushes ahead. If one didn't hold their breath and listen intently, they would have missed it. Be careful, he warned. On an island like this, the probability of venomous snakes and insects is very high. The black man chuckled. What jungle doesn't have a few snakes and bugs? That stuff only scares softies like you. As he spoke, he took the lead, pushed aside the bushes in front of them, and stepped through to take a look. Fuck. He immediately executed a backstep that seemed to defy the laws of physics. He had to twist his body at an angle impossible for an ordinary person to instantly spring back. This was clearly accomplished using some kind of special ability. Then, he spun around abruptly, and sprinted frantically back the way they came. Everyone was stunned. What the hell was happening? They looked past the bushes he had just entered, and saw a long, black and white striped thing, slithering out. Then another, and then several more. They even looked up at the trees, and realized there were several more of different colors dangling from the large tree ahead. Shit! The others finally understood. They immediately turned and bolted out of the forest. As Fumi Yajin turned to run, he noticed Nika was frozen in fear, her slender legs trembling. He quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her along. What are you spacing out for? Run! The group sprinted all the way back out of the forest and returned to the area of dead shrubs. The man with the curly hair and the madam, who were still gathering dead branches, were completely bewildered to see the group, who had been in the forest for less than 2 minutes, suddenly come rushing back out. What's wrong? The man with the curly hair asked. There are, snakes. Lots of snakes. The chubby guy said, bent over and panting, his face pale. Snakes. The man with the curly hair scratched his head. But aren't a few snakes in a forest pretty normal? Were those a few snakes, you son of a beach? The dreadlocked black man had a crazed expression as if he'd just eaten shit. I pushed aside those bushes and looked. There were at least a dozen of them on the ground right behind it, all colorful, and who knows how many in the trees. Ha! The man with the curly hair and the madam were both shocked. The madam thought for a moment and asked, so, what kind of snakes were they? Were they venomous? Yes. They were all brightly colored, looked venomous at a glance, the black man said, still shaken. They are venomous, Fumi Yajin added. I took a quick look and only recognized a few types: many banded krites, black-browed pit vipers, not to mention the ones I don't recognize, but just these two alone are highly venomous. One bite, and without anti-venom, a person would be gone very quickly. What? Hearing this, everyone's face turned green. No one had expected death to have just brushed past them so closely. And the black man, the only one who had stepped directly into the bushes and almost trod on 2 of the venomous snakes, shivered violently. Son of a bitch, is this forest even meant for humans? Looks like our luck isn't great. This might be a snake island, Fumi Yajin said with a shrug. Judging by the density of venomous snakes we just saw, I estimate there are at least 10,000 of them in this entire forest. 10,000 venomous snakes? My god. The chubby guy began to tremble. How are we supposed to go into this forest? It's impossible, right? You couldn't pay me to go back in there. The dreadlocked black man's bravado was gone, but Fumi Yajin shook his head. No, we still have to go chop down trees. These small branches from the shrubs won't last us the whole night, let alone the 3 nights we have to survive. Everyone was shocked. They all stared at him as if he were a monster. Still chopping trees? Do you have a death wish? Fumi Yajin calmly shook his head. Snakes like heat, but they can't stand the scorching air on the sun-baked beach, so they definitely don't like to linger at the very edge of the forest near the beach. If we only cut down a few trees on the outermost edge, the risk should be relatively low. Even if we run into 1 or 2, they won't be hard to deal with. Hearing this, they thought about it and felt it made some sense, but that's just speculation, isn't it? The black man said, narrowing his eyes. Just because snakes don't like staying at the edge doesn't mean they'll never come over. If one comes and bites you, your life is over. Fumi Yajin looked at the black man and said, if we don't have enough firewood, we'll be gone tonight all the same. It's not like we're guaranteed to die when it gets dark, the black man retorted stubbornly. Besides, you keep talking about chopping down trees, but we don't even have a fucking axe. How are we supposed to cut them down? Not necessarily, Fumi Yajin said, glancing at the sky. There wasn't much time left. If possible, he didn't want to reveal his abilities so soon, just as everyone else was keeping quiet about their own. But now, there really wasn't enough time. He sighed lightly and said, I have a way to cut down the trees, but you all have to help me carry them. You. The black man shot a sidelong glance at his arm. With those skinny arms and legs? You think you can chop a few small branches? And you need all of us to help carry them? Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 23. Pandering to men and women, you really deserve to die. Night had completely fallen. Crackle. The firewood, not given time to dry, let out a series of pops in the flames. Fortunately, this didn't stop it from burning. The fire gradually grew stronger, illuminating a large circular area on the open beach. It was quite bright for at least 5 meters around. Everyone sat around the bonfire, but because the crackling fire sent wood chips and sparks flying, they didn't dare sit too close, maintaining a distance of 2 to 3 meters. 4 meters north of the bonfire was a large, half-person high stack of firewood, along with some scattered dry branches. It would be no problem to keep the fire going through the night. There would even be a considerable surplus. Looking at the vigorous flames and the ample firewood, everyone gradually let out a sigh of relief. Then, they all looked with some admiration toward the handsome young man sitting on the south side of the fire, who seemed to be deep in thought. It was Fumi Yajin. However, unlike the others, at this moment, Fumi Yajin didn't feel the slightest bit relaxed. The problem of starting a fire was solved, but a much more troublesome weight was pressing on his mind. The death countdown. Shortly after entering the game, Fumi Yajin had scanned everyone's countdowns. The situation at the time was quite strange. The dreadlocked black man, the fleshy-faced woman, the madam, and the little fatty, these four all had over 210,000. A rough calculation showed they could live until dawn on the third day, which should mean they would clear the instance. But the curly-haired man had just over 85,000. He would die a day later, tomorrow evening. Of course, none of that was the most critical part. The most critical part was himself and Nika. Fumi Yajin's own countdown was over 64,000, and Nijika's was over 82,000. In other words, if nothing changed due to this countdown, the two of them would die tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon, respectively, even earlier than the curly-haired man. This was extremely bad. And now, although more than an hour had passed since they arrived in the game, there had been no strange changes to anyone's countdown. It had merely decreased by a few thousand seconds from before. Their time of death had not been affected in any way. So, what kind of massive crisis would they encounter tomorrow that would cause himself, Nijika, and the curly-haired guy to die one after another? And the little fatty and the others, who currently didn't seem to have any powerful abilities, could actually survive to clear the instance? What on earth was going on? Doctor. A voice came from the side. It wasn't the pronunciation he liked to hear, nor was it a clear female voice. It was a gruff, American English accent. Fumi Yajin turned his head and saw it was the dreadlocked black guy. The guy, who had been extremely arrogant before, always holding his head high with a swagger, was now hunched over, a forced smile on his face, looking cautious as if afraid of getting beaten. The contrast was quite strong. Fumi Yajin raised an eyebrow slightly. Something you need. The black guy quickly waved his hands. No, it's nothing important. I just wanted to tell you, I was a bit too loud earlier. You're a bigger man than that, please don't mind it, haha. Fumi Yajin was slightly amused and said mockingly, why so arrogant before and so humble now? Under normal circumstances, an American would have a hard time understanding that phrase. But with the strange power of the instance's auto-translation, even this dreadlocked guy understood it instantly. The guy gave a bitter smile and scratched his head. Can't be helped, man. That move of yours just now was too brutal. I'm truly impressed. He still clearly remembered the scene from half an hour ago. Fumi Yajin had led them to the edge of the forest, found a few trees as thick as a bull, and then, swoosh swoosh swoosh. They only saw the flash of a blade, saw what looked like cherry blossoms scattering, and then, crash, crash, crash. One after another, the trees came falling down. Although those trees weren't particularly thick or towering, to cut them down instantly with such a smooth, clean cross-section was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. The black guy had no doubt that if Fumi Yajin used that slash on him, he'd be cut in half at the waist. The most crucial part was that his strike was terrifyingly fast. You couldn't even see it clearly. How could you possibly dodge it? So you can fucking one-shot people at close range, huh? Anyway, I'll absolutely never go against you in the future, big bro. Please, don't chop me up. The guy promised, trembling. Fumi Yajin rolled his eyes. I'm not some crazed killer. As long as you don't cause trouble or harm anyone, why would I attack you? Hearing this, the black guy breathed a small sigh of relief. Then, he glanced up at the fleshy-faced woman ahead and to the side. Seeing she wasn't looking, he lowered his head and whispered to Fumi Yajin, Doctor, big bro, let me be bold and ask, are you a veteran player? You seem way stronger than that woman. If it weren't for you today, we'd probably have fallen into her trap already. Who knows what would have happened to us? If you're really a veteran, I'll follow you. I'll do whatever you say, no questions asked. Fumi Yajin was amused. This guy was big and brawny, but he was the ultimate fence-sitter. He'd side with whoever was winning. However, in the samsara game, when it came to survival, this wasn't necessarily the wrong approach. I'm not a veteran player, Fumi Yajin shook his head frankly. This is indeed my first official game. Then how can you have such an amazing... He stopped mid-sentence, because the black guy saw the fleshy-faced woman look over and get up to walk toward them. What are you two talking about? The fleshy-faced woman sat down to Fumi Yajin's left, trying to force a friendly smile that wasn't very effective due to her fleshy cheeks. Nothing, the black guy scratched his head. Just expressing my admiration for the doctor. Finished expressing yourself. The fleshy-faced woman shot him a glance. Go add some firewood. A bunch of men letting that little girl tend the fire by herself, is that right? The black guy froze for a second, realizing she was shooing him away so she could talk to Fumi Yajin privately. He immediately nodded. Right, big sis, I'm on it. A flash of satisfaction appeared in the fleshy-faced woman's eyes. This guy was pretty good at being a lackey, he knew his place. She turned back to Fumi Yajin and said, Hey handsome, you did very well today. Fumi Yajin didn't really want to talk to her and replied flatly, it was alright, just trying to survive. This instance is so dangerous, there might still be threats tonight. We need to set up a night watch, the fleshy-faced woman said with a smile. How about, you and I take the watch tonight? I don't think the others are very reliable, and you're the most capable one here. Fumi Yajin suddenly turned and glanced at the woman, catching a hint of lust in her eyes that she couldn't hide in time. Oh my god, I've been targeted by a thirsty woman. It seems this loved by all superpower doesn't always have positive returns. The problem is, it matters who's being thirsty. If it were Yuki Suao being this thirsty, he might actually be a little interested in playing along. As for this fleshy-faced woman, even if she were naked in his bed and he was forced to drink 2 bottles of aphrodisiac, he probably still couldn't bring himself to do anything. He doesn't eat pork. However, after pondering for a few seconds, Fumi Yajin didn't completely reject the suggestion either. I'm definitely not going to sleep. The rest of you can take turns, Fumi Yajin said with a shrug. The fleshy-faced woman smiled. It's fine, I'm a night owl too. I can definitely keep you company all night. At least with someone to talk to, you won't get so sleepy. Fumi Yajin. Overconfident women are such a turnoff. The problem is, this is a 3-day instance. Getting on her bad side on the first day would definitely create huge problems for his survival later on, especially since a crisis sufficient to kill him and Najika was due tomorrow. So, all conflicts and internal strife had to be avoided as much as possible. Doctor. At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from his side. Her golden hair swayed gently in the firelight as the angelic girl walked step by step to his side, as if bringing a holy light that could save the world to shine upon him. Fumi Yajin looked at her, truly feeling like he was seeing an angel who had come to his rescue. I think I heard you talking about the night watch. Najika came to his side, sitting down closely to his right. She looked at him with soft, watery eyes and said, I'm wide awake. I'll keep watch with you. Seeing this, the fleshy-faced woman's expression instantly darkened. What the hell? What are you doing here? I sent the black guy to add firewood for you so he would get lost, not so you'd have free time to come over and ruin my plans. Also, who are you putting on that gentle expression and those watery eyes for? Seductive women are the worst, they should all die. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 24. A gentle haven, a hero's tomb. No. Faced with Najika's proposal, Fumi Yajin simply shook his head. You go to sleep first. I'll wake you up for the second half of the night to take over for me. Why? Najika was a bit confused. From her perspective, she definitely preferred to keep watch with Fumi Yajin. After all, the night was long, and everyone else was a stranger. Keeping watch with them would feel awkward. It would be much better with Fumi Yajin. Fumi Yajin thought for a moment. Lean in. Najika froze for a second, but still obediently leaned her ear closer. Fumi Yajin leaned close to her ear and whispered, It's because you're the only one here I trust. That's why one of us has to be resting while the other is awake. I'll take the first half of the night, so you go sleep. We'll switch for the second half. Wisps of warm breath entered the girl's ear along with his words. The ticklish sensation seemed to spread right to her heart. He only trusts me. Her cheeks instantly grew a little warm. An indescribable feeling of joy welled up inside her. She pulled back, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, bit her lip, and then looked back at him. Really? Why would I lie to you? Fumi Yajin said with a frank expression. Do you really trust me that much? Najika asked seriously. Of course, Fumi Yajin nodded. Then, Najika thought for a moment, then suddenly shifted her body to the right. They had been sitting right next to each other. Now there was about 20 centimeters of space between them. You lean your head over. I have a secret to tell you too. Ha! Fumi Yajin was a bit confused, but seeing the seriousness and anticipation in the girl's eyes, he didn't ask any more questions. He leaned his body to the right, bringing his head closer. Najika also reached out and placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. And then, with a sudden burst of strength, she pulled Fumi Yajin's leaning upper body off balance. Plop! Fumi Yajin fell over, his head landing on a pair of soft thighs. Of course, this was only because Fumi Yajin had completely let his guard down around Najika. Otherwise, with her meager strength, she could never have succeeded in such a surprise move. Ha! Fumi Yajin was momentarily stunned, feeling the fabric of the sweatpants against his cheek, and through it, a tender warmth. The girl's fresh, rich scent quietly enveloped him. In that moment, a slightly random thought even popped into his head. Is this scent Najika's, or Kei-chan's? Of course, the thought only flashed through his mind for an instant. After all, Fumi Yajin was a respectable person. He quickly composed himself, turned his head slightly, and looked up at the girl's downturned face. What are you doing? Najika was actually quite flustered herself at this moment. Her cheeks were burning, and she didn't know where to put her hands. After all, more than one person was watching them. Besides the fleshy-faced woman sitting right next to her, the curly-haired man and the little fatty in the distance were also casting sour glances their way. And to take the initiative to give a boy a lap pillow in front of several people was an exceedingly bold move for a young girl who had never even been in a relationship. She felt quite embarrassed inside. But, even so, she was still certain that this was what she had to do. You didn't sleep well last night. Today, you have to get proper sleep. So, I'll take the first watch, and you sleep. Fumi Yajin was taken aback for a moment, then understood what she meant. I actually slept okay last night. You don't need to blame yourself, Fumi Yajin said. You're lying, Najika pouted, looking into his eyes. You probably haven't even noticed, but your eyes are all bloodshot. Fumi Yajin was momentarily speechless. Although there was no mirror for him to see if his eyes were bloodshot, he could indeed feel the soreness in his eyes and a slight drowsiness in his mind. It couldn't be helped. After all, in the past week, he had only had 2 good nights of sleep. Especially during the first few days of that week, he had been thinking and running around intensely, striving to solve the death countdown. He probably only slept 2 or 3 hours a day, and his mind was constantly under extreme pressure. That had certainly taken a toll on his vitality. Although he had slept well on Thursday and Friday nights after the first instance ended. But anyone who has pulled an all-nighter knows that recovering from even one night can take several days. Not to mention he'd been burning the midnight oil under high pressure for the better part of a week. On top of that, sleeping slumped over the girl's bedside last night wasn't exactly comfortable. Having bloodshot eyes was perfectly normal. Actually, I'm starting to regret it a little. Last night, I should have listened to your suggestion and rested together. That way, at least you could have rested well. As for me, even if I was a bit nervous, I probably would have fallen asleep after a while. At least that would have ensured you weren't affected. Nika scratched her cheek and said softly, but now, here we are in this instance, and I'm still relying on you for everything. I haven't been much help at all. The thought that I'm just an extra burden to you doesn't sit well with me. So, Nika took a deep breath, lowered her head, and looked at Fumi seriously. Her glistening eyes reflected the flickering firelight, radiating a sense of determination. At the very least, please leave the night watch to me. I'll do my best to stay awake, and I promise to wake you up immediately if anything unusual happens, okay? Fumi looked into the girl's sparkling eyes and fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, alright then, I'll sleep first. Wake me up for the second half of the night, and then you can sleep, Fumi said. Does it have to be that way? Nika tilted her head. It does. Otherwise, I won't sleep at all, Fumi said. Okay, we'll do it your way, Nika said quickly. So for now, sleep well. Oyasumi. Fumi glanced at the girl's gentle face, then at the numbers above her head and his own. Nothing had changed. It seemed the crisis was indeed tomorrow tonight should be safe. And he truly was getting sleepy. Felling all those trees and chopping them into firewood hadn't been as effortless as he made it seem. Especially now, resting on the girl's soft legs and smelling her scent, the sense of security became the best catalyst for his drowsiness. A haven of tenderness is a hero's grave. How true that saying is. Oyasumi. On the other side, the fleshy-faced woman hadn't said a word. Or rather, she couldn't get a word in edgewise. What the hell was with these two? It was like they were completely lost in their own little world, leaving no room for her to interfere. At this moment, watching Fumi lying on the girl's lap pillow with his eyes closed in what looked like pure bliss, the flesh on the fleshy-faced woman's face twitched. The fires of jealousy in her heart burned hotter than the bonfire, yet she had no way to vent them. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. You lot take turns keeping watch. And stay sharp. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 25, sleep like a baby. It's been a long time since I've slept so peacefully. The bed was a bit hard and cool, but the pillow was soft, warm, and exceptionally comfortable, with a special sense of envelopment. It was as if I had returned to infancy, held in the arms of my gentle mother as she hummed a lullaby softly in my ear. I could faintly hear a gentle heartbeat, the most reassuring rhythm imaginable, one that could pull a person away from all anxiety, tension, and fear, allowing them to sink completely into an infant-like slumber. Hugh. Consciousness gradually returned. Fumi felt he had slept for a long time, and very deeply. As he woke, his physical senses slowly came back to him. The grainy texture of sand beneath him, a slightly warm breeze caressing his skin, the cry of seagulls in the distance. He opened his eyes. The sky was already completely bright. His vision was a bit blurry, but he instantly recognized the t-shirt's design from its familiarity. It was his own shirt. Except, he had temporarily lent it to Nika. As for why his vision was blurry, it wasn't because his eyesight was failing, of course. It was because he was too close for his eyes to focus. Or rather, it was because his head was pressed right against the girl's flat and soft abdomen. The tip of his nose could even feel the warmth and tenderness of her skin. Fumi paused for a moment. He quickly remembered the lap pillow the girl had given him last night. However, there was a slight difference between a lap pillow and burying one's face in her stomach. Fumi didn't know how it had ended up like this, but he instinctively tried to pull back. Then he felt a pair of soft hands cupping the back of his head, cradling it. Oh, so it wasn't just my face. She was holding my entire head in her arms. Fumi was a bit dazed. He tilted his head slightly and looked up. Nijika's head was slightly bowed, her expression a little dazed, and her eyelids seemed to be fighting to stay open. However, the girl quickly sensed Fumi movement through the contact with her legs. Looking down, she saw that Fumi eyes were open, and she instantly became much more alert. You're awake. Fumi didn't answer her right away. Instead, he glanced at the sky. The sky was well past the faint light of dawn and had entered the phase of bright sunshine. It was probably past 9 o'clock. It was worth noting that the countdown above his head was down to only 8,237 seconds, while Nijika's number was just over 20,000 seconds. Fumi was silent for several seconds. Suddenly, his expression turned stern. He looked at her seriously. The girl flinched, thinking it was because he'd seen her struggling to stay awake. She quickly explained, I wasn't slacking off last night. It was just that dawn broke, and a few of the others were already awake, so I relaxed a little. Last night, I was on high alert the whole time, watching our surroundings. I. She raised one hand, holding up 3 slender fingers. I swear. Who's talking about that? Fumi Yajin said, exasperated. He had long since realized that Najika was someone with a strong, even overly strong, sense of responsibility. He never for a moment thought she would be careless during her watch. Then why are you upset? Why didn't you wake me up? Fumi Yajin asked. Najika stiffened slightly and scratched her cheek. Well, you were sleeping so soundly, it seemed like you really needed the rest, and I was feeling really energetic last night, not sleepy at all, so. Hearing this, Fumi Yajin said nothing. He just looked intently into her eyes. After a few seconds, the girl averted her gaze. It's true, I'm not lying. Fumi Yajin looked at her averted face and the faint dark circles under her eyes. Completely unconvincing. Only her words remained stubborn. To punish her for her dishonesty, Fumi Yajin thought for a moment. He suddenly buried his head in her stomach and nuzzled it. Eek, that tickles. What are you doing? The girl cried out, her face flushing red. Unity of action and conviction trait triggered. +1. An unexpected bonus? +1. He nuzzled a few more times. The points didn't increase any further. Only then did Fumi Yajin pull his head back, push himself up, and leave her gentle haven. Sitting up straight, he looked at the numbers above his and the girls' heads. After a few seconds of silence, he said in a low voice, "We're not going to die." Najika was a bit taken aback. What are you talking about all of a sudden? I'm saying, we will definitely clear this instance together, return to the real world, and then we'll both get a peaceful night's sleep, Fumi Yajin said. Najika froze for a second, her cheeks blushing as she lightly poked her index fingers together. Clearing the instance together is fine, but as for the sleeping part, we don't necessarily have to do that together. Although Najika had stayed up all night, Fumi Yajin didn't let her close her eyes and rest immediately. Anyone who has pulled an all-nighter knows that your mind isn't particularly tired the morning after. But if you hit the bed and close your eyes, getting up again becomes incredibly difficult. So, they needed to take care of necessary tasks first and plan out the day before he let her get some proper rest. Fumi Yajin stood up and scanned the area. The others were already awake, gathered together and discussing something. Last night was a peaceful one, no one had gotten into trouble. This aligned with the countdown's prediction. The entire beach was calm and peaceful. Aside from the lapping of the waves, the sound of the sea breeze, and the occasional cry of a seagull, there were no other alarming noises. Of course, the distant forest was still fraught with danger. But snakes generally dislike sandy terrain, so as long as they stayed on the beach, they didn't need to worry much about venomous snakes. Even if 1 or 2 snakes went crazy and decided to crawl over, it would be a simple matter of a single slash from his sword, hardly a threat. So, as long as they stayed on the beach, everything would be fine? Fumi Yajin raised his head and glanced at the sky. Just like yesterday, the azure sky was clear, with almost no large clouds in sight. The sunlight was gradually growing hotter as time passed. He was already starting to sweat. After a night's respite, the temperature on the coast was beginning to rise again. At this rate, by noon, this completely exposed beach would probably feel like an oven. Although his stomach was already rumbling with hunger, under the scorching sun, replenishing water was clearly the more pressing issue. Fumi Yajin pondered for a moment before walking towards the group of people nearby. The curly-haired man and the others seemed to be discussing foraging in the tidal zone. Seeing Fumi Yajin approach, everyone looked at him. The black man with dreadlocks greeted him respectfully, "Morning, doctor." The fleshy-faced woman glanced at him, her expression fickle and not nearly as enthusiastic as the previous night. The curly-haired man was more familiar, walking over and patting Fumi Yajin on the shoulder. He teased in a low voice, "Little bro, you slept well last night, huh?" "It was alright," Fumi Yajin replied calmly. "What do you mean, alright? It must have been amazing." The chubby guy's face was full of envy. "That beauty gave you a lap pillow all night. I think I even saw her carefully massaging you and humming softly in your ear. What kind of divine treatment is that? I'd gladly give up 20 years of my life for that kind of experience just once." Fumi Yajin paused for a moment. Only then did he realize there was a reason he had been able to sleep so soundly and peacefully on the sand last night. He was silent for a few seconds, having no intention of discussing with others how comfortable Najika's lap pillow was. So, he steered the conversation back to the main topic: we need to find fresh water and food. "You think we needed you to tell us that?" The fleshy-faced woman sneered. "While you and that girl were being all lovey-dovey, we were already discussing it for a long time." "Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost." 26. Searching for fresh water. "Leave the food to me," the curly-haired man patted his chest and said, "just send 1 or 2 people with me to forage by the sea. We'll walk along the shore and see if we can find any seafood washed up. Even if that's not enough, I can go into the water to catch some." "I'll go with you." The chubby guy raised his hand, looking quite excited. "I've always watched other people forage by the sea, but I've never tried it myself. I'll go help you." Fumi Yajin looked at the numbers above the curly-haired man's head. A little over 29,000 seconds. A bit more than Najika's, but it looked like he would only last until this evening. Also extremely dangerous. Moreover, it was worth noting that among all the teammates, the curly-haired man could be considered the most contributive so far. Whether it was starting the fire, providing common knowledge about the seaside, or actively looking for food, he was putting in a lot of effort. If he could be saved, he should be. Haji, I suggest you try not to go into the water, Fumi Yajin said, looking at the curly-haired man. This is the samsara game, after all. Even if it looks like an ordinary ocean, who knows what dangerous things might be underwater. Hearing this, the curly-haired man just laughed and patted Fumi Yajin's shoulder. Little brother, I appreciate your concern, but I'm fully confident in my ability to operate underwater. Besides, now that we're all teammates, I won't hide it from you anymore. My game class is fisherman, and my class trait is related to underwater activities. Plus, I have a trump card for survival, so there won't be any danger. Everyone was a little surprised to hear this. You see, everyone who joined this game had basically gone through the novice trial. Since they all passed, everyone had received some kind of reward, more or less, be it an item or an ability. But until now, unless it was absolutely necessary to use them, no one had voluntarily mentioned what abilities they had, nor had they directly asked about others' abilities. Of course, it wasn't that they forgot. It was just that everyone had a tacit understanding. Or rather, they were all wary of each other. After all, they were all strangers, just temporary teammates. Under non-essential circumstances, no one was willing to reveal their trump cards to others. So naturally, no one would proactively bring up the topic. But now, in order to express his confidence, the curly-haired man had actually taken the initiative to reveal his class ability and the existence of a trump card. This was truly unexpected. On one hand, his actions made everyone feel his sincerity, and they developed a better impression of him. On the other hand, it also made everyone feel that he truly was very confident about operating underwater. Since he'd put it that way, most people quickly felt relieved and agreed to let him go into the sea. After all, it was his area of expertise. But Fumi Yajin was an exception. He was still not at ease. However, looking at the confidence written all over the curly-haired man's face, he knew that trying to persuade him would be useless. Besides, the countdown predicted the man's death would be in the evening, which wasn't necessarily related to foraging in the sea. So he didn't say anything more. Alright, let's settle the food issue for now, Fumi Yajin nodded. But besides that, we have a more pressing problem: fresh water. He pointed to the sky above. Under this cloudless, blazing sun, the beach will soon turn into an oven. The forest is filled with countless venomous snakes, making it unsafe to go in to escape the heat. If we stay on the beach, even if we risk hiding under the trees at the very edge of the forest, in 30 to 40 degree temperatures, we'll lose water quickly and easily get heatstroke. What's more, this is the samsara game. I don't believe the danger in this game is limited to just deserted island survival. In the next 2 days, more terrifying threats will likely appear, and we must maintain peak physical condition to have a chance of survival. Everyone was, in fact, already sweating, and their lips were a bit dry. The feeling of thirst was even more intense than their hunger. So they all knew Fumi Yajin wasn't just fear-mongering. Isn't there seawater? The black man with dreadlocks stroked his chin and asked, I've seen those people in deserted island survival shows. It seems like they do something to the seawater to make it drinkable. Boil it. Boiling won't work, the curly-haired man shook his head. It'll still be salt water after boiling, and drinking it will only dehydrate you faster. To make it drinkable, you'd need a pot. You'd heat the water with a fire underneath, then use a large, cool leaf above it to catch the steam. When the steam condenses into water, that's what you can drink. But, the prerequisite is having a pot. A pot. The group looked at each other. They had nothing in their hands, let alone a pot. Actually, you can also drink the sap that flows out after cutting tree bark. The curly-haired man glanced at the distant forest. But that stuff isn't very thirst-quenching, and there's not much of it. It's only for emergencies. Besides, there are snakes in the forest. The moment the black man heard the word snake, he remembered the sight of all those venomous snakes from yesterday. He couldn't help but shiver, his face scrunching up. What are we supposed to do? Just wait to die? We still have to explore the forest, Fumi Yajin concluded after a few seconds of thought. Finding high-moisture foods like berries or leaves, or finding coconut shells, discarded pottery or metal cans left by other humans, or even finding a stream or pond, these are the only ways to completely solve the fresh water problem. Everyone's expression changed. Go in, people will die, right? The chubby guy trembled. With so many venomous snakes, who would dare to go? Fumi Yajin scanned the group. Not a single person dared to step forward. Even the pink-haired madam, who had been relatively calm, was silent now. After all, a scene filled with venomous snakes wasn't something you could handle just by being worldly and mature. I can go, Fumi Yajin said. Everyone was startled. Don't, little brother. With so many venomous snakes, you'll really die. The curly-haired man quickly tried to dissuade him. Even if you're really strong, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, let alone thousands upon thousands of venomous snakes. Fumi Yajin didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked up at his countdown. As expected, the countdown hadn't changed. In other words, in the original timeline, his death lay on this very path into the jungle. After all, in the current situation, the only hope of finding enough fresh water for 7 people was to enter the forest. With no one else daring to go in, and since he wasn't one to sit and wait for death, he would probably have tried to enter the forest. But with the power he currently possessed, while his close-quarters combat was formidable, he definitely couldn't maintain an impenetrable defense. If he really walked into a dense swarm of venomous snakes, one careless bite and it would all be over. So, from that perspective, now that he had foreseen all this, the best choice was obviously to give up. However, rather than giving up directly, Fumi Yajin had other plans. You have a point, Fumi nodded at the curly-haired man, then looked at the others. It is indeed a bit too dangerous for me to go alone. So, I'll take someone with me. He glanced around, and his eyes landed on the black man with dreadlocks. The black man with dreadlocks' eyes went wide, and he secretly shook his head frantically at Fumi. But Fumi still raised his hand and pointed at him. After all, this guy had already demonstrated superhuman speed and coordination, and he had the most robust physique of the group. You'll go with me, Fumi said with a smile. No. The black man had a look of terror on his face. Doctor, big bro, dad, I really can't. I can fight people, but I really can't handle snakes. The fleshy-faced woman breathed a sigh of relief when she heard she wasn't chosen. Then she shot the black man a contemptuous look. What are you afraid of? Are you even a man? If he tells you to go, you go. You're built like a tank. If you don't go, who will? The black man grew even more terrified and turned back to the fleshy-faced woman. Boss lady, I really can't. I said go, so go. Cut the crap. The fleshy-faced woman snorted coldly. Are you ignoring my orders now? You don't want me to carry you through this instance anymore, is that it? The black man was at a complete loss. He looked at the fleshy-faced woman, then at Fumi. The two people he could least afford to offend had now reached a consensus. What could he possibly do? His heart sank and his face turned a little green. He walked up to Fumi. Big bro, let's give it a try, okay? If it doesn't work out, we'll come back immediately. Please don't take any risks. And just then, Fumi saw the numbers above the black man's head change. 7,763, 7,762, 7,761. He glanced at his own. 9,231, 9,230, 9,229. The good news, it had gotten longer. The bad news, only a little bit longer. Wasn't this just sacrificing another life for nothing? The venomous snakes in this forest were really that dangerous. Fumi felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, the chubby guy, seeing the miserable expression on the black man's face, felt a slight sense of schadenfreude. After all, the black man had chewed him out right after the game started. Don't be scared, Mr. Daniel. The doctor is so strong, he'll definitely be able to protect you. It's just a few snakes, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. The chubby guy said in a comforting tone, but he could barely contain his smirk. The black man was annoyed when he heard this, but he felt so hopeless at the moment that he didn't even have the energy to argue with the chubby guy. Just then, however, Fumi suddenly turned his head and clapped the chubby guy on the shoulder. I've changed my mind, Fumi said lightly. Maruyama, you go with me. Don't worry, I'll protect you. The chubby guy froze instantly, as if struck by lightning. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 27, an unwinnable game? Of course, Fumi hadn't actually chosen to go with the chubby guy. He was just testing another person. And then he switched 3 more times. He tested the madam, the curly-haired man, and the fleshy-faced woman as well. But the results were rather disappointing. Under the pressure of his insistence and the others egging them on, the chubby guy and the madam would eventually agree to go with him. However, they could only slightly delay Fumi death, and at the cost of their own, earlier deaths. The curly-haired man and the fleshy-faced woman, on the other hand, would refuse no matter what. The former likely felt his skills were better suited for the water's edge and was unwilling to venture into unfamiliar territory, and since everyone else agreed it was better for him to go to the water, Fumi couldn't force him. The latter was simply afraid of dying and refused to go under any circumstances. In short, as things stood, taking anyone other than Najika meant certain death. And as for Najika, she was already in a daze from staying up all night. Sending her into a snake-infested forest teeming with danger would be a death sentence, wouldn't it? Looks like we need to think this through, Fumi sighed. How about we all explore the beach first, and then we'll make a plan. Hearing this, the others were momentarily stunned. The fleshy-faced woman arched an eyebrow and sneered. So after all that, you don't dare to go yourself? The chubby guy wasn't happy either. After all, when Fumi had chosen him just now, he'd been so scared he'd plopped right onto the ground and begged for his life. He had made a complete fool of himself in front of everyone, especially in front of that beautiful girl not far away. And now it turns out Fumi didn't dare to go either? Didn't that mean he'd been humiliated for nothing? Yeah, you acted all brave, like we were cowards for not going with you. Turns out you don't dare to go either. What was all that posturing for? The chubby guy said resentfully. Fumi, however, didn't much care for their complaints and taunts. Knowing it was a scenario of certain death, he definitely wasn't going. But he quickly noticed that the countdowns above most people's heads had changed again. The curly-haired man's remained unchanged. He would still die this evening. But his and Najika's death times were delayed, while everyone else's had moved up. Although there were slight differences between the 6 of them, the gaps were probably only a few hundred seconds. They would all die one after another after dark tomorrow night. A cluster of deaths. The result of this new calculation was that no one would clear the game. A strange feeling crept into Fumi heart. Even if I don't die in the forest, I still won't survive tomorrow night's ordeal? Is it because of the lack of fresh water? Dehydration leading to a diminished ability to cope? But why are the people who could originally clear it now unable to? Is it because more people are alive, so there isn't even enough tree sap to go around? Lacking more information to support his theories, Fumi Yajin couldn't find any answers for the time being. But one thing was certain, the future where they didn't go into the forest was not a good outcome either. Wait, what about me? What about me? A clear voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. A breeze carrying a faint, fresh scent blew over, and Fumi Yajin knew who it was without even turning his head. You asked everyone else, why didn't you ask if I'll go? Najika asked, coming to his side. Fumi Yajin turned around and shot her a look. No, you haven't slept all night and you're exhausted. Going into the forest would be suicide. Besides, have you forgotten how scared you were when we ran into those venomous snakes yesterday? Najika froze for a moment. The memory of encountering the snakes in the forest yesterday still made her heart pound with lingering fear. At the same time, she felt a little embarrassed, remembering how she had frozen on the spot, unable to even run, and had only gotten away safely thanks to Fumi Yajin pulling her along. I admit I'm really scared of snakes, but I think I can overcome it if I try. Najika scratched her head. As for my energy, just let me take a short nap and I'll be fine. I should be able to hold on. Everyone has things they're good at. You don't have to force yourself like this, Fumi Yajin said, patting her shoulder and lowering his voice. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the others nearby changed slightly, leaving them speechless. Wait a minute. What was your attitude when you were forcing us to go just now? And now that it's this girl's turn, you're suddenly so gentle? Telling her not to force herself. Are you for real? The fleshy-faced woman, in particular, was so angry she was grinding her teeth, her fists clenched. She wanted to punch this damn couple. It's not. I'm not forcing myself, Najika said, shaking her head. She looked up at Fumi Yajin earnestly. I have to grow. I can't keep holding you back forever. Overcoming fear is part of growing, right? I want to try. Besides, the forest is so dangerous, I really don't want you to go alone. I want to fight by your side, to face the danger with you. Can I? I'll really try my best not to hold you back. And, I think I might even be able to help. Looking at the sincerity sparkling in the girl's bright eyes, Fumi Yajin was momentarily at a loss for words. The girl's desire to train and improve herself was a good thing, absolutely worthy of praise. But she didn't know that the forest held a danger great enough to kill even him. Training in a place like this was practically courting death. However, when Fumi Yajin heard her last sentence, he remembered her ability, and his resolve began to waver slightly. He fell into deep thought. Just then, the chubby guy spoke up from the side. You should probably forget it, Miss Pudding. The forest is so dangerous that even the doctor doesn't dare to go. If you go with him, it'll just be one more death. There's no point. Although Fumi Yajin's recent double standard had annoyed him as well, he still didn't want this lovely young lady to die. He even had a dark thought. What if the doctor dies? Miss Pudding would be all alone, and he might have a chance to swoop in. Yeah, no need to throw your life away for nothing, the curly-haired man added with a nod. It's like the young man said just now, let's all explore the beach together. As for the forest, we should think it over carefully. Najika, however, paid no attention to their opinions. She just looked at Fumi Yajin earnestly, waiting for his answer. All right, Fumi Yajin said. The two of us will give it a try. Everyone was instantly shocked. A hint of joy touched Najika's face, although the thought of what they were about to face weighed on her heart like a great stone, stirring up a great deal of fear. But the desire to help, the desire to be acknowledged by him, surpassed all of that. Okay, I'll do my best. And at that moment, the countdowns changed once again. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 28, Mr. Fumiya's little meditation class. The number above Najika's had instantly lengthened, reaching 160,000, and Fumiya Jin's own also reached 160,000. A rough calculation showed that this was approximately until dawn the day after tomorrow, meaning they would clear the instance. This discovery made Fumiya Jin want to pick Najika up and give her a kiss, but he barely managed to hold back so as not to expose his superpower. So after all this, it turned out this girl was the key to breaking the deadlock. As for the others' numbers, Fumi Yajin gave them a glance. He saw that the madams had also extended to 160,000. She would clear it too. The curly-haired man's hadn't changed at all so far. He was still set to die this evening. And the remaining 3 were still slated to die tomorrow night, and it seemed each of their timers had even moved up by a few minutes. From a saintly perspective, this future was certainly not a perfect outcome, but Fumi Yajin was no saint. From his point of view, this was the best possible future at the moment. He and Najika would survive. That was the most important thing. The madam surviving was also a good thing. As for the others, he'd help them if he could. But the top priority was ensuring his and Najika's survival. Hey, you're not really planning to take her, are you? The fleshy-faced woman frowned. A frail, timid little girl like her will just scream at the first sign of danger. Bringing her along will only get you killed, won't it? Although the fleshy-faced woman was already annoyed with Fumi because of last night's events and had been picking fights with him all day. Annoyed as she was, she had to admit the man was damn good-looking. None of his individual features seemed particularly exquisite, but together they radiated a stunning charm that made her practically drool just looking at him. It would be better if such a handsome man didn't die. Of course, it would be even better if they could also find fresh water and solve their survival crisis. Therefore, the fleshy-faced woman still hoped Fumi would take someone stronger. That black man, for example, would be a good choice. Nika, suddenly being questioned, felt a little embarrassed. But she didn't have the confidence to retort, so she could only lower her head and silently strengthen her resolve. Just then, Fumi suddenly reached out, took her delicate hand, and pulled her to his side. Then he shot the fleshy-faced woman a sideways glance and said, "This timid little girl you speak of is the only one here who voluntarily offered to face the danger with me. You look down on her? What about you? How about you go with me?" The fleshy-faced woman instantly froze. Although she was very interested in being alone with Fumi, the thought of the snake-infested mountain made her survival instinct overpower her reproductive drive. "Well, since you've already chosen her, then let her go. I was just making a suggestion." As she said this, the fleshy-faced woman thought to herself it'd be best if she gets bitten by a snake and dies alone in the forest. Serves her right for sucking up to a man. Women like her deserve to die. Meanwhile, Nika, who had been pulled to Fumi side, secretly looked up at him as he stood up for her. In her glistening eyes, it was as if little stars were beginning to sparkle. After Fumi had chosen his partner, the plan was settled. Fumi and Nika would explore the forest, while the others would follow the curly-haired man to search the entire beach. Before the two groups parted ways, Fumi gave the curly-haired man one last reminder: if you can avoid going into the water, stay out of the water. The curly-haired man smiled and nodded, saying, got it, don't worry." And so, the two groups separated. Fumi and Nika walked towards the forest. However, they didn't enter the forest immediately. Instead, they stopped on the sand outside the woods, less than 2 meters from the nearest trees. Then Fumi pulled Nika down to sit. Nika looked at Fumi a bit bewildered. Fumi explained, "You need to rest, but we don't have enough time right now for you to catch up on sleep." Nika hadn't slept all night. To restore her energy to a decent level through normal sleep would take at least a few hours. By then, it would already be afternoon. For one, they had both gone over 10 hours without water and were extremely thirsty. The temperature was also rising, making them sweat faster. In a few more hours, they'd be even more dehydrated, and their condition would worsen. On the other hand, if they set out in the afternoon, the time they spent exploring the forest might overlap with when the curly-haired man was due to have his accident. In other words, he wouldn't be able to help when the curly-haired man got into trouble. Of course, it wasn't that he absolutely had to save the curly-haired man, but so far, the curly-haired man had proven to be a fairly reliable teammate. He had knowledge of the seaside, was willing to work for the group, possessed skills suited for underwater activity, and was easy to communicate with. It was best to save such a teammate if he could. The sun is so strong, everyone must be losing water fast. We really need to find water soon. I'm feeling okay right now, I can keep going, Nika said, showing her understanding. No, you still need to rest, Fumi shook his head. We just need to do it a different way. Have you ever heard of mindfulness meditation? Meditation. Nika scratched her head in confusion. I've only ever seen that in fantasy novels, magic, meditation, that sort of thing. Not that kind of fantasy stuff. I'm talking about a real technique. It's generally used to focus the mind and improve concentration. But when you don't have much time and need to rest your body and relax your mind, it's also quite effective. Fumi said, just follow my instructions. Come on, close your eyes and start focusing on your breathing. Now, slowly calm your breathing rhythm. Exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale. Feel the changes in your body with each breath, how the air enters your lungs. It's okay if your mind wanders, don't worry. Just bring your focus back to your breathing once you realize it. Fumi guided her step by step. The steps weren't complicated, and Nika learned quickly. After a few minutes, she was able to practice mindfulness meditation properly. Of course, Fumi was watching from the side. Whenever the girl was about to doze off, he'd poke her in the armpit to wake her up. In the process, he also happened to gain 2 degenerate points. After 10 minutes of this, you can stop now. Nika opened her eyes, the dazed look in them having faded considerably. She looked around, then turned to Fumi in surprise. It seems like it really worked. Although my head still feels heavy and tired, my mind feels much clearer. I don't need to sleep now, right? This can't replace sleep, it can only help you focus and feel more awake for a while. But for now, it's the best we can do. Fumi stood up and extended a hand to Nika. Nika took his hand and stood up. Now we face the real danger. Are you ready? Fumi asked, looking at her. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 29 little ones are cute too. The two walked into the forest side by side. The sunlight was blocked, and the sweltering heat on their bodies eased slightly. But after taking less than 10 steps inside, they both came to a halt. Nijika's face paled slightly. Looking at a brown and white patterned snake about 2 meters ahead, half of its body disappearing into a bush, she said in surprise. How, so soon? I thought we walked about 10 meters in yesterday before we saw one. Fumi Yajin thought for a moment and said, it's probably because the temperature dropped overnight, so the outermost part of the forest has cooled down too. The snake's range of activity has likely expanded outwards a bit. Yesterday we entered the forest at dusk, and the temperature at the edge of the forest would have been at its highest for the day. I see. Najika nodded and glanced further ahead. Although she couldn't see clearly, she could faintly make out shifting colors on the ground, in the grass, and on the tree branches. Her scalp tingled, and she instinctively lowered her head, not daring to look. But she quickly realized that avoidance was useless. If you don't even dare to look, how can you guard against them? So, she bit her lip and forced herself to raise her head, looking at the nearest snake. Watching the snake's writhing movements and the pattern of scales on its body, Najika's breathing grew ragged and her body trembled slightly. The primal human fear of venomous snakes isn't something one can suppress just by making up their mind. Seeing this, Fumi Yajin gently patted her shoulder. It's okay, I'm here, and we're not in a hurry to go in. Let's test your ability first. Ha! Najika froze for a second, turning to look at him. You want me to use that on the snake? Yeah, give it a try, Fumi Yajin said. I understand, Najika nodded. She raised her hand, and a pair of drumsticks suddenly appeared in it. Clack! She struck them together once, simultaneously activating her class skill Psychic Shockwave. In that instant, the snake, which was just about to disappear into the bush, suddenly froze in place, even twitching slightly. But just 2 or 3 seconds later, the snake suddenly regained its mobility. Swoosh, it shot into the bushes and vanished. It worked. Najika was slightly pleased. But the effect doesn't seem very strong. Area of effect paralysis, it's definitely useful, Fumi Yajin said. But if it's only for 2 or 3 seconds, that's too short, and the range isn't large enough. I can strike them continuously, Najika reminded him. I know, but striking them continuously takes a heavy toll on you, doesn't it? Fumi Yajin said. We need to go quite a distance this time. If you keep striking them, you won't last long. That's true. Najika scratched her hair. Besides, your strikes can cause such obvious shock and paralysis in humans. For it to have such a weak effect on a small creature like a snake? That doesn't seem logical. Fumi Yajin stroked his chin. After all, a human's body is much larger than a snake's. A sound that can paralyze a person should have a devastatingly powerful impact on a snake, right? Wait a minute. Sound? Fumi Yajin suddenly realized something. He looked at Najika and said, try hitting the trunk of the tree next to you with your drumsticks. Ha, okay. Although Najika didn't understand why, she obediently did as she was told. She took her drumsticks, struck the nearby tree trunk, and activated her skill. Then she turned back to Fumi Yajin. Like this. Fumi Yajin opened his mouth to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. He shot out a hand, grabbed the girl's shoulder, and pulled her forcefully towards him. Thump! A dull thud. Najika crashed into Fumi Yajin's arms. The impact left her completely dazed. Oof! Hiss! Several seconds passed before she came to her senses. She rubbed her slightly aching forehead as she looked up. Only then did she realize she was being held in Fumi Yajin's arms. Her upturned cheeks were almost close enough to touch his chin. The solid feel of his chest, the searing warmth transmitted through their pressed-together bodies, made the girl's cheeks instantly flush. What was that all of a sudden? Najika scratched her burning cheeks, but Fumi Yajin's expression was completely devoid of any romantic sentiment. He said flatly, look where you were just standing. Najika paused. She turned to look, and her delicate body instantly stiffened. Right where she had been standing 10 seconds ago, a bright green venomous snake nearly a meter long was coiled on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. In other words, if Fumi Yajin hadn't done that, the snake would have landed right on her head or shoulder. Although, judging by the snake's current state, it was paralyzed and couldn't move. But, imagine a venomous snake like that suddenly landing on your face. The fright alone would kill you. Najika figured she might have fainted on the spot. Thank goodness you reacted so fast, otherwise, I can't even imagine. Najika's body trembled slightly, and for a moment, she wasn't in any hurry to leave Fumi Yajin's embrace. Her shyness was completely overwhelmed by the dawning horror. Because they were pressed so close together, with the girl's rapid breathing and slight trembling, Fumi Yajin felt an astonishingly soft and supple sensation against his chest. Najika may not be big, but she's definitely got something. An odd thought popped into Fumi Yajin's head. Naturally, the upstanding Fumi Yajin quickly banished the thought from his mind. Then he looked seriously at the snake. It looked like a bamboo pit viper. Compared to the many-banded krite and the brown-spotted pit viper, this snake's venom was practically gentle, with a relatively low fatality rate. But, this thing lived in trees, and its green body made it almost impossible to spot when it was draped over a branch. However, Fumi Yajin also made a pleasant discovery after landing on the ground. This bamboo pit viper didn't recover in 2 or 3 seconds. Instead, it remained paralyzed and trembling for nearly 10 seconds, before it slowly started to slither away from them, its movements still clearly affected. Looks like your ability is quite potent against small animals like this, Fumi Yajin said, looking at Najika. Ha! Why? Najika was stunned. Does it have a different effect on different snakes? No, Fumi Yajin shook his head. It's because of the way the vibrations are transmitted. For the first snake, you affected it with the sound of your strike. But snakes have very poor hearing when it comes to airborne sound. They primarily sense sound through ground vibrations. So, trying to control them with sound from the air is bound to be less effective. This snake in the tree, however, directly felt the vibrations from your strike on the trunk. Naturally, the control effect was much stronger. Is that right? Najika thought for a moment. That actually makes sense. So I should hit trees or the ground? Yeah, Fumi nodded. Let's move forward a bit and try again. If it works, your ability will be our best tool for driving away the venomous snakes. Oh, so I'm actually pretty useful, huh? Najika felt a little happy, and her fear subsided a bit more. Alright, let's go up ahead and try. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 30, returning empty-handed? As it turned out, Najika's skill was incredibly effective at controlling the snakes. Just by striking a tree, all the snakes on it and within a 5 to 6 meter radius would be hard controlled for about 10 seconds. Within a range of 5 to 10 meters, while the snakes weren't controlled for as long, quickest might break free in 2 or 3 seconds, and their paralysis wouldn't be as severe. They would all flee in terror, getting away from the source of the sound. Therefore, with this ability, the 2 of them could safely advance about 10 meters with each strike. Then they would strike again, and so on. By repeating this cycle, they successfully ventured about 200 meters deep into the forest. Of course, while it sounds very simple, the process was anything but easy. The density of snakes in this forest was just too high. Every time Najika struck a tree, venomous snakes would rain down from the surroundings. Although they were all immobilized, the sight alone was incredibly sanity draining, not to mention having to dodge snakes that might fall directly from above. Moreover, they had to find a path through the dense carpet of venomous snakes on the ground. This process was extremely stressful. Even Fumi felt his scalp tingle slightly, let alone Najika. To prevent Najika from falling, Fumi had taken her left hand early on. He could feel the girl's body trembling constantly. Her palm was hot and damp, and she gripped his hand very tightly, a clear sign of the immense psychological pressure she was under. Fumi felt a bit of pity for her. After all, asking an ordinary young girl to face such a scene was asking too much. In fact, from a purely efficiency-based perspective, there was a way to reduce her stress. Fumi could carry her, let her close her eyes in his arms, and just have her be responsible for striking tree trunks with her right hand. He could handle everything else. That would certainly be the simplest and fastest method. With Fumi excellent physical stamina and Najika's light weight, carrying her for a few hundred meters would be no problem at all. But Fumi had no intention of doing so, because Najika truly needed the training. A moment of comfort was useless. The 2 of them would likely have to face many more instances together in the future, and Najika needed to go through some necessary growth. Things like venomous snakes were probably among the lowest level of threats in the samsara game. If not now, when would she train? Thwack! Another strike. Fumi pulled the girl over a small hillock. Najika's steps were already a bit unsteady, and she needed to borrow some strength from Fumi hand to make it up. Fumi glanced back and saw that the girl's pale face was drenched in sweat. The exhaustion in her eyes could no longer be hidden. This was completely normal, of course. After all, she had already activated her skill about 20 times to get this far. Even though each activation was just a single, light strike, it was still tough. It was like doing squats. If you rested for 10 plus seconds after each one, it would certainly be much easier than doing them consecutively, and you might be able to do several times the number. But even so, it didn't mean that a short rest could completely erase the body's fatigue. Once it accumulated to a certain point, you would still be exhausted. Tired? Fumi asked. Najika raised the hand holding the drumstick and made an okay sign. I'm fine, don't worry. Of course, Fumi didn't believe her for a second. Let's get to that small hill up ahead. If we still don't find anything, we'll temporarily retreat. Is it really okay if we don't find anything? Najika asked. I am really still okay. Safety first. Don't forget, we still have to make the trip back. You think the way back will be safe? Okay, I'll listen to you. After activating the skill 2 more times, the pair arrived at the small hill ahead. In this jungle of undulating terrain, the small hill was a relatively high point. Standing here, the view ahead suddenly opened up quite a bit. Looking out, aside from the lush greenery and those eye-catching, brightly colored strips, Fumi quickly spotted something important. The terrain ahead seems to slope downwards. There might be a pool or a pond, Fumi said. Really? Then let's go take a look, Najika said, trying to keep her tone even after secretly taking a couple of breaths. Fumi didn't immediately pull her forward. Instead, he let her rest on the spot for a minute before leading her on. The 2 moved carefully down the slope, avoiding the paralyzed spicy strips one by one, and after a short distance they found a small valley. Reaching the edge of the valley, they peered down through a crevice in the rocks. Below was a small, green ditch. The water was extremely murky, with a thick layer of algae floating on the surface. Near the banks of the ditch was a large thicket of bushes, and they could faintly see many snakes slithering around in the bushes and by the water's edge clearly. In the high temperature, the snakes also needed to hydrate frequently. But even so, Fumi eyes lit up. Ditch didn't seem to be connected to the sea, so it was most likely an accumulation of rainwater, which meant it had to be freshwater. Najika's face also brightened for a moment when she saw the ditch, but soon her expression soured, and she said, "This water is a bit too dirty. We'd get sick if we drank it, right?" Fumi nodded. Drinking it directly is definitely out of the question, but just finding fresh water is already great. We have fire. As long as we can find a container to bring the water back and boil it over the fire, it should be fine. I see. Najika nodded. Then how are we going to carry the water back? Fumi Yajin was also pondering this question. He glanced around. He didn't see any plants with extra large leaves, like banana leaves. As for things like coconuts or gourds, there was no sign of them either. Finding a reliable container under these circumstances was truly difficult. Most importantly, the path back wasn't safe either. If they just folded a water bowl out of some large leaves, the small amount of water it held would probably be spilled before they even got back to the beach. Fumi Yajin thought for a moment, then looked down at his and Najika's clothes. If the material were absorbent, perhaps they could soak their clothes in water, carry them back, and then wring them out. It would provide some emergency relief. But they were both wearing lightweight, breathable athletic t-shirts and shorts, which couldn't absorb much water at all. They were already nearly soaked with sweat. It seemed they would have to return empty-handed this time, but at least they had found the location of a water source. Now, as long as they could find a reliable container for water, the freshwater problem would be mostly solved. Hey, look over there. What are those bluish-gray dots in the distance? Fumi Yajin looked down and saw that in a patch of bushes by the ditch, a bit farther away, there were indeed specks of blue. He took a closer look. Blueberries? Hello, walnut here. Or Nika Deo in this case, hee. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 31. The Boat People's Lifeline. Thwack, thwack. The crisp sound of drumsticks hitting stone echoed twice by the ditch. By the water's edge, the spicy noodles that had been leisurely drinking water suddenly reacted as if they'd seen a ghost. First, the shock made them convulse, and then, they scattered in all directions as if they'd gone mad. A few unlucky ones happened to charge in Fumi Yajin and Najika's direction, and so, swishing swish, they were all sliced in two. Afterward, Fumi Yajin reached the bushes first. He carefully probed the bushes with his tachi to make sure no venomous snakes were left behind. Only then did he wave Najika over. These are blueberries. They're edible. Considering snakes have slithered through here, just peel the skin. Fumi Yajin's hands moved quickly, picking over a dozen and turning to place them in the girl's hands. The girl took them, nodded, and after a moment's thought, put them in her pants pocket. Why are you pocketing them? Eat some first, Fumi Yajin said, glancing at her dry, pale lips. Shouldn't we take them back to share? Najika asked, stunned. Fumi Yajin shot her a look, picked 2 more, peeled their skins, and reached out to pop them into her mouth. MMPH. This isn't the time to be so selfless. Let's take care of ourselves first. In my eyes, all their lives combined aren't worth a tenth of yours, Fumi Yajin said earnestly, looking into her eyes. Besides, we risked our lives to find these. Even if we ate them all and didn't bring a single one back, they'd have no right to say anything. Najika froze for a moment. The blueberry in her mouth was soft, its juice bursting out with a gentle press of her tongue. Perhaps because it was a wild variety, or maybe it wasn't fully ripe, the sweetness wasn't intense, but the tartness was more pronounced. But listening to Fumi Yajin's words, seeing the seriousness in his eyes, the blueberry in her mouth suddenly seemed a little sweeter. Oh, I get it. Meanwhile, on the beach was actually quite long. The group explored along the shoreline. At first, everyone was full of enthusiasm, imagining how much food they might find. But by now, their spirits had dampened. Under the scorching sun, the feelings of thirst and hunger grew unbearable, and everyone started to become irritable. The core reason was simply they hadn't found a single bit of seafood along the way. They couldn't even find a cat's eye snail on this beach. What's going on, Haji? Didn't you say we'd find seafood easily? The fleshy-faced woman asked impatiently, looking at Haji who was walking at the front. The curly-haired man scratched his head, completely baffled. I don't get it either. Logically, a beach like this should at least have some shellfish and small crabs. But we haven't seen a single breathing hole along the way. Are the resources really this scarce? Maybe the snakes here ate them to extinction. The black man asked. No way. Snakes don't really come onto the beach, and they're not fond of eating these sand-burrowing shellfish and small creatures, the curly-haired man said, shaking his head. Then you tell us what's going on, the fleshy-faced woman said irritably. I don't know either. The curly-haired man gave a wry smile. It's fine, let's just walk to the end of this beach first. If we still can't find anything by then, I'll dive in and look. No matter what, there can't be zero fish underwater, right? His words managed to calm everyone down a bit. The group stopped complaining and continued walking. After walking a while longer, hey, what's that up ahead? The chubby guy suddenly said, pointing into the distance. Everyone had been focused on the sand at their feet, but his reminder made them look up. Near the end of the beach, they saw an area of reefs. At the edge of the reefs, there seemed to be a large, protruding, cone-shaped object. Its color didn't look like stone, it was more like rotten, moldy wood. Startled, they immediately quickened their pace and ran towards it. Arriving near the reef area, they took a look. The protruding object was, in fact, a large piece of a ship's hull, constructed from a mix of metal and wood, or rather, the wreckage of a hull. No one could tell what specific part it was, but the metal in its structure was severely rusted, and the wood had rotted beyond recognition. It seemed to have been lying here for a long time. The inside appeared to be solid, offering no storage space. Besides that, in the reef area near the wreckage, they could see some colorful objects washed up on the rocks. The curly-haired man was the first to jump onto the reef and climb over for a look. There were 2 empty Coca-Cola cans, a plastic water bottle with only a little water left, a badly damaged rope net, a large red portable gasoline can, and a blue laundry detergent bottle. The rest was just unidentifiable plastic trash and waste. As the curly-haired man looked, he was first surprised, but after sorting through it all, he felt a bit disappointed. Still nothing we can use as a pot. Although they now had containers for water, desalinating seawater in large quantities required distillation, which meant they needed a pot. Most of these items were plastic. The few metal objects were just small Coke cans, which were far too inefficient for boiling water. After all, there were 7 of them who needed water. How come it's all just trash? The fleshy-faced woman came over to look and was also disappointed. This gasoline can, the detergent bottle, and this net should be useful, right? The madam said after inspecting them. Let's take them back. Let's take the Coke cans and the water bottle back too. They might be useful, the curly-haired man said after a thought. Seriously, that's it? I thought we'd found something good. Turns out it's just a piece of scrap metal and a pile of garbage. The fleshy-faced woman was deeply disappointed. Hey, Haji, shouldn't you get in the water and find something? We're starving here. The curly-haired man thought for a moment. An idea suddenly occurred to him. Wait, if a piece of wreckage this big ended up here, it means the ship probably wrecked somewhere nearby, so there might be more useful things under the water here. The curly-haired man suddenly got excited. Then I really should go take a look. First, to find food, and second, to see if there's anything else useful down there. If I can find an iron barrel or something, our freshwater problem will be solved. Then what are you waiting for? Get in. The black man with dreadlocks, also getting agitated from hunger, urged him on. Alright, the curly-haired man nodded, scanned the area, and found a spot to enter the water. But he didn't get in right away. Instead, he took off his shirt and pants and walked over to the fleshy-faced woman. What do you want? The fleshy-faced woman watched him approach in just his underwear, slightly wary. But the curly-haired man had no such intentions. With a flick of his hand, 2 lengths of hemp rope appeared. He tied one length around his own waist and handed the other to the fleshy-faced woman. This is. The fleshy-faced woman was taken aback. My life-saving item, called the Tenka People's Safety Rope, the curly-haired man explained. Brother Doctor was right about one thing, this game is full of dangers. Even underwater, there could be extra risks, so I have to be cautious. You're the only veteran player among us, so you should be the calmest if something happens. That's why I'm leaving this rope in your control. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 32. What are you standing there for? Pull. This rope, what does it do? How do you use it? The fleshy-faced woman asked, looking a bit confused. It's simple. If you notice something wrong underwater, or if I surface and wave for help, just grab this rope and give it a hard pull, said the curly-haired man. That will instantly teleport me back to the location of your end of the rope. Everyone was slightly startled to hear this. Teleportation? That's amazing. The chubby guy exclaimed. That thing's a real treasure. Way better than my reward. The curly-haired man shrugged. It's not as powerful as you think. It has limits. The distance between the 2 ends of the rope can't exceed 50 meters. Plus, you can only use it once. Only once, huh? The chubby guy's envy subsided. That's why it's a true lifesaver, my ace in the hole. If it weren't to be safe, I wouldn't want to use it here, the curly-haired man said helplessly. Then he looked at the fleshy-faced woman and said, since it's a one-time use, you need to be careful with it. Don't just pull it for no reason. But if you see something's wrong, don't hesitate. I don't want to die. Alright, I get it, the fleshy-faced woman said, glancing at the rope and nodding. Get in the water already. Okay. The curly-haired man didn't hesitate any longer. In fact, he was eager to get going. It was finally his time to show off. He walked to the edge of the reef, found a good spot, and jumped in. He didn't dive straight down. Instead, he started by swimming a short distance on the surface. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was as if he'd suddenly turned into a merman. His swimming speed was absurdly fast. Holy crap, that speed. Is that a class ability? That's insane. The chubby guy was completely dumbfounded. The others also watched. An normal human could possibly swim that fast. Even an Olympic swimming champion would likely have to concede defeat. The class skills in the samsara game were truly ridiculous. After swimming back and forth a couple of times under everyone's amazed gazes, the curly-haired man, having shown off enough, wasted no more time and plunged headfirst into the water. And so, the others temporarily lost sight of him. The surface of the sea fell quiet for a moment. Everyone stood on the shore, waiting. Just like that, a minute passed. Why isn't he back up yet? It's only been a minute, what's the rush? 2 minutes passed. Isn't something wrong? A normal person can hold their breath for 2 minutes. It's fine, let's wait a bit longer. 3 minutes passed. Are you sure he's okay? Hiss. Even the fleshy-faced woman frowned slightly, looking down at the rope in her hand. Don't tell me something really happened. Another half a minute went by. Everyone was looking at the fleshy-faced woman. Just pull it already. The fleshy-faced woman thought for a moment, nodded, and was about to pull. Splash. The sound of breaking water suddenly erupted. About 20 meters away, a figure burst out of the sea. It was the curly-haired man. Everyone immediately looked toward him. He wiped his face with both hands, slicked the wet hair back, then looked at the group, smiled, and waved. Don't worry, I'm fine. But I didn't find any useful wreckage either. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. What about fish? Shouted the black man with dreadlocks. The curly-haired man took a few breaths before answering. Didn't see any fish in the shallows, but there seemed to be some in deeper water. The visibility is poor down there, though, and the light is bad. I saw the shadows of big fish a few times, but they swam off before I could get close. They're really fast. Don't worry, I'll go down again after I catch my breath and see if I can bring one up for you." Hearing there were still fish, the group's spirits lifted slightly. The madam thought for a moment and called out, "Be careful, then. Safety first." Hearing the madam's gentle words, the curly-haired man felt a warmth in his heart. He raised his hand and made an okay sign. "Don't worry." Before he could finish the last word, his entire body suddenly sank, disappearing beneath the waves. The onlookers were slightly stunned. With the constant waves on the sea's surface, they couldn't tell if he'd dived down himself or had been swamped by a passing wave. "Did he go down again?" asked the madam. "I don't know. I guess so," the chubby guy said, scratching his head. "He's such a good swimmer, it's not like he could suddenly forget how and just sink, right?" Everyone was confused, staring at the spot where the curly-haired man had vanished. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, splash. The water suddenly began to churn violently. After a few struggles, a figure barely broke the surface, only to be immediately dragged back down. Then, breaking the surface one more time amidst the splashing, a voice cried out, "Hey Arg! Help! Quick, help, gurgle pull, pull." Everyone was bewildered. They could faintly hear what sounded like a desperate scream, but the sound of the crashing waves made it difficult to hear clearly. But in the next second, they saw a splash of red. It spread out from the churning water, a vivid crimson, rapidly staining the surrounding sea. Now they were certain something had gone wrong. They whipped their heads around to look at the fleshy-faced woman, only to find her standing frozen in place, eyes wide, the rope in her hand clearly not yet pulled. "Hey, pull it now. Something's happened. What are you standing there for?" yelled the black man with dreadlocks. The fleshy-faced woman snapped out of her daze, glanced down at the rope, and then, gripping it tightly, gave a sharp tug. Though it was just an isolated segment of rope in her hand, the moment she pulled, she felt as if she had yanked on a solid object. In the next second, there was a flash of light. A figure appeared abruptly, and then, fell heavily onto the sand. "Ah, Argug!" A scream had just erupted from his mouth, only to be cut short by the thud of his body hitting the ground. It seemed the excessive pain and the shock of the fall had caused him to pass out instantly. Everyone quickly gathered around, and when they looked down, their faces paled. Haji's left hand was shredded, and his entire right forearm was gone. His face, chest, abdomen, thighs, all were covered in bloody gashes, as if he'd been viciously bitten dozens of times by something with sharp fangs. Bright red blood, mixed with some unknown, viscous, blackish-green fluid, oozed from the wounds. "Finally, we're out." Stepping out of the forest and onto the sand, though the sun beat down with scorching heat, Nika felt as if she had been saved. It couldn't be helped. The forest was terrifying, like something out of hell. Compared to that, this oven-like beach felt like paradise. Whoa! As her overwrought nerves suddenly relaxed, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Her legs went weak, and the girl was about to collapse to her knees. Fortunately, Fumi was right beside her. He quickly caught her, holding her steady. "Sorry." Nika leaned against Fumi, rubbing her temples, and with his help, she managed to stand firm again. "Nothing to be sorry for. You were amazing," Fumi said, shaking his head. "You worked hard, Nika." Hearing this, Nika was taken aback for a moment. She suddenly felt like crying, but not from any negative emotion. An immense sense of joy and happiness welled up inside her. She hadn't just been a burden, she had actually helped. In that moment, she felt that all the fear she had endured, all the exhaustion and dizziness she had forced herself to suppress, had been worth it. "It wasn't that hard," Nika said, shaking her head and revealing a sweet smile. She took a deep breath and said, "Let's go. We need to bring the good news to the others. They must be very thirsty by now." "Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost." 33. Disinfect with seawater? Before splitting up, Fumi hadn't agreed on a rendezvous point with the fleshy-faced woman and the others. As it turned out, there was no need. On the flat beach, a single glance was all it took for the two of them to spot a few figures clustered together. They were in the exact spot where they had first entered the instance, gathered behind the large rock that Fumi and Nika had leaned against earlier. It was unclear what they were doing. Perhaps they were using the large rock for shade? But the rock wasn't big enough to hide that many people. The two walked quickly toward them. Soon, the chubby guy by the rock noticed them and waved. "You're finally back. Something's happened over here." Hearing this, Fumi and Nijika's expressions changed slightly, and they quickened their pace to the rock. And there, in the shade of the rock, lay the curly-haired man, covered in wounds and unconscious. One of his forearms was gone. It was worth noting that the bite marks covering the curly-haired man's body were numerous and strange. They weren't small, they definitely couldn't have been made by small fish like piranhas. But they weren't large either, nothing like a shark bite. Most were around 10 centimeters, a bit larger than a human mouth. Furthermore, every wound, aside from the oozing blood, was mixed with some sort of blackish-green viscous substance. Many of the wounds had already begun to fester and get infected, and it was unclear if this was related to the blackish-green slime. Nijika gasped, startled by the sight of his blood-covered body. Fumi frowned, a sense of foreboding washing over him. How could something have gone wrong so quickly? But a glance at the number above the curly-haired man's head revealed that he still had several hours left. That meant the curly-haired man wasn't dead yet, but he could die from continuous blood loss and infection? What happened? Fumi Yajin asked, his eyes sweeping over the others. This isn't our fault. He went into the sea on his own, all confident, and then this suddenly happened. The fleshy-faced woman stammered, already trying to shift the blame. It was the madam who stepped forward and calmly told Fumi Yajin everything that had happened, including their discovery of the wreckage, the trash they'd collected nearby, and how the curly-haired man had gone into the sea. After listening, Fumi Yajin felt a bit helpless. Based on the countdowns and his own deductions about the samsara game, he had long ago judged that the sea might be dangerous and had warned the curly-haired man several times not to go in. But the curly-haired man didn't believe him, or rather, he was overconfident. It's like how most people who drown in rivers are the ones who know how to swim. The curly-haired man indeed possessed a powerful ability for underwater movement and a formidable life-saving item. The combination of these two things gave him too much confidence. So even though Fumi Yajin had persistently advised against it, he had casually entered the sea, and now this had happened. "Brother doctor, you're back." Just then, a voice accompanied by footsteps came from the direction of the sea. "Big sis, I got the water." Fumi Yajin turned to see the black man with dreadlocks walking over with a blue laundry detergent bottle, its plastic wrapper removed. He placed it next to Fumi Yajin. "After what happened, I didn't dare go near the seawater. Luckily, I'm smart. I dug a pit on the beach, waited for a wave to wash in and retreat, then went and scooped it up. That's how I got this back." The fleshy-faced woman glanced at him and said, "Why'd you put it down? Hurry up and start a fire to boil the water." Fumi Yajin looked up at the fleshy-faced woman. "Boil water? Why boil seawater?" The fleshy-faced woman said matter-of-factly, "To disinfect, of course. Didn't you see how badly Haji is hurt? His wounds are already getting infected. If we don't disinfect them, are we just supposed to wait for him to die? You want to use seawater to disinfect his wounds?" Fumi Yajin was stunned. "Ha, this is where you're ignorant, right?" The fleshy-faced woman crossed her arms, a smug look on her face. "Salt water can sterilize and kill germs, and isn't seawater just salt water? As long as you boil it to kill all the bacteria and pathogens, can't you use it for disinfection?" Despite the hot weather, a cold sweat broke out on Fumi Yajin's forehead. He wiped it away and said, "Is there any possibility that while high-concentration saltwater does have an antibacterial effect, it can only be used on objects and not to treat wounds? An excessively high concentration will severely irritate the wound, destroy the cells around it, and likely worsen the inflammation." The chubby guy scratched his head. "But I think I have heard of washing wounds with saline solution." "Physiological saline is fine, but that's a 0.9% salt solution," Fumi Yajin explained. "Seawater is at least 3% to 4%, so it's definitely not okay. Besides, seawater contains all sorts of other miscellaneous components that can't all be dealt with just by boiling. In short, using seawater to disinfect him will only make him die faster." "Is that so?" The others were slightly abashed. They hadn't thought it through that much. "I don't really get all of it, but I think you know more, doctor." "You're probably right," the black man said after a moment's thought. With that, everyone turned to look, more or less, at the fleshy-faced woman. After all, the idea had been hers. The fleshy-faced woman was now a bit embarrassed. I was just trying to help, wasn't I? We can't just do nothing. Until you know what you're doing, I suggest it's better you do nothing at all," Fumi Yajin said, giving her a sidelong glance before kneeling down to carefully examine the curly-haired man's wounds. The wounds were indeed inflaming and festering rapidly. A few had even started to ulcerate at an astonishing speed. At this rate, he would soon be beyond saving. "The wounds definitely need to be cleaned, to wash away that black stuff," Fumi Yajin concluded. "But seawater is out of the question. We have to get fresh water." "Duh, who doesn't know that?" The fleshy-faced woman, clearly still sore from being rebuked by Fumi Yajin, immediately seized the opportunity to retort, "But where's the fresh water? Weren't you two supposed to be looking for it? How come you came back with nothing? Are you all talk?" Fumi Yajin couldn't even be bothered to get angry with her. He gave her a look as if she were an idiot and said, "You don't think we didn't find any, do you? We found it. We just didn't have a suitable container to bring it back." "Ha!" The fleshy-faced woman was dumbfounded. The other's eyes widened in an instant. "Really?" the chubby guy asked, his face full of excitement. "There's really drinkable water?" "Yes, it's fresh water. It's not particularly clean, but if we bring it back and boil it in those soda cans you found, it should be barely drinkable," Fumi Yajin said. "It might also be usable for washing Haji's wounds a bit. At least it's much better than using seawater directly." "Holy crap, you actually found it? Doctor, you're the f***ing man. You're a lifesaver." The black man with dreadlocks jumped up in excitement. If there wasn't a dying man lying right there, he might have charged over and given Fumi Yajin a big hug. Though Fumi Yajin would have most likely kicked him away. Fumi Yajin had no desire to be hugged by a sweaty man. Fumi Yajin waved his hand. "Don't get too excited. The water source is 200 to 300 meters from here, and it's not easy to make another trip. Plus, Miss Pudding and I need some time to rest and recover, so it might be a few more hours before we can get the water." Hearing this, the group calmed down a little, but most of them didn't mind. Now that they had seen a glimmer of hope, what was waiting a few more hours? They weren't so thirsty that they couldn't last that long. Only the fleshy-faced woman was still full of complaints. "A few more hours? We're going to die of thirst." If someone wasn't already dying, Fumi Yajin really would have kicked Herthy's woman who's been nothing but a liability had some nerve to complain so much. Fumi Yajin almost didn't want to bring out the blueberries, but considering there were others, and they had been cooperative enough, he showed some mercy. Besides finding the water source, we also brought this back, Fumi said, pulling a handful of blueberries from his pocket. The moment everyone saw the blueberries in his hand, instantly, their eyes lit up. Oh, my dear boss doctor, you're a goddamn superhero. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 34, did you say thank you? Fumi and Najika had already eaten their fill before coming back. Besides, they would definitely have to go back to the forest again, so they could eat another meal and gather more then. So, Fumi held nothing back and gave all the blueberries from his pockets to the chubby guy, the black man, and the madam. As for the fleshy-faced woman, perhaps because she had just been relentlessly picking a fight with Fumi, she was now in an awkward spot and couldn't quite bring herself to ask him for blueberries. Just then, seeing that Fumi had finished distributing his share, Najika immediately took out some blueberries from her own pocket. I have some more here. The moment the fleshy-faced woman saw the handful of blueberries in Najika's hand, she rushed over and reached out to snatch them. Then hurry up and give them to me. Seeing this, Fumi expression darkened. He lunged forward in a single bound and summoned his weapon. This time, he didn't activate a skill or unsheathe the blade, he struck directly with the scabbard. Smack! The fleshy-faced woman's hand, just about to grab the blueberries, was struck squarely by the scabbard. Ah! She cried out in pain and retracted her hand. Looking down, she saw the skin on the back of her hand was split open, with trickles of fresh blood seeping out. The fleshy-faced woman gasped, looking at Fumi furiously. Are you crazy? Are you trying to kill me? If I really intended to kill you, Fumi said, staring at her coldly, the blade I brought down wouldn't have been in its scabbard. The fleshy-faced woman suddenly recalled Fumi terrifying destructive power from when he was cutting down trees yesterday. Trees thicker than a bowl were sliced in 2 with a single strike. She didn't think her wrist was much sturdier than a tree. The fleshy-faced woman trembled slightly, gritted her teeth, and said, then why did you strike me? I just wanted some blueberries. Fumi scoffed. You call that wanting some? You were snatching them. Is there a difference? The fleshy-faced woman retorted stubbornly. Of course there is, Fumi said. What's yours is what she gives you. What she doesn't give you, you can't take by force. He glanced at everyone, including the other 3 who were eating blueberries, and said, I want everyone to be clear about this. The only reason you have blueberries to eat is entirely thanks to Miss Pudding. If she hadn't risked her life to use her ability, the 2 of us might have died surrounded by snakes. In that case, forget blueberries, we wouldn't have even brought back news of a freshwater source. So, any normal person should know what to do right now, shouldn't they? The chubby guy and the other 2 were stunned for a moment. Thank you, Miss Pudding, the madam was the first to react, speaking to Najika with a solemn expression. And you, doctor. Thank you both for your help. If I have the chance to get out of here alive, I will be sure to reward you handsomely. The chubby guy and the black man were slower to react, but with the madam setting an example, they quickly followed suit in thanking Najika and Fumi. After all, the pair had brought them a chance at survival, so their gratitude was quite sincere. You really don't have to be so formal. Najika was still a bit thin-skinned and felt embarrassed being thanked so profusely. Fumi, however, felt it was only natural. He turned his head to look at the last person, the fleshy-faced woman. And you? Seriously? Is all this necessary? The fleshy-faced woman looked mortified, still unable to swallow her pride. Fine if you don't want to eat, Fumi nodded. Pudding, let's go. Wait, I was wrong. The fleshy-faced woman was already desperately hungry and thirsty, and the sight of the blueberries was driving her mad with craving. Seeing Fumi was really about to cruelly take them away, she instantly caved. Thank you, can't I just thank you? I was wrong, give me some. Alright, here you go. Najika was still kind-hearted and willing to accept even such a perfunctory thanks, handing her some blueberries. This is a bit few, how about some more? The fleshy-faced woman was still not satisfied, but she didn't dare try to snatch them again. I still need to share some with them, there are 3 of them over there, Najika said. With that, she took the remaining blueberries over to the madam and the others. The fleshy-faced woman was resentful, but after getting a look from Fumi, she could only lower her head and silently munch on her blueberries. After distributing the blueberries, Fumi and Najika had to prepare to enter the forest again. Before that, Najika needed to rest. But there was only one large rock on the beach, and the shaded spot was mostly occupied by the curly-haired man, leaving no place for them to rest. So Fumi, carrying a blue laundry detergent bottle and a red gasoline can, 2 largest capacity water containers among the marine, debrizzled the girl to the shade at the very edge of the woods. The temperature here was still high, but at least they were out of the sun. The risk of snakes was also relatively low. Hey, doctor. You don't have to specifically point out my contribution next time, you know? It's kind of embarrassing. Najika scratched her cheek. It wouldn't have mattered if you didn't say anything, right? That's where you're wrong, Fumi said, looking at Najika. It's very important. Why? So that they would thank me. Najika was slightly taken aback. That's only a small part of it. After all, not everyone repays kindness, and even if they thank you, they might not save you when danger strikes, Fumi explained. What's more important is to seize the right to speak. You have abilities, you made a greater contribution, so you should have a greater say and leadership role to influence the team's decisions. That's how it should be, and it's better for the entire group. Otherwise, if a capable person like you contributes silently without letting others know what you've done, and as a result, an incompetent person like that fat woman takes charge and leads everyone in the wrong direction, wouldn't we all be doomed? Is that how it is? Najika fell into thought. After a long moment, she finally nodded. That seems to make sense. You have to remember this: when you make a contribution, you should let others know, Fumi said. After all, this is the samsara game. In a place like this, excessively pure kindness and silent, selfless devotion just don't work. Okay, Najika nodded. I'll remember that. As they spoke, Fumi found a tree that had been cut down the day before. A trunk about a meter high was left here. Moreover, the shade from several nearby trees also covered this spot, so it wasn't exposed to the sun. This made the trunk quite suitable for resting against. After all, there wasn't dense foliage directly overhead, only a few branches extending from neighboring trees. You could see at a glance if there were any snakes, greatly reducing the risk of one falling on your head. Fumi checked the surroundings and, seeing no sign of snakes, pointed to the trunk for Najika. Sit down and get some sleep against it. The temperature's still a bit hot, but we'll have to bear with it. What if a snake slithers out from inside? Najika sat down against the trunk, but she felt uneasy. I'm here. If a few stray venomous snakes show up, they'll just be instantly killed by me, Fumi said. So, rest easy. I'll protect you. Hearing this, Najika froze for a moment. The last few words, in particular, gave her a small, indescribable sense of joy. It was like a princess in a fairy tale fantasy, receiving a vow of lifelong protection from her handsome and gentle knight. Okay, then I'll meditate for a while. Najika nodded and was about to close her eyes. No, not meditate. Fumi immediately shook his head. Sleep. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case, he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 35. Are you sure you're talking about a fairy tale? Najika opened her eyes, looking at Fumi in confusion. Sleep. Fumi nodded. Didn't I tell you? Meditation is just a technique to boost your spirit and focus. It can give your body a brief moment of relaxation and recovery, but it can never replace sleep. And right now, you're mentally exhausted or barely slept last night, you've been under intense pressure all day, and you've been constantly using your ability. At this rate, if you don't get some proper sleep, I feel like you might just suddenly pass out once we're in the forest. Najika scratched her head. Truthfully, she knew just how bad her condition was. She had just been forcing herself to keep going without saying anything. When they came out of the forest earlier, her legs had given out, and she'd almost collapsed to her knees. Now, she was only holding back the overwhelming exhaustion through the conviction that someone is dying. We have to find fresh water to save them. But we don't have time, do we? Najika sighed. Sleeping, that would take at least a few hours. If we don't find fresh water soon, won't Haji just... Hearing this, Fumi came over, crouched down beside her, and asked, let me ask you this, then. In your current state, what do you think the most likely outcome is if the 2 of us go into the forest? Najika froze for a moment. She thought about it. There was no way to be optimistic. We'd die, wouldn't we? Then let me ask you another question, Fumi said. If you had to choose between 2 paths, which would you pick? Path 1, there's a 50% chance we both die, and Haji dies too, and a 50% chance all 3 of us live. Path 2, we're guaranteed to survive, but Haji only has a 20% chance of living. Najika didn't hesitate for long. She scratched her chin, a little embarrassed, and said, I'd choose the second path. You don't need to feel bad about that, Fumi said, raising a hand to gently pinch Najika's soft cheek. You're supposed to choose the second path. A stranger you just met and a teammate you trust are on completely different levels of importance. So we have to prioritize our own safety, which is why you need to get some proper sleep now. Besides, to be a bit blunt, you don't really think an injury of that severity can be significantly affected just by cleaning the wound with fresh water, do you? You mean? Fumi shook his head with some regret. Although Haji is a pretty decent teammate and I'd like to save him too, with the state of his injuries, fresh water alone won't change anything. He definitely won't last until the instance is over. What's more, his wound is especially strange. I don't know what that black liquid is, but it's making his infection spread far faster than a normal injury. So, he's basically guaranteed to die. We're just doing what we can. Is that so? How awful. Najika bit her lip and sighed. So, get some rest. We still have to fight to survive, Fumi said. Don't overthink it, just sleep. I'll keep track of the time. I'll wake you up in about 2 hours, and then we'll head into the forest again. Najika took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. Then she closed her eyes and began to rest. But after about 2 minutes, she opened her eyes again and looked at Fumi helplessly. I can't sleep. There are too many chaotic thoughts in my head, and the more I think, the worse I feel, but I can't stop. Well, is there anything you need me to do? Fumi asked. Najika thought for a moment. How about, you tell me another story? It might help if I have a distraction. Oh, sure, Fumi molded over. Alright, I'll tell you the fairy tale of how the big bad wolf betted. Oh, no, I mean outsmarted Little Red Riding Hood. Hey, is that really a fairy tale? And I think you just said a really messed up word, didn't you? You totally said it. Evening. The sun slowly sank below the horizon. It left only the orange-yellow afterglow in the sky, which was also gradually dimming with time. Nightfall would soon be upon them. Fortunately, a bonfire was already blazing on the beach. The fire burned brightly, with several aluminum cans placed beside it. The cans held somewhat murky water that bubbled vigorously when boiled, but no one was picky about such minor issues anymore. To the south of the fire, Fumi Yajin sat on the ground while Najika lay beside him, her head pillowed on his lap, fast asleep. That's right, a lap pillow. But this time, it was Fumi Yajin giving Najika the lap pillow. About 2 hours earlier, when the two of them emerged from the forest for the second time, Najika had been on the verge of collapsing, completely unable to walk. So after handing the fresh water over to the others, Fumi Yajin had carried Najika to the bonfire, letting her get some proper sleep and forbidding anyone from disturbing her. She was too tired. Using her ability so much had truly taken a massive toll on her stamina. So even after sleeping for 2 hours, the girl showed no signs of waking. A deep weariness still clung to her features, and her face was a little pale, making one's heart ache just looking at her. Fumi Yajin lowered his head, quietly watching the girl's face. He raised a hand and gently stroked her golden hair. A wave of emotion suddenly washed over him. On the surface, it seemed like he was the one carrying her through both the trial game and this instance. A classic case of carrying a girl. But in truth, if it weren't for this girl's ability and her desperate, grit-your-teeth persistence, he might not have been able to clear them successfully himself. As a player, Najika wasn't strong, and she needed him to help her grow. But he wasn't so strong that he could just carry her to an effortless victory, either. So, he still needed to get stronger. Power. He needed more power. And as things stood, the way to get stronger, besides passively waiting for his superpower to update, was to participate in more instances and earn more rewards. Fumi Yajin suddenly thought of Yuki Suao. Her proposal was starting to seem like something he really needed to consider. Hey, Haji, hang in there. Don't stop breathing. No, don't you actually die. Hey, can you hear me? Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the other side of the bonfire. Fumi Yajin froze for a second, then lifted his head to look. To the north of the fire, beside the unconscious Haji, the 4 other players clamored for a few seconds. Then they fell silent, their expressions turning ugly or filling with pity. At the same time, Fumi Yajin saw the number above Haji's head hit 0 and then disappear completely. He was dead. Hello, Walnut here. Or, Nika Deo in this case he. Unfortunately, I had 2 stories deleted from my main account, Walnut-chan, and I decided to post them here on this other account. I'm counting on your support to recover what we've lost. 36, your voice is too loud. Hey everyone. So, I need to have a heart-to-heart with you all. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but my main account got hit with a restriction that basically cut its reach off at the root. Literally, the new stories reach is 90% lower than the others, and it doesn't even show up in the mobile rankings. This was a huge blow and has made everything much harder for me. I'm genuinely sad about this situation because I love what I do. This project started as something from a fan, for fans. I dedicate my time and affection to it because, just like you, I'm addicted to fanfics and novels. All the stories I bring are ones that I'm either currently reading or plan to read after stocking up some chapters, which is why I started to invest in it. And speaking of investing, keeping the translations online is a very expensive endeavor. Just to buy the chapters, I spend between $100 and $150 a month, which is a lot when converted to my currency, and that's not even counting the API usage, which can increase the cost depending on the chapter length. This is money that comes from the help we receive on P. To ensure even better quality and consistency, we also use a paid AI system, which makes the translations much more fluid and faithful. With this restriction, our ability to cover these costs has been severely compromised. That's also why, unfortunately, we can only maintain a pace of 1 chapter per day. We'd love to release more, but the cost would double, and in the current situation, it's simply impossible. It's heartbreaking to see all this happen after so much effort, but we wanted to be transparent and share this with you. The support and understanding from each of you are what give us the strength not to give up. I know many of you can't help, and I thank you all the same. Your comments and engagement are what keep the stories going. But if you want to support me in continuing this project, subscribing to P helps me cover the production costs, no matter which tier you choose. Thank you for being with us, really. Night had fallen completely. Today, a thin layer of overcast clouds shrouded the sky. While it didn't render the sky pitch black, it significantly reduced visibility on the beach. Fortunately, the bonfire was burning brightly. To the south of the fire, Najika was still resting her head on Fumi Yajin's lap, sleeping soundly. Fumi Yajin looked up and glanced around. The chubby guy, the black man, the madam, and the fleshy-faced woman had all gathered on the south side of the fire, and they had all been silent for quite some time. This was partly because Fumi Yajin had already warned them to keep their voices down and not to wake Najika, but the main reason was Haji's death. For any normal person, watching a fellow human being's life extinguish before their eyes was a powerful shock. However, it was worth noting that compared to the other 3, the chubby guy's reaction was a bit excessive. It wasn't just silence. His face had been pale and he had been trembling all over for a good while now. This made Fumi Yajin a little concerned. Because in the first trial game, it wasn't hard to guess that most of the survivors had likely sacrificed their partners to make it through. If so, they should have already witnessed a gruesome, bloody death up close. After experiencing something like that, seeing a relatively peaceful death like Haji's shouldn't provoke such a strong reaction, just like the other 3 right now. So why was this chubby guy reacting so strongly? Could it be? Hey, Maruyama. Fumi Yajin spoke up, breaking the silence. Of course, he kept his voice low, about as loud as the crackling of the fire. The chubby guy, sitting less than 2 meters to Fumi Yajin's right, was startled. He turned to look at Fumi Yajin, his expression quite respectful. "Doctor, you called me. Your trial instance, how many people were in it?" Fumi Yajin asked directly. "Ha!" The chubby guy probably didn't expect Fumi Yajin to suddenly ask about this. "The trial instance, mine, had 3 people." Fumi Yajin was slightly surprised and immediately followed up. "What was the environment for your instance? Do you mind sharing?" Hearing this, the chubby guy didn't hesitate much. After all, the blueberries and fresh water that were keeping them alive had been brought back by Fumi Yajin and his partner. Besides his awe of Fumi Yajin's strength, the chubby guy was also more than a little grateful to him. "I don't want to recall the details, but I can tell you the environment. It was on a train," the chubby guy said, scratching his head. The moment Fumi Yajin heard this, he understood everyone's trial instance was different. Or rather, there wasn't just one type of trial instance. He, Nika, and Yuki Suao might have coincidentally participated in the same type of trial, but the others might have all been different. A train. I was at an abandoned construction site," the black man with dreadlocks said, somewhat stunned. "I was in an elevator," the madam added. The fleshy-faced woman didn't say anything, but judging from her slightly strange expression, hers was likely a different setting as well. Now, Fumi Yajin was completely certain of his judgment, but he didn't press the issue further by asking them to reveal the specific details of their instance 7. If he asked, they probably wouldn't tell him. In fact, the only reason they were willing to reveal the themes of their instances was because he had done them a favor. If he had asked the same question last night, they would have likely remained silent. After all, these were their personal secrets. "Regarding the creature that bit Haji to death, do you have any other information?" Fumi Yajin changed the subject. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then they shook their heads one after another. "At the time, the attack happened underwater. We couldn't see anything on the surface," the madam said. "After we pulled Haji ashore, we were worried something might follow, so we kept a watch on the coast for a long time, but nothing came out. I guess it might really be something like piranhas. It seems they can't come onto land." Fumi Yajin nodded slowly. Based on the current information, it was impossible to determine what kind of creature had attacked Haji, but the fact that it couldn't easily come ashore was good news. Otherwise, if they couldn't even stay on the beach after being too scared to enter the forest, they would truly be screwed. "Hiss, it stinks. Why did it suddenly get so much worse?" The fleshy-faced woman suddenly covered her nose, her face filled with disgust. The others were startled for a moment, then quickly covered their noses as well. They, too, had caught a whiff of a particularly pungent stench. In truth, the smell had been there all along. After all, Haji's body was just a few meters north of the bonfire. The group had silently gathered on the south side partly to put some distance between themselves and the corpse. Even so, the direct distance was only about 5 or 6 meters, so of course, they could smell the corpse. It was just that. Now, the stench seemed to have suddenly grown stronger, more acrid, making one's head spin. "What's going on?" the black man with dreadlocks wondered, getting up and taking 2 steps north to look. "Holy crap, it's rotting. The body is rotting badly." Hearing this, the others also stood up and took a look from a distance, and they discovered with horror the state of decomposition of Haji's body was truly exaggerated. Under the high temperatures of the beach, it wasn't strange for a body to decompose faster. If Haji's body had just been rotting a little quicker, the group wouldn't have been so shocked. But the reality was it had only been a little over an hour since Haji died, yet his body had already lost its human shape, its surface completely covered in a blackish-green pus. The dozens of wounds on his body were like dozens of sources of decay, each wound rapidly festered and spread, turning the surrounding flesh into patches of dark, sticky, rotten meat. "What's going on?" The fleshy-faced woman's face turned green with fear. "Is it going to mutate?" With Najika still lying on his lap, Fumi Yajin couldn't stand up to get a look. Fortunately, he was quite tall. By straightening his back and leaning slightly to the side, he could see past the flames and get a rough view of Haji's body. His expression immediately turned grim. Decomposing like this can easily breed disease, and judging by the speed of decay, whatever bit him was no ordinary fish. That black, viscous liquid looks very dangerous at a glance. Fumi Yajin analyzed the situation and made a decision. "We have to move the body, throw it somewhere far away. Of course, with this pile of rotten meat here, how the hell are we supposed to sleep?" the fleshy-faced woman said with a look of disgust. Fumi Yajin turned his head to look at the fleshy-faced woman and said flatly, "You're too loud." Hearing this, the fleshy-faced woman was initially unconcerned, but the next second, when Fumi Yajin's slightly cold gaze swept over her, a chill ran down the fleshy-faced woman's spine. Despite the hot weather, she felt as if she had been plunged into an ice cave. She shivered and immediately backed down. I get it. I'll be quiet. Only then did Fumi Yajin continue. "Najika and I found water and food. The madam spent the afternoon cleaning all of Haji's wounds. The 3 of you, on the other hand, have only managed to start a fire. Your contribution is insufficient. The task of moving the body is yours." Of course, the most important thing for surviving the night was to ensure the bonfire didn't go out. So, he wouldn't leave the fire under any circumstances, which naturally meant he couldn't go with them to dispose of the body. He had to let those guys go. When Fumi Yajin said this, the madam gave him a somewhat grateful look. She had spent over half an hour that afternoon fighting back nausea while cleaning Haji's festering wounds, and she still felt a bit sick. If she had to look at the body for even another second, she might actually vomit. And that was without mentioning the horrid stench. As for the fleshy-faced woman, the chubby guy, and the black man, their faces changed drastically. 37. The vanishing firelight. Moving a corpse is no job for a weak woman like me, is it? The fleshy-faced woman quickly tried to refuse. Just let the two men do it. One grabs the arms, the other grabs the legs, a few steps and a toss, and it's done. Hey, you can't say that, the chubby guy retorted, unhappy. That's a rotting corpse. You think we men aren't scared? Why should it be just the two of us? Yeah, why us? The black man was also indignant, glaring coldly at the fleshy-faced woman. The chubby guy and I were the ones who built the fire today. We at least contributed something, but you haven't done a damn thing. You're the one who should be pulling their weight now. The fleshy-faced woman's eyes widened. I'm the big sister here, the leader. You're not going to listen to me. Do you still want me to carry you through this instance? The black man spat. To hell with your big sister bullshit. I've seen you for what you really are today, just a useless bitch who only knows how to bark orders. The doctor is the real expert here. If I'm going to follow anyone, it's him. Who the fuck do you think you are? Why the hell should I listen to you? What skills do you even have to get me through this? You. The fleshy-faced woman's defenses crumbled, and she looked ready to erupt into a stream of curses. But just then, a chill ran down all three of their spines. They felt a death glare coming from the same direction, and so all three shivered. They instantly fell silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to argue anymore. The three of them stared at each other blankly for a good half-minute. In the end, it was the black man who broke the silence. Alright, the doctor has a point, it's not good to leave the body here. I support moving it. The black man with dreadlocks glanced down at the corpse and said, to move this thing a woman probably couldn't lift it. The doctor is busy right now, so if it has to be me and the chubby guy, I guess it's not impossible. Hearing this, the chubby guy's expression changed. He looked at the black man with pleading eyes, but was silenced by a sharp glare and didn't dare say another word. The black man continued, but if the two of us are carrying the body, we obviously can't hold a torch. Someone will have to hold it for us. Silence. Silence. The fleshy-faced woman, of course, had no intention of volunteering. The silence stretched on for more than 10 seconds. Then the madam, unable to watch any longer, stood up and said, why don't I hold the torch for you? But as soon as she stood and glanced at the gruesome state of the corpse, wretch she bent over and dry-heaved. She had no confidence she could handle the task. After all, the torch didn't illuminate a large area. To ensure the other two didn't fall into darkness, she couldn't stay far from the body. Seeing this, the black man frowned. Subjectively, he didn't really want the fleshy-faced woman holding the torch either, since she hadn't been reliable at all so far. But, with the madam in her current state, she'd be vomiting every 2 steps. Wouldn't that be a total liability? What if she dropped the torch? That would be a disaster. It was even more dangerous than letting the fleshy-faced woman do it. At that moment, however, the fleshy-faced woman clapped her hands, her face beaming with joy. Good, good, you go with them. The black man had been hesitating, but seeing the fleshy-faced woman so happy, he completely lost his temper. Fuck you. No, not the madam. I want you to hold the torch. The fleshy-faced woman stiffened. Are you crazy? What's the difference who holds the torch? She volunteered, I didn't force her. What right do you have to be unhappy about it? The rest of us have at least done something, and now we have to risk our necks to get rid of the body. And you, a useless woman who's done nothing, get to sit here and enjoy the benefits. In your fucking dreams. The black man snorted. I don't care. If you don't go, I'm not going either. If we die together. Don't think you can get out of this. You. The fleshy-faced woman was furious and ashamed. But before she could lash out, she felt that cold gaze on her again. She was once again forced to calm down. She shivered a few times. After weighing her options, compared to moving the body, just holding a torch and following behind didn't seem so bad. If she didn't sort this out now, and the doctor got impatient later and forced her to move the body, the loss would far outweigh the gain. Fine, I'll go with you, alright. Fumi Yajin actually wasn't comfortable with the fleshy-faced woman taking on the role of torchbearer either. But under the current circumstances, with Nika in a deep sleep, himself needing to guard the fire, the madam vomiting at the sight of the corpse, and the other two men needing to carry it together, the fleshy-faced woman was the only one left. Besides, before the three of them set out, Fumi Yajin could see that the countdowns above their heads still showed they would last until tomorrow night, and all the threats discovered so far were unlikely to kill someone after a full day's delay. That's why Fumi Yajin had tacitly approved their departure. After they left, Fumi Yajin observed them in silence. He watched the flame of the torch slowly recede into the distance. As the distance grew, the other two figures became blurry, leaving only the burning flame and the silhouette of the torchbearer relatively clear. The flame moved forward slowly. After a short distance, it stopped. They must be dumping the body. But it remained stationary for a little too long. During that time, it swayed slightly, but the flame didn't go out. More than 10 seconds passed like this. The flame began to move again, but it wasn't heading back toward the bonfire. Instead, it moved in a direction nearly perpendicular to the return path. Was that toward the sea? Hey, where are they going? The madam, standing nearby, also watched the torchlight nervously. Under their watchful eyes, the light moved step by step, slowly, toward the sea. Although the coastline was invisible in the dark, based on his memory from the daytime and his judgment of the distance, she had to be close to the shore. Moreover, Fumi Yajin narrowed his eyes and could faintly see in what should be the pitch-black seawater by the shore. It seemed like some very fine red specks were appearing. Something's wrong, Fumi Yajin said. With Najika's head still in his lap, it was inconvenient for him to get up immediately, so he turned to the madam. Madam, shout out to them, loudly. Okay. The madam immediately cupped her hands around her mouth and yelled toward the flame, "Hey, what are you doing by the sea? Come back!" And the instant she shouted, the torch by the sea, which had been held aloft, suddenly fell to the ground. The portly figure turned around as if startled from a dream, likely having heard the call. The next second, she took off, sprinting frantically back toward the bonfire. And after she had run a few steps, illuminated by the light of the drop torch, Fumi saw what looked like a dark shadow dart through the light in pursuit of her. And then another, and another, until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 25% off spot and unlock everything now. 38, Don't touch my fire. South of the bonfire. At the madam's shouts, Nika was finally woken up. She was still drowsy, but she slowly pushed herself up. However, the spot where she subconsciously placed her hand to push up was right on Fumi thigh. Halfway up, her hand slipped on the outer fabric of his pants, and she tumbled headfirst into his arms. Oh! Fumi didn't seem to mind and caught her. Awake! Nika then remembered that she had been sleeping with her head on Fumi lap. Judging by the sky, she must have slept for at least a few hours. His leg was probably numb. On top of that, accidentally falling into his arms like this looked as if she were deliberately being coquettish. She immediately felt very embarrassed. She rubbed her eyes and secretly glanced up at him, only to find him gazing gravely to the side, in the direction of the beach. Nika, sit tight for a moment. I need to get up, Fumi said, his gaze serious. He didn't look at Nika, but his voice was still gentle. Nika was still a bit dazed and didn't understand the situation, but she nodded obediently, moved out of his embrace, and sat down on the sand. Fumi stood up and, along with the madam standing beside him, watched with a grim expression as a figure rapidly ran toward them. It was the fleshy-faced woman. The fleshy-faced woman's torch had fallen by the seashore. She seemed to be under some kind of threat and had bolted towards the campfire without taking the time to pick it up. Fortunately, she wasn't far from the campfire, and the light from the flames covered a large area. She only needed to run a few more meters to reach the edge of the illuminated zone. Help me! There's something. It's like some foul thing is chasing me. The fleshy-faced woman yelled as she ran. Fumi and the madam were startled. Fumi focused his eyes. Sure enough, it looked like black shadows were darting past where her torch had fallen, rapidly closing in on her. And there was more than one. Just as the fleshy-faced woman was about to rush into the periphery of the campfire's light. Her foot suddenly slipped. With a thud, she fell flat on the ground. 3 black shadows immediately gave chase and leapt at her. Fumi immediately rushed forward to meet them. Stepping to the edge of the firelight, he unleashed a horizontal drawing slash. Swish! The afterimage of the blade cut a perfectly straight horizontal line. The fleshy-faced woman had taken a faceplant, which conveniently kept her out of his swing's path. The edge of the horizontal slash passed about 20 centimeters above the back of her head, slicing toward the shadows behind her. Slice, slice, splat. 2 of the black shadows were cut apart simultaneously. A large amount of black liquid splattered onto the sand, conveniently missing the fleshy-faced woman. However, the third shadow, which was slightly farther back, managed to dodge the attack. It slammed the ground and leaped high into the air, pouncing toward the sword-wielding Fumi. Still coming. Unequipped weapon. Equipped weapon. Drawing slash. Shing. The half-man-high shadow, now airborne, was sliced in 2 from head to toe, right down the middle. Splat. Blood inevitably sprayed out. Fumi immediately sheathed his sword and dodged. But the fleshy-faced woman, still sprawled on the ground, got some of it splashed onto her right arm. Hissa! It hurts! The fleshy-faced woman, who had been lying on the ground panting, seemed to be spurred into action by the intense pain. Forgetting about resting, she used both hands and feet to scramble toward the inner side of the campfire. Only when she had crawled to within 1 or 2 meters of the campfire, completely enveloped in the brightest part of its light, did she dare to prop herself up and glance back. She saw Fumi standing at the edge of the firelight, the tachi in his hand emitting a faint red glow from its blade. In the hazy darkness beyond, the blurry, densely packed black shadows, perhaps because they saw the firelight or feared the sharp blade in Fumi hand, dared not approach any closer for the moment. Even the small, scarlet dots gradually faded back into the darkness. For now, it seemed, they were safe. The fleshy-faced woman let out a small sigh of relief. But soon, the burning pain from her arm made her grimace. Looking down, she saw that her arm had been doused with a dark bluish-black liquid that was making a sizzling sound. It seemed to have some kind of corrosive property. Water! Get me water, quick! The fleshy-faced woman shouted at Nika and the madam. Ha! The madam had just run over and was squatting down to help her up. Hearing this, she was a bit confused. You want to drink water? No, I. The fleshy-faced woman was so frantic that her words became a bit jumbled. Just then, in her peripheral vision, she noticed an aluminum can boiling water by the campfire. It didn't seem to be fully boiling yet, just starting to bubble. She didn't bother saying more and scrambled over. But just as she neared the campfire, a spark shot out from the burning wood pile. It was normal for sparks to fly from wood that wasn't completely dry. They weren't very harmful to a normal person. But when this spark landed on the black oil on her arm, poof, it caught fire. My God! The fleshy-faced woman was frozen in terror. She threw herself to the ground, rolling all over in an attempt to extinguish the flames. But after rolling several times, the burning black oil on her arm was not put out. The pain grew more intense, and she could no longer care about anything else, rolling frantically on the ground. Don't touch my fire. Fumi Yajin rushed over in a single bound and, just before she could roll into the campfire, sent her flying with a kick. Thud. Aagh. The fleshy-faced woman was kicked 3 meters away, which did get her clear of the fire. Nika and the madam both froze, staring at Fumi Yajin in astonishment. Seeing the campfire was fine, Fumi Yajin breathed a sigh of relief, then faced the gazes of Nika and the madam. Protecting the fire is paramount. After rolling a few more times, the fleshy-faced woman's burning right arm plunged into the sand, and the flames quickly subsided. The intense corrosive pain also lessened for a moment, but the spot on her waist and abdomen where she was kicked throbbed with a piercing pain, as if he had kicked right through her. She took a few breaths, pushed herself up, and felt her head spin. Shaken, yet overcome with fury, she looked at Fumi Yajin and said, Why did you kick me? Fumi Yajin looked at her without a trace of guilt or sympathy. Who told you to nearly fall into the campfire? Of course I had to stop you. You. The fleshy-faced woman gritted her teeth. Even so, couldn't you have just pulled me away? You're definitely taking the chance to get revenge. I refuse to believe you would have kicked that woman if it were her. As she spoke, the fleshy-faced woman pointed at Nika. Nika had a look of utter bewilderment. She stared blankly at Fumi Yajin. Fumi Yajin shrugged and answered with surprising honesty, If it were her, I definitely wouldn't have. But are you and she the same? You. The fleshy-faced woman felt deeply insulted and targeted, so furious she could have ground her teeth to dust. Let's not talk about that for now, Fumi Yajin said, his expression turning slightly cold as he stared at her. First, you're going to tell us where Daniel and Maruyama went. Hearing this, the madam also suddenly realized. That's right. A moment ago, seeing the fleshy-faced woman being chased by something, they had completely forgotten. Only now did it occur to them. There were 3 of them, how come only she came back? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 25% off spot and unlock everything now. 39. The Razor-Mouthed Sea Monster. We got to the spot, figured it was good enough, and were about to toss the body. But that fat-ass Maruyama just let go without warning, and the body tipped over and fell right onto my feet. I was startled and instinctively took a step or 2 back, but I reacted quickly. The moment I regained my footing, I immediately raised the torch to shine it on them. But when I held the torch steady and looked, both of them were already gone. There was only a corpse on the ground. I figured maybe they'd abandoned me and headed back first, so I thought I'd come back to the bonfire. But when I looked back, I couldn't even see the bonfire anymore. It was pitch black everywhere, and suddenly I couldn't hear anything. I panicked and tried to find my way back in the direction we came from. But as I was walking, I suddenly found myself at the seaside, and then I saw a whole bunch of red eyes emerging from the water. I was scared stiff and even dropped the torch. Luckily, that's when I heard the madam's voice. I looked back and saw the bonfire again, and then I just sprinted back here. The fleshy-faced woman recounted everything she had experienced, panting as she spoke. But upon hearing this, both Fumi Yajin and the madam had strange expressions on their faces, because from their perspective, that clearly wasn't what had happened. However, Fumi Yajin didn't immediately dismiss the truthfulness of the fleshy-faced woman's words. After all, this was the samsara game, any strange thing could happen. Besides, the instance had a clear hint to not fall into the darkness. If one connected this hint to the fleshy-faced woman's experience, it wasn't hard to form a conjecture. Could it be that the consequence of falling into darkness was like being hit with a deafening and blinding curse, causing you to lose your bearings and wander into a dangerous place to die? This was actually a plausible explanation, but it was only plausible. Plausible doesn't mean it's the truth. Besides, what about the countdowns? Before the 3 of them left, Fumi Yajin had specifically checked. All 3 of their countdowns showed they would live until tomorrow night. Even now, the countdown above the fleshy-faced woman's head was still normal, still set for tomorrow night. Yet the other 2 had vanished into the darkness, and there's been no trace of them since? What was going on? Did this mean that even in this state, they weren't dead yet? They were just lost and might still find their way back? Fumi Yajin felt a headache coming on. Too many things had happened tonight, with too little reliable information and evidence. Continuing to analyze like this would only lead to a pile of conjectures and theories, not any useful conclusions. He had to gather some information first and eliminate some distractions. Fumi Yajin thought for a moment, then suddenly grabbed a torch from the fire. Holding it aloft, he walked to the southernmost edge of the bonfire's light, the very spot where he had just fought those dark figures. The torchlight successfully extended the illuminated area. He saw several severed carcasses, and his expression changed slightly. Nika also came over for a look, her eyes widening. What are these? The creatures on the ground had long, narrow bodies, about a meter in length, covered in cyan scales, and had tails. They had 4 shortish legs with clawed feet. The tips of the claws were extremely sharp, and there was duck-like webbing between their toes. Looking at their bodies alone, they resembled smaller, skinnier versions of Komodo dragons. What was different, however, were their heads. They were massive, grotesque fish heads, complete with gills. Their fish-like mouths opened at a wide angle, revealing mouths packed with dense, spike-like teeth. A dark cyan saliva oozed from between the gaps. Moreover, it wasn't just their mouths. The cross-sections of their severed bodies bled not crimson blood, but a black, viscous fluid like crude oil. Haji, was he killed by these things? The madam came over to look, her face also turning a little pale. So there were monsters like this hiding in the sea. Haji really should have listened to you, doctor. He never should have gone into the water. They can actually come ashore. The more Najika thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. But why didn't we see any during the day? Fumi Yajin pondered for a moment before conjecturing, perhaps these monsters dislike light, so they don't come ashore during the day. The instance hint explicitly said not to fall into the darkness, which implies the greatest threats are almost all in the dark. Otherwise, if these fish-headed monsters could rush out in broad daylight, we'd all be dead by now. Oh. Najika thought for a moment, glancing back at the bonfire. So, does that mean they might also be afraid of firelight? Is that why we were safe when we slept around the fire last night? Very likely, Fumi Yajin nodded. At these words, the madam and Najika breathed a small sigh of relief. At least the area around the bonfire was a safe zone. But they hadn't even finished their sigh of relief when they saw Fumi Yajin turn around, walk up to the fleshy-faced woman, and place the tachi, which was radiating a red glow, against her neck. Najika and the madam were startled again. The fleshy-faced woman was also stunned. What are you doing? Fumi Yajin looked at her indifferently and said, 3 of you went out, and only you came back. No matter how you slice it, you're highly suspicious, and the information we've gathered so far isn't enough to prove your innocence. Therefore, I'm going to ask you a few questions. You can try to lie, but don't you dare let me see through it. I didn't hide anything. Really, I'm telling the truth. The fleshy-faced woman said hurriedly. First question, Fumi Yajin asked in a cold voice. You were the one holding the torch, and you knew falling into darkness could be dangerous. Yet after being startled, you just so happened to take 2 steps back, resulting in you being the only one still in the torchlight while the other 2 happened to fall into darkness. That seems a little too coincidental, don't you think? It wasn't on purpose. That fatty is the one to blame. The fleshy-faced woman exclaimed, shifting her leg and pointing at her pants. Look, my pants are corroded. That chubby guy suddenly let go, and something splashed onto my leg. That's why I got scared. It really wasn't intentional. If it hadn't happened so suddenly, if I'd had time to react, why would I abandon 2 teammates for no reason? I'm not that kind of selfish person. Fumi Yajin glanced at her pants. There were indeed signs of corrosion, but after hearing her words, the blade in his hand suddenly pressed closer to her neck. A thin, crimson line slowly appeared on her neck, a drop of fresh blood seeped out. Interesting, you're not that kind of person? Look me in the eyes and try saying that again. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 25% off spot and unlock everything now. 40, the crotch is the best lie detector, bonus chapter. The blade, glowing with red light, was already touching her skin. The chill of the blade and a slight pain traveled to the fleshy-faced woman's neck. The fleshy-faced woman suddenly glanced at the corpses of the fish head monsters on the ground, which had been sliced open. The cuts were incredibly smooth, having sheared clean through bone. If that blade were to slice across her own neck, the fleshy-faced woman was instantly scared out of her wits. Alright, I was wrong. I admit it, I'm not some selfless person. I'm selfish. If we ran into danger, I'd definitely let them die first. The fleshy-faced woman quickly changed her tune. But that's only when there's danger and someone has to die that I'd abandon them to save myself. That wasn't the situation just now, so I really didn't do it on purpose. I just got scared and backed away. Fumi Yajin observed her expression. She didn't seem to be lying about this. After a moment of thought, he asked his next question. Second question, are you a veteran player? Of course. The fleshy-faced woman swallowed, her gaze shifting slightly. Sigh, it seems you really want to die. In that case, I'll make it quick for you. Fumi Yajin didn't slice her throat directly. Instead, he pulled the blade back and raised it high, as if preparing for a powerful downward strike. Don't. I was wrong, I confess. I'm not a veteran player, I was lying. The fleshy-faced woman was so terrified she nearly wet herself, dropping straight to her knees. This is actually my first time in a real game, for real. Ha! Najika was shocked. But why would you? The fleshy-faced woman kept her head down, hesitated, then said, I thought that if you were all newbies, and I pretended to be a veteran, you would all listen to me. That way, if we ran into danger, I could order you to go first. If there was anything good, I could also take it and eat it first. Hearing this, both Najika and the madam were speechless. Could someone be so selfish? If she were merely selfish, just looking out for her own gain, that would be one thing. But the reality was, she had used her self-proclaimed authority as a veteran player to make numerous wrong decisions. If Fumi Yajin hadn't been there to correct her, she might have led them all into a trap, and they could all be dead by now. A person like this was far more dangerous than a simple bully. Even Najika, who was as kind as an angel, couldn't help but look at the fleshy-faced woman with contempt and disgust. However, the fleshy-faced woman clearly had no time to worry about what others thought of her. She glanced at the terrifying red glow on Fumi Yajin's raised blade, shivered again, and said, I swear to God, I'm not hiding anything else. Everything I said before is true. At worst, I'm just a little selfish, but I didn't actually harm anyone. I'm not the one who got the chubby guy and the black man killed. Before Fumi Yajin could respond, he smelled something. Looking down, he saw a large wet patch on the crotch of the fleshy-faced woman's pants. She probably wasn't lying. Click, he sheathed his tachi. I'm not killing you now only because I don't want to deal with another corpse. Fumi Yajin gave her a cold glance. If you don't want to die, stop being a nuisance, and don't come within 2 meters of the bonfire. Fumi Yajin turned and walked back toward the bonfire. The fleshy-faced woman went limp, collapsing to the ground as if she had received a pardon. The madam was silent for a few seconds, but out of humanitarian concern, she walked over to the fleshy-faced woman. Your arm. The madam said, slightly alarmed. The fleshy-faced woman looked at her right arm. The black liquid had corroded a large area, causing the skin to sink in and shrivel up. But perhaps because the black oil had been burned by the fire, the corrosion had stopped. Although she had also suffered some burns, the hissing corrosive effect didn't seem to be continuing. Get me some water. I want to try washing it. The fleshy-faced woman looked at the madam, her tone no longer so arrogant. Okay, sit tight. The madam helped her sit up straight, then went to get her water. The night grew deeper. Tranquility returned to the beach. Fumi Yajin sat by the fire, his tachi stuck in the sand beside him, keeping watch over their surroundings. Nika came to his side and asked in a low voice, "Why don't you get some sleep? I'll keep watch. I'll wake you if anything happens." Fumi Yajin shook his head. Tonight is different. The danger level is too high. If last night was a situation where he could consider letting Nika take a turn on watch, tonight was absolutely not. Whether the fish head monsters would return was only one part of the problem. Falling into darkness was the truly terrifying threat now. In terms of the fish head monsters alone, Nika, with her crowd control abilities, could probably handle them and then wake him. But the real problem was that Nika was too kind and naive. Her guard was too low around other people, and she might not be ruthless enough in a sudden crisis. As long as Fumi Yajin was awake, he could basically guarantee that no one would get a chance to extinguish the fire. Whoever tried would die. Nika, however, might not be able to do the same. If she hesitated for a moment, giving a culprit or an unseen threat an opening, and the fire went out, it could mean a total party wipe. The price was too high to risk. "I won't close my eyes for any reason before dawn. You should sleep." As he spoke, he positioned his legs and patted them, motioning for her to come and lie down. Nika froze for a moment, and subconsciously, she really did feel like lying down after all. When she had used his lap as a pillow that afternoon, she had felt an inexplicable sense of security and slept very comfortably. But she quickly suppressed that little impulse and shook her head. "That's not right. I've already slept for several hours, but you haven't closed your eyes all day. No matter how you look at it, it should be your turn to sleep." "I'm fine," Fumi Yajin said, his gaze softening as he looked at her. "Thanks to you last night, I slept very, 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 very well. I feel completely refreshed. So even if I pull an all-nighter today, it shouldn't be a problem." "Don't worry." Nika was taken aback. Was it really that good?" She scratched her cheek. "I just gave you a lap pillow, that's all." "It was," Fumi Yajin nodded. "And, was it really just a lap pillow?" Fumi Yajin gave her a meaningful wink. Nika stiffened slightly, her face flushing red. He found out. Fumi Yajin gently patted her slender shoulder. "Anyway, just leave tonight to me. You slept for a few hours today, but that was just to make up for last night's lost sleep, so you can still sleep some more. When the sun comes up tomorrow morning, we should be able to relax our guard a bit. At that time, I'll have to trouble Miss Pudding to let me rest peacefully in your warm embrace for a while. How does that sound?" Nika looked at his serious expression and knew he wouldn't sleep tonight no matter what, so she could only nod. "Alright, I understand. But, I can't fall asleep right away either, so I'll sit with you for a bit." "Okay." Fumi Yajin nodded. The night deepened. Nika fell asleep, leaning on Fumi Yajin's shoulder. A little farther from the bonfire, the fleshy-faced woman was also asleep. The madam, however, was also awake, silently keeping watch and occasionally adding firewood. In the darkness beyond the bonfire, there was only silence. Aside from the sounds of the waves and the wind, nothing could be heard. Fumi Yajin looked at the sky, then at the tachi stuck in the sand before him. The night was still long, but just then, he suddenly noticed something strange. He looked at the tachi's transparent blade, with cherry blossoms fluttering inside. He noticed that the color of the fluttering cherry blossoms inside the blade seemed to have become a little more vibrant. Was it a trick of the light? A change in color caused by the bonfire's glow? Fumi Yajin was slightly curious, but he still picked up the tachi to examine it closely. As usual, the tachi's information appeared in his mind. A very cool tachi, 3/20ths. Fumi Yajin was startled, suddenly wide awake. 3/20ths? 3? Is it because I killed 3 fish head monsters? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 25% off spot and unlock everything now. 41. The chubby guy and the black man return. At dawn, the sun rose above the horizon. On the beach, the bonfire, no longer needing more wood, gradually died out. Next to the bonfire, where the woodpile used to be, only a few scattered twigs and wood chips remained, alongside fire-starting tools like the bow drill. This was thanks to them conserving firewood during the latter half of last night. After all, they had only gathered wood on the first day, not yesterday. If they hadn't cut extra as a precaution on that first day, they might not have made it through last night. A ray of sunlight fell upon Nijika's fair cheek, bringing with it a hint of warmth, and it roused her from her already complete slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she opened them to find she had spent the entire night sleeping on Fumi Yajin's shoulder. This time, however, she didn't feel too embarrassed. After all, compared to waking up on Fumi Yajin's lap, leaning on his shoulder suddenly seemed like nothing. But the thought that she might have made his shoulder stiff made her feel a little guilty. She quickly sat up straight and glanced at Fumi Yajin shyly. I'm awake. It's your turn to sleep now, right?" "No rush," Fumi Yajin shook his head. He got up, went to the fire, and carefully moved a soda can full of boiled water away from the embers with a stick. After it had cooled a bit, he picked it up and placed it in front of Nika. "Have some water." You drink it, I'm not thirsty. Najika shook her head. I already had several servings while you were asleep, Fumi said. Really? Najika asked doubtfully. But I was leaning on your shoulder. It must have been hard for you to move. How could you get water? It was difficult for me to move, so it was all thanks to the madam, Fumi said, casting a grateful glance to his side, at the madam sitting a few meters away. Madam, thank you for your hard work last night. The pink-haired madam had indeed worked hard last night. First, like Fumi, she had kept watch all night without closing her eyes. Second, with Najika leaning on him, Fumi couldn't move easily, so the madam was the one responsible for tending to the fire all night. Furthermore, while adding wood to the fire, the madam had brought him boiled water several times. So, Fumi had indeed rehydrated multiple times. You're too kind, doctor, the pink-haired madam said with a motherly smile. I'm from a mother's generation, yet I'm constantly being looked after by you young people. It's only right that I do these small things for you. Listening to their conversation, Najika realized that Fumi had apparently really had some water. She glanced at his lips and saw they didn't look parched at all. In fact, they were moist and looked supple, making one want to take a bite. Wait. Najika Ijishi, what are you thinking? Najika's cheeks instantly flushed hot. She quickly raised the soda can to hide her face and began to drink cautiously. Najika drank her water. Fumi stood up and walked over to the three fish-headed monster corpses, but before examining the bodies, his gaze swept across the seashore in front of him. He then noticed numerous fine footprints, or rather, claw prints, in the areas of the beach untouched by the waves. Most of them only extended a short distance onto the sand before disappearing. Only 3 sets of claw marks reached the vicinity of the bonfire, left by the 3 unfortunate souls who had been cut down. But looking at the dense collection of prints in the distance, it was clear that the number of monsters hiding in the sea wasn't just 1 or 2, or even 10 or 20. Judging by the combat strength displayed by the 3 fish-headed monsters yesterday, if there were fewer than 10 of them, Fumi might have been able to slaughter them. Alan test whether that mysterious counter on his tachi would change. But if their numbers reached the dozens or hundreds, it would be a qualitative change from a quantitative one, a force sufficient to wipe out Fumi entire group. Fortunately, they seemed to fear the light and probably wouldn't come out during the day. Fumi let out a slight sigh of relief. He retracted his gaze and looked down at the 3 corpses, or rather, the 6 pieces of corpses. These bodies, like that of the curly-haired man, were decomposing rapidly. After a night of decay, the flesh had begun to soften, and a large amount of viscous, dark cyan fluid was oozing from the surface. A pungent stench emanated from the corpses, the same choking, head-spinning odor that had come from the curly-haired man. It stinks. Najika, having finished her water, also stood up and came to his side. Smelling the odor, she immediately covered her nose. This smell, it's a bit like how Haji's body smelled yesterday. Will it make people sick, too? Shouldn't we get rid of them quickly then? Fumi, however, remembered the corrosive effect the black fluid had when it splashed on the fleshy-faced woman yesterday, which led him to consider certain possibilities. This fluid, it might be a treasure. Ha! Najika's eyes widened as she looked at Fumi in astonishment. A treasure. It might prove very useful, Fumi said, a profound gleam flashing in his eyes. Hey, you're still here, that's great. A rather distant shout suddenly reached them. In an instant, the 4 people near the bonfire were startled. They turned their heads and looked toward the source of the sound. There, 30 or 40 meters away on the beach, 2 figures were waving as they walked toward the bonfire. It was the black man and the chubby guy, and looking at their current state, they seemed abnormally normal. There was no blood on their faces or bodies, and their clothes were only slightly disheveled. They showed no signs of injury whatsoever. The 4 by the bonfire stared with wide eyes. These 2 had been missing for an entire night, without a trace or a sound, and now they had returned safely, almost completely unscathed? Something wasn't right. The chubby guy and the black man quickly walked over. The madam stood up to greet them, looking at them in shock. You too, are you all right? The 2 of them nodded. The black man, with a look of lingering fear, said, to be honest, we thought we were dead for sure. I can't believe we made it back alive. What on earth happened? Why didn't you come back all night? The madam asked. Well, the black man was about to speak when he remembered something. He turned his head and shot a cold glare at the fleshy-faced woman sitting on the ground nearby. It's all thanks to this damn woman. She almost got us killed. How is it my fault? The fleshy-faced woman retorted indignantly. I almost died last night, too. It was you. You were in charge of the torch, but then you suddenly disappeared, and we couldn't see a thing. The chubby guy also grew angry, pointing an accusing finger at the fleshy-faced woman. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 25% off spot and unlock everything now. 42. Please watch me carefully. That's because you damn chubby guy, suddenly let go, getting the corpse's grease all over me. The fleshy-faced woman retorted, not to be outdone. Besides, I only took 2 steps back. Do you have pig brains? Didn't you think to come find me? When I turned around, you 2 were gone. I'm the one who was almost scared to death, okay? Find you? How were we supposed to find you? The black man said irritably. All we heard was a scream, then you vanished. The fire was gone too, and we couldn't see a thing. We called for you, but you didn't answer. We got completely lost in the dark. The madam thought for a moment and said, but you should have been able to see the bonfire, right? Couldn't you have just followed it back? That's the creepy part, we couldn't see the bonfire either. The black man had a look of lingering fear as he recalled, saying, it was like the whole world went black. We couldn't see anything, and shouting got no response, like we'd run into a ghost. Luckily, the chubby guy and I were close. I grabbed his clothes, and when I spoke to him, he could still manage a few replies. Yeah, it was so creepy then. Brother Daniel and I were almost scared to death. The chubby guy said, his heart still pounding with fear. We couldn't get our bearings either, so we just wandered around nearby looking for the path, but as we were searching, we suddenly lost consciousness. Hearing this, the fleshy-faced woman's eyes widened slightly. You too. You fainted. The madam was stunned. And then we woke up just now, the chubby guy said, spreading his hands. Yeah, we probably woke up less than 10 minutes ago. The black man added. When we came to, both of us were lying on the beach. Then, we got up, found our direction, walked this way a bit, and saw you all. So we ran over. Ha! The madam was dumbfounded. That's it. That's simple. Both the black man and the chubby guy nodded. We don't know what happened either, but everything we're saying is true. The black man said, scratching his dreadlocks. Just then, Fumi Yajin and Nika came over. Fumi Yajin first glanced at the numbers above their heads. Unchanged. Just like the fleshy-faced woman, their countdowns hadn't changed at all. They were still set to die around this evening. So, were they really just controlled by some strange power in the darkness, got lost on the beach for a while, and then passed out? As Fumi Yajin was pondering this, kya, chik, a strange sound echoed, like the grinding of teeth. Fumi Yajin snapped back to reality and looked at the two men's faces, only to find their eyes fixed intently on him, their cheeks twitching. Of course, the moment they noticed Fumi Yajin looking, the two immediately averted their gazes. But their cheeks continued to twitch, as if they were fighting with their own expressions. Seeing this, Fumi Yajin raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "What's wrong with you two?" "Nothing, Nanda Mane." The two replied at once, but Fumi Yajin wasn't convinced. He narrowed his eyes and slowly walked in front of them, entering their line of sight. The two immediately looked away again, their facial twitching growing more violent. Even the corner of one of their mouths started to spasm. "You two don't look very well," Fumi Yajin said, watching them. No. The two men shook their heads hastily. "Then why won't you look me in the eye?" Fumi Yajin said with a raised brow. "Are you looking down on me?" No, the black man said quickly. It's because the doctor is too handsome. One look is enough to make a man jealous. So, I don't dare to look. Yes, that's it. It's all because the doctor is too handsome. I don't dare look, for fear of turning gay." The chubby guy chimed in hurriedly. "Oh, is that so?" Fumi Yajin started to smile. Yes. The two nodded like bobbleheads. "But I have this little quirk. The more someone doesn't want to do something, the more I enjoy watching them do it. So..." As Fumi Yajin spoke, his voice suddenly turned cold. With a flick of his hand, a tachi materialized out of thin air. He plunged it, scabbard and all, into the sand. "Now, please, look at me properly, okay?" The chubby guy and the black man were instantly struck by a breathtaking chill. Though bathed in the warm morning sun, they felt as if they had been plunged into an icy cavern. It felt as if the slightest disobedience would get them sliced in half the next second. Their hearts leaped into their throats. Not daring to hesitate for even a moment, they quickly turned their heads straight and looked at Fumi Yajin. But it would have been better if they hadn't. The moment they did, both of their faces began to convulse. It was like a glitch in the middle of a Sichuan opera face-changing performance, or as if countless parasites were crawling around under their skin. Their expressions trembled violently, and their eyes flickered madly between extreme terror and hatred. Now, Nika and the madam, who had been standing behind them and feeling a bit confused by the conversation, also sensed that something was wrong. Why were the two men's expressions so bizarre? "Gentlemen, your expressions are a little strange," Fumi Yajin said with a slight smile, placing his left hand on the black man's right shoulder and his right hand on the chubby guy's left shoulder. "Are you dissatisfied with me in some way?" The black man and the chubby guy instantly broke into a cold sweat, their bodies trembling slightly. "And no. Really, no." The madam couldn't help but speak up. "Doctor, is something wrong with them?" Nika also felt the tense atmosphere. Becoming wary, she asked, "Is there a problem?" A flash of desperation and hesitation crossed the eyes of the black man and the chubby guy. They stole a glance at each other, as if considering some kind of desperate, last-resort decision. But just then, Fumi Yajin released their shoulders. He took a step back, pulled the tachi from the ground, put it away, and then broke into a relaxed smile. "It's nothing. I was just teasing them." "No need to be tense," Fumi Yajin said with a smile to the madam and Nika. Then he looked at the chubby guy and the black man and said, "I don't know what really happened last night, but it's good that you're back safely. We have a lot to do today, so there's not much time for you to rest. Besides, because you two disappeared last night, we were worried sick and didn't get much sleep. So you'll have to put in some extra effort today." At these words, the chubby guy and the black man looked as if they had received a royal pardon. They let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. The black man even patted his chest and assured him, "Don't you worry, boss doctor. Just tell us what needs doing." "Oh halo, wal nu ahem. It's Nika Dewa. With all my love, I'm launching a new update for you. A huge thank you for all of your incredible support, it means the world to me. 3. Our community goals are still running. 55 members plus 5 extra chapters for all stories. Want to help us continue with our projects? By joining, you get instant access to up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. 43, a little experiment, chapter bonus. There are 2 things we've decided to do today, Fumi Yajin said, pointing to where the firewood pile had been. First is chopping wood. Since we don't have an axe, I'll handle the chopping, but I'll need someone to help carry it. He looked at the black man and said, "You'll do, Daniel." "No problem." The man with dreadlocks pounded his chest, agreeing readily after the terrifying judgment just now. He was eager for a chance to show his loyalty. "And the second thing?" Nika asked. "Before we get to the second thing, there's something else we need to do first," Fumi said, his gaze sweeping over the group. "Everyone, come with me to the forest." Everyone's expression immediately changed. "Why go to the forest, to feed the snakes?" The black man asked fearfully. "No, we're going to conduct an experiment," Fumi said. "Don't worry, Miss Pudding and I have already been in the forest several times. Dealing with venomous snakes isn't a huge problem. Besides, you'll just be watching from 5 meters away. There won't be any danger." Hearing this, the black man and the others were still a bit uneasy, but after some hesitation, they agreed at Fumi insistence. After all, Fumi and Nika had ventured deep into the forest to fetch water, which gave them plenty of credibility when it came to fighting venomous snakes. Moreover, watching from 5 meters away, the risk factor would indeed be much lower. Of course, there was another important reason. Fumi was now unquestionably the team's leader, as well as the strongest in terms of combat ability. As long as it wasn't something they were strongly opposed to, the black man and the others were certainly unwilling to cross him. After reaching a consensus, Fumi prepared to lead everyone to the forest. Before that, however, he picked up an unused plastic bottle from the small pile of plastic trash he had collected earlier. With his tachi, he sliced off the narrow part near the bottle's mouth, creating a plastic cup. Holding this plastic cup, he walked over to the corpse of a fish-headed monster, pressed the cup against it, squeezed, and scooped, collecting about a third of a cup of black oil. Everyone watched this, their eyes wide. And when Fumi walked over with the cup and the pungent stench hit them, everyone covered their noses and frowned. "What are you?" "This is the experiment's prop," Fumi said with a calm expression, offering no further explanation as he led the way towards the forest. Under his lead, the others quickly followed. Fumi walked at the very front. Nika walked behind him, ready to summon her drumsticks at a moment's notice. The others huddled together, following 4 or 5 meters behind. In this formation, the group entered the forest. Probably because it was early morning and the temperature at the forest's edge hadn't risen yet, this time Fumi and Nika only had to walk 7 or 8 meters in before they encountered snakes. "Over there, and there's more than one." Having entered the forest several times, Nika had honed her snake spotting skills. She pointed to their front right and shouted. Following her direction, the others quickly noticed 3 snakes slithering on the ground not far away. All were primarily black and white, but with slightly different patterns. And at the edge of the bushes a little further on, they could faintly see a few more snake bodies moving. "Good, they'll do," Fumi said as he tiptoed a few steps closer, stopping about 3 meters away. Then, he threw the black oil from the cup in his hand. The nearest snake was directly splashed by a bit of the black oil. Tssss, a corrosive sound sizzled as the snake began to convulse violently, writhing on the ground as if in extreme pain. The other 2 snakes nearby weren't hit by the oil, but after flicking their tongues, they seemed to sense something terrifying. They zipped away in a flash, rapidly fleeing the area. As for the bushes in the distance, the faint silhouettes of snakes moving within them had completely vanished. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. Looks like the experiment was a success," Fumi said, turning back to explain to the group. "Snakes are extremely sensitive to smells. Pungent odors make them feel threatened. And since this black oil smell is so acrid that even humans find it alarming, the snakes definitely can't stand it. So this stuff can be used to repel venomous snakes." Nika asked, pleasantly surprised. "Doesn't that mean exploring the forest will be much easier for us now?" "Yes, but there's more to it," Fumi said. "If we bring more of the black oil from the corpses and draw a large circle, won't we have a safe zone in this forest, free from venomous snakes? That way, we can also take shelter from the sun in the forest during the day, greatly reducing water loss. And at night, we can be a bit farther from the sea, making us less likely to be attacked by those sea monsters. Kills 2 birds with 1 stone." The madam and Nika's eyes widened. "Wodo think you'd come up with that, you're a genius," Nika exclaimed. The madam was also amazed. She looked at Fumi face. Composed in the face of danger, meticulous and thorough in his thinking, and most importantly, he's so handsome. "I can't take it. I'm starting to want to marry off my daughter. A wonderful kid like him would make such a great son-in-law." With the experiment complete, Fumi led everyone back to the beach. Since the experiment was a success, the second task is now set. "We'll use bottles and containers to transport the black oil and mark out a safe zone," Fumi said. The madam and Nika immediately nodded, but the other 3 seemed unenthusiastic. There are still a lot of venomous snakes in the forest, after all. Even if this black water can repel them, we could still die if we get bitten while transporting it, right? So it's still very dangerous, isn't it?" The black man said hesitantly. Yeah, I don't think we really dare to do this," the chubby guy said, scratching his head. Fumi face turned cold. He shot them a glare and said, "You disappeared for a whole night, and I haven't even settled the score with you about the suspicion you're under. You yourselves promised to contribute more, but now you're unwilling to do even this little thing. Are you trying to cause trouble?" At these words, the chubby guy and the man with dreadlocks panicked instantly, shaking their heads frantically. No, it's not that I'm unwilling. I'm just a little scared," the chubby guy said. I'll do it, okay. Me too. Of course I'm willing to listen to you, boss. The black man said, shamelessly sucking up. It's just, don't I still have to go with you to move the wood? I can only come back and do this after we're done, but I'm definitely willing to work. Fumi Yajin glanced at them. Seeing they had backed down, he didn't press the issue further. Alright, then this is the plan for now Maruyama, you and your big boss lady will go collect the black oil and mark the safe zone. Daniel, you'll come with me to chop wood first. After the firewood is taken care of, you can come help them. Then Fumi Yajin looked at Najika and the madam. The madam was up all last night tending the fire, so she must be tired. Go rest for a while in the shade behind that rock over there. Pudding, you go with the madam and watch over her. At this point, Fumi Yajin moved closer to Najika and whispered in her ear, be careful of the other three. If they approach you or do anything suspicious, start drumming immediately and shout for me. Najika froze for a moment. Then she nodded. Okay. Oh halo, wal nu ahem. I mean, it's Nika Dewa. With all my love, I'm launching a new update for you. A huge thank you for all of your incredible support, it means the world to me. 3. Our community goals are still running. 55 members plus 5 extra chapters for all stories. Want to help us continue with our projects? By joining, you get instant access to up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. 44, intentional, or an accident. The firewood chopping went quite smoothly. Although the black man's face was twitching the whole time, he worked hard carrying the wood, running back and forth without stopping. About 20 minutes later, they had chopped enough wood. Fumi Yajin and the dreadlocked guy carried the last of the firewood back toward the bonfire site. But from a distance, they saw the fleshy-faced woman had already kicked the chubby guy to the ground and was stomping on him over and over again to vent her anger. While kicking him, she cursed, "You damn fatso, you useless, bumbling idiot. This was the water we needed to survive the last day, and you just ruined it. Do you want us all to die with you? I'll kick you to death, you son of a bitch." If the madam and Najika were here, they would have stepped in to stop her long ago. However, the two of them were resting in the shade of a rock 20 or 30 meters away and likely had no idea what was happening over here. Fumi Yajin and the black man were completely bewildered by the scene. After putting down the firewood, the black man walked over and asked, "What's going on?" Thump. The fleshy-faced woman kicked the chubby guy again, then said irritably, "Why don't you ask him?" Although the chubby guy was being kicked brutally and was covered in sand, he showed no signs of resisting, his face full of shame. I'm sorry, I messed up, but I really didn't do it on purpose." "So what did you do?" the black man asked, looking down at him. The big boss and I were going to use the black oil to mark the safe zone. I thought using the small bottle to transport it bit by bit was too slow, so I decided to use a big container," the chubby guy said, scratching his head and looking down. Seeming to think the chubby guy was speaking too slowly and hesitantly, the fleshy-faced woman cut in, "I figured, don't we have 2 large containers? A laundry detergent bottle and a gasoline can. We finished the water in the detergent bottle last night, so I told the Soph to use it to carry the black oil so we could transport more at once. But I never expected this idiot's brain to be waterlogged. He grabbed the gasoline can instead, and without even looking, he poured the black oil right in. Now look, there was still nearly half a can of water in there, and now it's all gone." "What?" The black man's eyes widened. "The fresh water is gone? You're kidding, right? Why else do you think I'm so pissed? That was our lifeline. We still have a whole day to survive." The fleshy-faced woman was filled with righteous indignation, and as she spoke, she couldn't resist kicking the chubby guy again. "If that's the case." The black man rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Then, he also kicked the chubby guy, making him cry out in pain again. "You really deserve a beating." The black man glared fiercely at the chubby guy. The chubby guy looked miserable and didn't dare to fight back. I just made a mistake, I really didn't do it on purpose. Besides, I wasn't here last night, so I didn't know which bottle you guys finished." Fumi Yajin had been silent the entire time, but hearing the chubby guy's words, he raised an eyebrow slightly. "You didn't know which bottle was empty, but when you picked up the gasoline can and carried it over to fill it with oil, you didn't feel the water sloshing inside?" Fumi Yajin asked. The chubby guy froze. "Well, I wasn't thinking, I just opened it and poured." "Oh, you weren't thinking." Fumi Yajin smiled faintly, looking at the chubby guy. "Maruyama, look me in the eyes. Tell me, was it intentional, or was it an accident?" Fumi Yajin had a warm smile on his face, and his tone was very calm. But as the chubby guy heard these words, he felt a bone-chilling cold, even a hint of killing intent. The chubby guy slowly raised his head and looked at Fumi Yajin. His plump cheeks began to twitch uncontrollably again. But, the will to survive was, after all, incredibly strong. He forced his lips to move, squeezing out a few words. I really wasn't thinking. It wasn't on purpose." Meanwhile, he wasn't the only one who was tense. The black man standing nearby now wore an incredibly grim expression, even subconsciously clenching his fists. He secretly glanced at Fumi Yajin, afraid that he would draw his tachi in the next second and slice the chubby guy's head off. However, in the midst of such a tense atmosphere, so it was an honest mistake. In that case, there's nothing to be done. Fumi Yajin shrugged. "Seeing as you've taken such a beating, you've learned your lesson. Let's leave it at that. You can get up." The chubby guy was stunned by this. He stared blankly at Fumi Yajin. Doctor, you forgive me." "Yeah," Fumi Yajin said, spreading his hands. "It's already happened. What good would not forgiving you do?" Now the black man and the fleshy-faced woman were also dumbfounded. Is this guy a saint? Forgiving him just like that? The key thing is, he wasn't like this before. The fleshy-faced woman paused, stunned. But that's the water we need for the whole day, and he just wasted it like that. You're just going to forgive him. What else can we do? Even if I don't forgive him, the water won't come back. Fumi Yajin looked magnanimous. Besides, there wasn't that much water left in the gasoline can anyway. We're surrounded by crisis right now. What we need most is unity. But without that water, we still have a full day and night left. We'll be dying of thirst, won't we? The black man asked. What are we going to do? It's fine, Fumi Yajin shook his head. Miss Pudding and I will just make another trip into the forest and get some more, won't that solve it? The fleshy-faced woman, the black man, and the chubby guy's eyes widened upon hearing this. At this moment, the sheer surprise in their eyes was so immense it almost suppressed the twitching of their cheeks. The feeling was like winning the grand prize in a raffle at the corner store, which was supposed to be just a notebook, only to open the notebook and find a lottery ticket hidden inside, a ticket that had just won 50 million. It was a completely unexpected and far beyond expectations turn of events. However, before we go, I need you all to make some preparations first. Fumi Yajin spoke again, addressing the chubby guy and the fleshy-faced woman. This problem originated with you too, so to let you make amends, I have a task for you. Go pour out the water in this gasoline can and fill it with more black oil. That way, when Pudding and I go into the forest later, we can sprinkle it as we go, which will make dealing with the venomous snakes easier. When it's time to get water, we'll just use the laundry detergent bottle. It won't hold much, but at least it'll be safe. I think that detergent bottle holds 2 or 3 liters. If we fill it up, that's enough for each of us to have a few hundred milliliters, which should be enough to last the final day. The three of them didn't hesitate much upon hearing this. No problem, I'll go fill it right now. The chubby guy scrambled up from the ground, grabbed the gasoline can, and went to do as he was told. The fleshy-faced woman, for a rare change, raised no objections to Fumi Yajin's decision and went over to help. It turned out that the 3 corpses contained a large amount of black oil, and it seemed that the decomposition process had produced even more. Soon, thanks to the efforts of the chubby guy and the woman, the large gasoline can was about a quarter full of black oil. Is this enough? The chubby guy asked, carrying it over. It's about right. Fumi Yajin nodded. Also, I'm leaving the task of creating the safe zone to you all. If the safe zone isn't marked by the time we get back, you know the consequences. The chubby guy and the others broke out in a cold sweat and nodded repeatedly. It won't. We'll definitely get it done. Oh Halo, Wal Nu Ahem. I mean, it's Nika Dewa. With all my love, I'm launching a new update for you. A huge thank you for all of your incredible support, it means the world to me. 3. Our community goals are still running. 55 members plus 5 extra chapters for all stories. Want to help us continue with our projects? By joining, you get instant access to up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. 45. Where's my sharpness? In his left hand, he carried an empty blue laundry detergent bottle. In his right hand, a red gasoline can filled a quarter of the way with black oil. Fumi Yajin and Najika walked into the woods together. Najika looked at Fumi Yajin with some concern and said, "Are we really going to get water like this? You didn't sleep at all last night." Fumi Yajin smiled at her. "I never planned on getting water in the first place." Najika was stunned. "Then what you just told them?" "Of course, I was lying to them. You must have noticed something's off, right? Both Maruyama and Daniel are suspicious. And their big sister, there's a 90% chance she's compromised too," Fumi Yajin said. "So I was deliberately misleading them." As he spoke, Fumi Yajin led Najika in a different direction. Instead of going deeper into the forest, they began walking along its edge, away from the bonfire. "So they really are up to something?" Najika's expression grew serious. "I could tell something was strange from the way they looked at you. But why? What happened to them? And what are they planning to do now?" "I don't know," Fumi Yajin shook his head, "but one thing is clear: they're trying to sabotage us. They don't want us to clear this instance." How did it come to this? Najika couldn't quite wrap her head around it. Then she started to worry. Will the madam be in danger? She's all alone with them. She won't be. They wouldn't dare do anything rash, Fumi Yajin said, shaking his head. Earlier, when Daniel and Maruyama returned to camp, I deliberately set down my tachi and grabbed both their shoulders while questioning them. On the surface, I was using physical contact to pressure them. In reality, I was also giving them an opportunity to make a move. After all, my hands were far from my sword at that moment. The blade was stuck in the ground, still in its sheath. By all accounts, it was the perfect chance to strike. On top of that, I had already pushed them to their limit, creating a tense, sword-drawn atmosphere as if I was about to attack them myself. Under those circumstances, if Daniel and Maruyama truly had the confidence to fight me, they would have acted then. But the fact is, they didn't. This proves they have no confidence in beating me, even in such an advantageous situation. So right now, knowing that I will be returning, the likelihood of them harming the madam is definitely quite low. Besides, I have a more crucial source of information. I can see the madam's death countdown. Just like mine and Najika's, it ends at dawn tomorrow. So, the madam should be fine. Judging by their behavior, during the day, at most they'll only dare to pull some petty tricks. They absolutely wouldn't do anything too drastic. They'll even have to obediently carry out the tasks I assign them, Fumi Yajin said. My guess is, they're waiting for nightfall. Unlike us, they might not fear the darkness, making nighttime their prime opportunity. They'll definitely wait until it's dark to make their real move. And when they do, there might be an even greater threat than just them. Najika's heart clenched. Then, what should we do now? Sleep. Najika was stunned. Sleep. Fumi Yajin stopped walking, causing Najika to stop as well. He tossed the laundry detergent bottle aside, opened the gasoline can, and poured a small amount of the black oil at the base of several trees in every direction. The smell immediately spread. Then, he led Najika to the base of a tree and said, I am getting a little tired. So, I'll have to trouble Miss Pudding to provide me with her sleep aid service, just like the night before last. Najika was a bit bewildered. I mean, I can, but if the final battle is tonight, don't we need to prepare? This is part of the preparation, Fumi Yajin said with a shrug. Najika paused, slightly taken aback. Seeing the trace of exhaustion that finally showed between Fumi Yajin's brows, she instantly understood. The guy had worked tirelessly all day yesterday. When they went into the jungle, he had to look after her too, which made him the most exhausted one. Then, he stayed up all night without a second of rest. And this morning, he was planning everyone's actions and chopping firewood himself. Goodness knows how tired he must be. He had just been hiding it so well that no one could tell. So, letting him get a good sleep really was the most crucial preparation, because he was the main DPS of their duo, the one responsible for controlling the situation and dealing damage. If he wasn't in top condition, no amount of other preparations would matter. Realizing this, Najika's gaze hardened with determination. She bent down, cleared a small patch of ground under the tree, sat down, and then patted her lap, saying to Fumi Yajin, please. To receive such a proactive invitation for a lap pillow from a cute little angel like Najika put Fumi Yajin in a rather cheerful mood. But as he looked at the ground around them, he found it difficult to lie down and peacefully enjoy the girl's lap pillow like before. After all, their previous lap pillow sessions had been on the beach. Lying down on soft sand is something most people can accept. But here, within the forest, the ground beneath them was uneven, damp earth scattered with all sorts of small twigs, leaves, and pebbles. Lying down in such an environment, even ignoring the natural psychological resistance a modern person would have to getting their clothes dirty, was simply not very comfortable. So, Fumi Yajin thought for a moment and decided against lying down. Instead, he leaned against the same tree trunk and sat down next to Najika. Najika was a bit surprised. You don't want that anymore? Lying on this kind of ground is too uncomfortable. Let's skip it, Fumi Yajin said. Oh, I guess so. Najika glanced at the ground and understood. But, is this okay? Fumi Yajin turned his head to look at Najika as she said this and suddenly found her a little alluring, because her expression and tone at that moment were like someone who had intended to give you a sweet first kiss, only for you to just give her a quick hug and call it a day. Although it wasn't actually that deep, her demeanor alone made him feel a little like teasing her. So Fumi Yajin thought for a moment, then suddenly turned to his side, reached out his arms, and pulled her into a hug, holding her entire soft, petite body in his embrace. Then, he gently rested his head on her soft, slender shoulder, closed his eyes, and said, let's do this then. I'll be in your care for a bit. Najika froze completely. Her soft body went rigid, and she didn't dare move for several seconds. The forest fell silent. Fumi Yajin inhaled the fresh, sweet scent of the girl, but he never heard the sound he was expecting. Where's the sharpness? Where's my +1? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 25% off spot and unlock everything now. 46. This truly is a sad story. The familiar +1 never sounded. Fumi Yajin checked his freestyle sharpness gauge. The progress bar was a little over a third full, but that was all accumulated gradually since entering the instance. Yet now, after hugging Najika, the bar hadn't budged at all. Not even a single point. What was going on? You see, Fumi Yajin had impulsively hugged Najika with the sole intention of teasing her and farming some degenerate points. In his mind, he expected the girl to be momentarily stunned, then blush and struggle. Then he would let her go and peacefully go to sleep. That was genuinely his plan. However, he never expected. 10 seconds passed. Najika didn't struggle. And the points didn't increase. Fumi Yajin asked, bewildered, Najika, don't you think this is a little degenerate of me? Najika froze for a moment. Without turning to look at him, she buried her head even deeper, as if trying to hide her face from him. But Fumi Yajin could see that the tips of her ears were bright red. It's not. The girl's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. If it's to prepare for the final battle, then I guess it can't be helped. Fumi Yajin. I'm doomed. I've raised her affection too much. Farming degenerate points is going to be tough now. What a tragic story. Fumi Yajin's heart was heavy with sorrow. He didn't even feel like letting go anymore. He held the girl's slender body tightly, feeling the soft, supple warmth through her clothes. Turning his head to the side, he breathed in the sweet and delicious fragrance from her body, like jelly and pudding, even more wantonly. He gazed at the red tips of her ears and secretly listened to her breathing, which she was trying to slow down but couldn't quite manage to calm. Sigh, this is just so tragic. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest nearest to the bonfire, the chubby guy and the black man were diligently using bottles to scoop up black oil, drawing a large circle in the woods. Under the high temperature, both were drenched in sweat. The chubby guy wiped his sweat and looked at the black man, confused. Why, are we still listening to him? The black man glanced at him. Can you beat him? The chubby guy shook his head. But once it gets dark, can't we just? The black man shot him a disdainful look. What if he comes back this afternoon, sees we haven't done any work, and just starts hacking at us with his sword? Think about the way that guy looked at us this morning. He definitely suspected something, and he definitely had murder on his mind. You have a point. Sigh. Guess we have to keep working, the chubby guy sighed. But then, a look of displeasure, even resentment, crept onto his face. But that guy is just so ugly, so disgusting. Just looking at him makes me feel so damn sick. Every single piece of flesh on my body trembles with rage. I wish I could just rip his face apart, bite open his skin, peel his tendons and drink his blood. Arg, I really want to kill him right now. You think I don't? The black man couldn't help but grit his teeth at the thought of Fumi Yajin's face. How can someone in this world be so nauseatingly ugly? He's more disgusting than maggots squirming in a toilet. If it weren't for my strong self-control, gritting my teeth and holding back, I probably would have punched him in the face when he leaned in close earlier. The two vented their righteous indignation, viciously complaining about how ugly and detestable Fumi Yajin was, trading insults and growing angrier with each word. But after their tirade, they eventually calmed down a bit. But that kid's combat power is pretty strong, and we don't know how many trump cards he's hiding. Even if he's only got that pretty face with him, we might not have a guaranteed win. We have to endure it for now. When night falls, we will attack together. The black man began to scheme. And don't forget, he took that pretty face back into the jungle for water. When they get back, they'll both probably be exhausted. If we make our move then, we'll definitely get a taste of meat. Hearing this, especially the last few words, the chubby guy's face suddenly took on a dreamy, obsessed expression. Yeah, at night, we'll get to taste the flesh of that Miss Pudding. She's so pure, so beautiful, as flawless as a pretty girl from a manga. When I think about her leaving the instance with that guy, and what they might do afterward, it just makes me feel so sick and disgusted. As he spoke, the chubby guy's pupils turned faintly red, and cyan scales began to emerge on the surface of his skin. His head also became a bit pointed. So we have to kill them. We have to make her stay in this world forever, with me forever. Evening. The sun was nearly touching the sea horizon. At the original bonfire spot, however, no fire was lit. This wasn't because everyone had moved to the safe zone marked out in the forest. In fact, the madam, the fleshy-faced woman, the chubby guy, and the black man were all sitting around the original bonfire spot. Ample firewood for burning, tinder, the shoelace bow drill and spindle the curly-haired man had made earlier, dry branches for kindling, everything was neatly arranged by the woodpile. They weren't missing a single thing. Yet even with the sun about to sink into the sea, they still hadn't started a fire, and didn't even seem to intend to. Shouldn't we get the bonfire started? The madam asked tentatively. The other three suddenly turned to look at her in unison, their eyes filled with a chilling coldness. In an instant, the hair on the madam's arms stood on end, and a cold sweat broke out. Let's wait for the doctor and the others to get back. It's still a while before it's completely dark, the fleshy-faced woman said. The madam knew this made no sense, but she didn't dare to argue, saying quietly, okay. A few minutes later, two figures appeared at the edge of the forest a dozen meters away. It was Fumi Yajin and Nika. The two quickly walked out of the forest and headed toward the camp. The fleshy-faced woman and the others naturally noticed them, and all looked their way. They saw that Fumi Yajin and his partner looked quite disheveled, covered in leaves and dirt, both with long faces and grim expressions. As for the two containers they had taken in, only one remained, a laundry detergent bottle held in Fumi Yajin's hand. Under the gazes of the camp's occupants, the pair soon reached the bonfire spot. The fleshy-faced woman and the others naturally stood up to greet them. What's wrong, doctor? Looks like things didn't go so well. Although the black man was speaking to Fumi Yajin, his eyes were glued to Nika, not daring to even glance at Fumi Yajin. This time, his cheeks weren't twitching. Our luck wasn't great this time. On the way back, we accidentally passed through a dense snake nest just as we ran out of black oil. We were almost swarmed and killed by vipers. We barely escaped with our lives, Fumi Yajin said with a miserable look on his face. And we were nearly ambushed by a snake while filling up the water, so we only managed to bring back half a bottle. It was that dangerous. The chubby guy stared at the sand beneath his feet, but his tone was exceptionally gentle. You two aren't hurt, are you? No injuries, Fumi Yajin shook his head, lifting the laundry detergent bottle. It's just that the water we brought back might not be enough to drink. It's fine, it's fine. It's great that you made it back safely. This water is enough to get us through the night. You've already done an amazing job. The fleshy-faced woman walked over, speaking with rare civility. But as soon as she saw Fumi Yajin, her cheeks began to twitch faintly again. She fought to suppress the twitching, forced an ugly smile, and reached for the bottle. Let me carry that for you. To her pleasant surprise, this time, Fumi Yajin was unexpectedly unguarded and handed the laundry detergent bottle right to her. Go boil it. Pudding and I are too exhausted to move. The fleshy-faced woman took the water bottle, holding it in her hand, and flashed the brightest smile she had since entering the instance. Sure, you two get some rest. Leave the rest to us. Hey, wait a minute, Fumi Yajin said, as if he'd suddenly noticed something was wrong. His previously weary and miserable expression instantly turned ice cold. He swept his gaze over the black man and the others, pointing at the sun that was already sinking into the sea. It's almost dark. Why haven't you started the fire? The black man and the others froze, their expressions turning awkward. The madam took this opportunity to move to Fumi Yajin's side, breathing a small sigh of relief before whispering, I told them to start it earlier, but they didn't seem willing. No. We were just thinking of waiting for you to get back before starting it. There's still time, and we could save some firewood. The black man said, scratching his head. The wood we chopped today is enough to last 2 days. Do we need to save this little? Fumi Yajin glared at him. Still no fire by now. I have reason to believe you and Maruyama are deliberately sabotaging things. Are you trying to make us fall into the darkness too? Do you want us to run into danger? At this, both the black man and the chubby guy began to tremble. No, 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 no. We'll start it right now, right now. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 25% off spot and unlock everything now. 47. A good comrade is one who gets things done. If an ordinary person were truly stranded in the wilderness, trying to make fire by drilling wood would be quite difficult. Not only are the materials hard to find, but the act itself is extremely challenging, demanding a high level of hand strength, explosive power, and endurance. However, for someone experienced in wilderness survival who can make a wooden bow and use a bow drill, the success rate increases dramatically. The now deceased curly-haired man was such a person. When starting the fire on the first night, he had used his shoelaces to make a simple wooden bow, successfully igniting the tinder through the friction of the bow drill to start the flames. This practical wilderness experience was one of the reasons Fumi had initially wanted to keep him alive. And after the curly-haired man's death, the bow drill set he left behind was still proving useful. Yesterday, the black man and the chubby guy had started the fire by mimicking what the curly-haired man had done, using this very set of tools. It was worth noting that the black man was clearly physically strong, or perhaps possessed some skill that enhanced his physical abilities. The force and speed he applied when drilling were far greater than the curly-haired man's. So, even though he lacked experience, his fire starting speed wasn't much slower. Therefore, when it came to the simple act of starting a fire, Fumi himself was not as skilled as the black man at this moment. Thus, he was naturally more willing to let the black man do it than to expend his own energy. And that's exactly what he did. But, although the black man and the chubby guy had agreed readily, their actual execution was somewhat sluggish. Fumi had witnessed their fire-starting process yesterday, so he quickly noticed that the man with the dreadlocks was clearly dragging his feet this time, not using his full strength. Seeing that a third of the sun had already sunk below the horizon, the fire still wasn't lit, and the tinder had only smoked twice before extinguishing. Fumi raised a hand, and his tachi appeared in his grasp. It seems you really think I don't dare to kill, Fumi sighed. As soon as he said this, the hairs on the black man and the chubby guy's bodies stood on end. No, I'm really trying. Boss doctor, this thing isn't that easy. I'm really not messing around on purpose. 2 minutes left, Fumi said indifferently. If the fire isn't lit in 2 minutes, I'll have no choice but to draw my blade. Hearing this, the expressions on the black man and the chubby guy turned extremely grim. The two of them looked up at the setting sun. The sun had not yet completely set. If it had been earlier, or simply during the day, they might have considered just fighting Fumi right then and there when faced with such an uncompromising threat. After all, they weren't certain they could win, but it wasn't an absolute impossibility. Fumi was ultimately the only strong combatant on his side. But it just had to be at this moment. At this awkward time when the sun was about to set. If they started a fight now, not only would they have no advantage, but it would feel like downloading a movie for hours, only to have your internet cut out from lack of payment at 99% a total waste. So, in this exact situation, they were extremely reluctant to just go all out. Just a little longer, stalling for just a bit more would guarantee their victory. Splash! Suddenly, the sound of liquid sloshing lightly inside a bottle was heard. The conflicted duo of the black man and the chubby guy subconsciously glanced over. It was the fleshy-faced woman. The fleshy-faced woman gave them a look and gently shook the laundry detergent bottle in her hand. The chubby guy was a bit bewildered, not understanding what she meant. But the black man understood instantly, his eyes lighting up. He then immediately assured Fumi Boss doctor, just give me one more chance, I'll get it started right away. After speaking, he straightened his back, held down the hearthboard with his left hand, gripped the wooden bow tightly with his right, and began pulling it back and forth frantically. This time, he was truly giving it his all. Shhh, shush. Under the constant pull of the shoelace bowstring, the wooden drill spun wildly in the hole of the board lined with tinder, and it quickly began to smoke. In less than half a minute, the tinder ignited. The black man quickly blew on the tinder gently to make the flame a little bigger, then began to light the dry leaves and twigs. Just like that, only a minute later, the dry branches were lit and placed in the bonfire area. Now they could start burning the firewood. The chubby guy and the black man finally breathed a sigh of relief. The black man turned his head, glanced at Fumi before quickly averting his gaze, then put on a fawning smile and said, "Doctor, look, the fire's started." "Very good," Fumi nodded, finally showing a hint of a smile. With a slight movement of his hand, the tachi in his grip vanished into thin air. He walked up to the black man. The black man's whole body tensed slightly. Fumi raised his hand and patted his shoulder. "As long as you do your job well, you're a good comrade," Fumi said. "By the way, how's the safe zone delineation coming along?" Hearing this, the black man actually relaxed a bit. "The chubby guy and I worked for several hours and practically scooped out all the black fluid from those corpses. We used it to mark out a large area in the forest. Doctor, you can go check it." "Oh, you did a good job then," Fumi smiled, pulling his hand back from the black man's shoulder and slowly reaching towards his pants pocket. "I'll reward you with a handful of blueberries." Hearing this, the black man naturally assumed he had blueberries in his pocket. Although he couldn't care less about blueberries, he still put on a pleasantly surprised expression. "That's great. I was just about to say I'm dying of thirst." However, Fumi hand lowered to his waist but didn't go into his pocket. Instead, it moved to the side with his left hand. The pure white tachi suddenly appeared. Swoosh! Cherry blossoms fluttered in the air. The blade, emitting a faint red glow, carved a deadly arc through the air. the black man's eyes widened. His body suddenly twisted like rubber, erupting with astonishing speed as he took a step back with extreme quickness. Crack! Something flew into the air. Like a spinning bowling pin, it tumbled twice in the air, and then, thump, it landed on the ground, splattering a patch of blackish red on the sand. It was an entire black-skinned arm. The black man glanced at the arm, stunned. He turned to look at his own left shoulder. The arm below it was gone. And that wasn't all. A thin line of blood had appeared on his stomach. Now, the line slowly opened, and blood gurgled out. As the gash gradually widened, one could faintly see his intestines inside. Moreover, the blood that flowed out was a blackish red, not the usual dark red, but a deep shade that was more black than red, and even had a bluish tint. He actually dodged. Fumi Yajin frowned slightly, dissatisfied with the result of his attack. Is it a special ability, as I thought, for his body to twist and burst with speed like that? It's pretty strong. When the black man heard this, he felt like he'd been screwed over. You call this dodging? I guess it only counts as being hit if you slice me in two. And you say it's pretty strong. Damn it, we're all players in our first official game, and you nearly one-shot me with a casual swing, then you say my ability is pretty strong? Doctor, have you gone mad? The black man gritted his teeth and said, are you trying to kill me? I don't really kill people. Fumi Yajin retracted his blade and pointed its tip at the severed arm on the ground. But are you still human? The madam and Nika looked at the dark blood flowing from the severed arm, a mix of red, black, and cyan, and instantly understood. Nika immediately summoned her drumsticks. As for the madam, she immediately took a few steps back, retreating behind Nika. Nika was slightly taken aback and looked at the madam in surprise. She thought to herself that in a decisive battle like this, it was time to play whatever hidden cards one had. The madam wore a slightly embarrassed expression. My abilities have absolutely nothing to do with fighting, so I'm very sorry I can't be of help. Meanwhile, the black man and the chubby guy also realized their cover was completely blown, and so, they no longer needed to act. Cyan scales gradually emerged on the surface of their skin. After the wound on the black man's abdomen was covered by the scales, a thick, blackish-red blood oozed out, temporarily sealing the wound like glue. It actually stopped the bleeding. The cross-section of his severed arm also gradually stopped bleeding as scales covered it and the black blood emerged. But this was clearly not a true recovery. The black man's expression was still pained. He gritted his teeth, no longer needing to hide his fury as he glared at Fumi Yajin and said in a cold voice, the blood you made me spill, I will drink it back from you, drop by drop, mouthful by mouthful, and eat it back from your flesh. The chubby guy also silently moved to his side. He gave Nika a look of obsessive, fanatical, and utterly twisted desire, then glared at Fumi Yajin with immense anger and disgust. From somewhere, he pulled out a crumpled, white wad of something. It was a wad of toilet paper. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 25% off spot and unlock everything now. 48. This drummer is amazing. Bonus chapter. Daniel, Maruyama, what in the world are you doing? Aren't we all teammates trying to survive together? If we keep fighting like this, everyone will die, won't they? The madam knew she was useless in a fight. Standing here idly served no purpose, so she might as well speak up. Perhaps she could squeeze out some information or distract the enemy. Die. Hearing this, the black man and the chubby guy suddenly burst into laughter. It was a savage laugh, yet also tragic. We stopped being on the same side a long time ago. Only if you die can we have a chance to live. The black man roared. The chubby guy had also been smirking, but when he came to his senses, he realized Fumi Yajin had already crept a meter closer. He quickly tossed the paper wad in his hand lightly into the air, then fixed his eyes on Fumi Yajin. The next second, the paper wad flying through the air suddenly locked onto its target like a guided missile and shot toward Fumi Yajin. Fumi Yajin glanced at the paper wad, his brow furrowing slightly. Judging by its appearance, it was just an ordinary wad of toilet paper. It didn't look like it had any killing power. But for the other party to pull it out at a time like this, it clearly wasn't that simple. An item? Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air. The paper wad was instantly cut in half. Fumi Yajin didn't even feel his blade meet any resistance. Could it really be just a normal wad of toilet paper? No, that's not right. Fumi Yajin's gaze sharpened. He realized that after being cut in two, the halves of the paper wad didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they seemed to hit an invisible wall on either side, then bounced back, flying toward Fumi Yajin again. And in the instant they rebounded, the severed halves suddenly became whole paper wads again. So now, there were two paper wads flying at Fumi Yajin. Whoosh! Fumi Yajin took half a step back and swung upwards. His tachi flashed, precisely cutting through both paper wads one after the other. Once again, the paper wads were split apart. But the next second, 4 paper wads bounced back at him. Moreover, Fumi Yajin detected a pungent, fishy stench coming from the paper wads. He didn't know what would happen if these paper wads landed on him, but he was sure it wouldn't be anything good. Cutting it is useless. Fumi Yajin's expression grew slightly grave. He took a step back, retreating 2 paces. But the paper wads immediately gave chase, flying faster and faster. He had a flash of inspiration. Slightly twisting his wrist, he turned the blade on its side and swung horizontally, striking the nearest paper wad with the flat of his sword. Smack! This paper wad was sent flying, but it soon hit another invisible wall and ricocheted back, joining the other 3 as it flew toward Fumi Yajin. Haha, this was the only reward I got from my trial instance. It's not that easy to deal with. The chubby guy's eyes were fixed on Fumi Yajin, a triumphant, savage grin on his face. Just you wait to be completely wrapped up in endless paper wads, ha 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 ha. What the hell is this thing? It's really hard to handle, Fumi Yajin cursed inwardly. The chubby guy didn't seem to have any trump cards, but it turned out he'd been holding onto an item this whole time. Fumiya himself had too few trump cards right now. After all, his superpower wasn't combat related, and he'd only received game rewards once. He really had no way to counter this bizarre item. At a time like this, he needed smack. Just as Fumiya Jin was about to turn and call for support, a crisp sound of a drumstick strike erupted from his side and rear. A sound wave carrying concussive force instantly reached the ears of everyone present. The black man, the chubby guy, the fleshy-faced woman, and even the madam, all felt a sudden numbness course through their bodies, as if they'd been electrocuted. The madam, being the closest, even felt her legs go weak, and she sat down on the ground with a thump. "Ah, I'm sorry, madam. I forgot to mark you as an ally." Najika cried out, a little apologetic. Because the madam was standing behind her, she had forgotten about her. The madam. The chubby guy's gaze, which had been locked onto Fumiya Jin, uncontrollably lost focus for a moment. As a result, the 4 paper wads dancing in the air also seemed to lose their way for an instant, hovering in midair. And at that moment, only Fumiya Jin was unaffected. His eyes lit up. Nice follow-up crowd control. He instantly sheathed his tachi. He stomped hard, exploding forward at maximum speed and darting to the side. He circled around the hovering paper wads and charged toward the chubby guy. Seeing Fumiya Jin about to reach him, the chubby guy finally recovered from the paralysis and quickly glared at Fumiya Jin. The paper wads immediately locked on again, as if having reacquired their target, and chased after Fumiya Jin from behind. However, whoosh! An elegant, cherry blossom pink arc was drawn in an instant. This arc sliced through the upper part of the chubby guy's right arm, one holding the paper wad's end, then casually passed by his neck. And so, thwack! An arm fell to the ground. Thud! A chubby head also fell to the ground, rolling twice. Even with the freakish healing ability the black man had displayed earlier, it seemed ineffective when one's head was on the ground. The chubby guy was dead. The moment his body went still, the white toilet paper clutched in the hand of his severed arm dissolved like ash. It seemed that killing someone didn't directly drop their equipment, but at least the threat of the paper wads was dealt with. Yet Fumiya Jin had no time to be happy. He could already hear footsteps and the rush of wind coming from behind him. The black man, having broken free from the paralysis, had launched a sneak attack from his side and rear. Moreover, his speed and strength were already far beyond that of a normal person. Fumiya Jin had no time to turn, and his drawing slash couldn't be used against such an awkward position to his side and rear. Smack! The sound of a drumstick strike rang out once more. The attack that should have hit Fumiya Jin in his moment of recovery was momentarily halted. In that instant, Fumiya Jin made a decision. After this fight, he would definitely hug Najika and plant a big kiss on her soft, pale cheek. In fact, one kiss wouldn't be enough. Who said drummers are useless in a team fight? This drummer is amazing. Fumiya Jin seized this momentary breathing room, took a step forward and to the right, and finally had the chance to turn around. Because this was the second time the black man was hit by the control effect, and he was farther from Najika, the duration was shorter. He recovered his mobility at that moment and threw another punch at Fumiya Jin. The surface of his fist was covered in a layer of greenish-black scales, which looked extremely hard. Fumiya Jin no longer dodged. The tachi, which he had been dragging on the ground, was brought up in a sweeping upward slash. SHHH. The blade met the fist. For a split second, it was stopped. Those greenish scales seemed incredibly tough. A normal blade might not have been able to cut through them at all. However, just an instant later, the blade cut through the scales and sank into the fist. CHRRK. It was like a hatchet splitting a bamboo stalk from top to bottom. The dreadlocked man's arm was forcefully split in two. The dreadlocked man's eyes widened. He stomped the ground and leaped back, instantly creating a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Then he looked down at his arm, which was now split into 2 long strips. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 25% off spot and unlock everything now. 49. I haven't even gotten to use my skill yet. Fumiya Jin watched the wailing black man, his eyes devoid of pity. He even took 2 stealthy steps forward, preparing to strike again. But the black man noticed and immediately retreated 3 or 4 steps at an even faster pace. Fumiya Jin instantly felt this was getting troublesome. He had no idea what class this black man was, but his physical abilities were too formidable. His speed, strength, and coordination were all slightly superior to Fumiya's. Although in close quarters, Fumiya Jin could easily overwhelm him with the devastating power of consecutive drawing slashes combined with his red sharpness. But if the black man wanted to flee, Fumiya really couldn't catch him. It was basically a racial trait for sprinting. Moreover, since he had been standing far from Najika to begin with, and had now retreated twice in a row, the distance between them had stretched to 7 or 8 meters. At this range, coupled with the diminishing returns on Najika's skill when used consecutively, the chances of relying on Najika's next strike to control him and then rushing in for an instant kill were not very high, and Najika had already struck with all her might twice. In a short period, she could at most manage one more strike. A fourth was likely out of the question. So, Fumiya Jin stopped in his tracks. He glanced at the black man's arm, which had been split in half. Even though cyan scales had appeared, the bleeding hadn't slowed by much. Apparently, that yokai-like transformation effect wasn't limitless when it came to staunching blood and healing wounds. Although he couldn't catch the black man, the man's life was already a candle flickering in the wind. He looked at the black man and said, "The chubby guy is already dead. With your remaining combat strength, you definitely can't beat us. If you scram now, I can let you live. The black man was grimacing in pain and panting heavily, but upon hearing this, a sinister smile spread across his face. You don't actually think you've won, do you? Haven't you noticed? The sun has already set. Fumi Yajin glanced at the sky. The sun had indeed set. At some point, a blood-red moon had appeared, turning the sky from a dim orange to an eerie, dark crimson. So what if it's set? We have at least half an hour until it's completely dark. That's more than enough time to deal with you, Fumi Yajin said calmly. Besides, we have fire. Heh heh, fire. The fleshy-faced woman sneered. Do you really still have fire? Hearing her voice, both the madam and Najika's hearts skipped a beat. Their attention had been completely drawn to the fight between Fumi Yajin and the two men, so they hadn't noticed what the fleshy-faced woman was doing. Now, turning to look, they saw the fleshy-faced woman standing next to the campfire spot, right beside the burning branches. It was worth noting that the black man had just lit the branches and placed them in the fire pit when Fumi Yajin ambushed him. As a result, they hadn't had time to transition from burning kindling to logs, so the flames weren't very strong. And under these circumstances, the fleshy-faced woman was holding a laundry detergent bottle, its cap already unscrewed. She let out a vicious laugh and began to tip the bottle's mouth over the fire. She's going to. Don't. The madam's eyes widened, her face turning pale. Najika didn't have time to think either and instinctively struck her drumsticks again. Crack. The fleshy-faced woman's movements visibly stiffened. But because of the distance and this being the third time she was affected by the paralysis, the effect was much weaker and couldn't make her drop the bottle. The fleshy-faced woman did freeze for a fraction of a second, but the bottle in her hands had already tilted enough. The liquid naturally poured out quickly, dousing the weak flames. Haha, you damned couple, just you wait to die. Whoosh! The fire suddenly erupted skyward, cutting off the fleshy-faced woman's speech. The fleshy-faced woman screamed in agony, stumbled back several steps, fell to the ground, and began rolling around, howling. The black man was stunned. The madam was also stunned. But Najika suddenly remembered, just before they returned from the forest, Fumi Yajin had suddenly poured the black fluid from the gasoline can into the laundry detergent bottle and then thrown the can away. At the time, she didn't know why and had even asked Fumi Yajin about it. But Fumi Yajin had told her she was too naive and a bad actress, that knowing too much might make her give the plan away, so he didn't tell her. So, until that very moment, she hadn't figured out what was going on. But now, she understood. The black fluid had spread across a large patch of ground, and the flames were burning fiercely. Logically, this was the moment when Fumi Yajin should have been watching the fleshy-faced woman with a mocking expression, taunting her mercilessly and enjoying the sight of her agonizing struggle. But he didn't. He had no sense of warrior's code, so he dashed forward in a single bound. Xing drawing / activated. The fleshy-faced woman, who had been rolling on the ground, suddenly couldn't roll anymore. Because rolling requires the coordination of one's arms and legs, and her arms and legs suddenly couldn't quite cooperate. That was because from the waist down, her body had been sliced clean in two. Flesh, intestines, organs, and dark red blood spilled out with her convulsions. The fleshy-faced woman's eyes bulged in terror as she stared at Fumi Yajin. Get away! Don't come near me! And you, that Niji girl, save me! What are you standing there for? Save me! I haven't even had a chance to use my class abilities yet. Hearing this, the black man actually wanted to go and help, but then he looked at the blade in Fumi Yajin's hands. He silently took a few more steps back. And so, shink! Fumi Yajin gripped the hilt with both hands in a reverse grip and plunged it downward. The sharp tip of the blade pierced directly through the center of the fleshy-faced woman's forehead. All the way through, the fleshy-faced woman's entire body went rigid. Her upper body and limbs began to convulse violently. KRRCH. Fumi Yajin, still gripping the hilt, gave it a sharp twist. Her face was frozen in an expression of ultimate terror and distortion. And then, the life drained from it. Shink! Fumi Yajin pulled the blade out. Blood, mixed with brain matter, gushed from the wound. He turned his head and looked at the black man with dreadlocks. You're the only one left. Still want to struggle? Fumi Yajin said. If he could just act, he'd rather not waste time with trash talk. Unfortunately, this black man with dreadlocks was the one person he couldn't catch. The only one. The black man panted, looking like he was on his last legs, but his words were still defiant. Why don't you take a look at the seashore? At this distance, Fumi Yajin wasn't afraid of the black man trying a sneak attack while his back was turned, so he glanced towards the sea, only to see countless pinpricks of red appearing all along the coastline. They were countless razor-mouthed sea monsters. Najika and the madam also turned to look, and the sight of the dense red dots made their scalps tingle with fear. How could this be? It's not completely dark yet, how could they? Fumi Yajin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the monsters. He noticed their eyes seemed even redder than yesterday. Was it because of the blood moon in the sky? So the third night really did hold the greatest tribulation. But we have fire, so why should we be afraid of these things? Fumi Yajin turned back, looking at the black man with a deliberately arrogant and smug expression. As expected, seeing his confidence, the black man couldn't help but laugh. This is the third night. You don't actually think that little flame can stop them now that they're frenzied, do you? Just as I thought. The blood moon had driven them into a frenzy. That's why they could come ashore even before it was completely dark. And a normal fire was no longer enough to deter them. Fumi Yajin glanced at the red dots again. They were already on the shore and beginning to rapidly approach. Looks like we'll just have to make this fire a whole lot bigger. As he spoke, Fumi Yajin walked towards the bonfire. His tachi plunged into the large pool of burning black fluid. When he pulled it out, a layer of the fluid coated the blade. Fierce flames erupted, enveloping the blade and burning intensely. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 25% off spot and unlock everything now. 50. A blaze reaching for the sky. A dense pattering sound of crawling drew closer, approaching rapidly. Hundreds, even thousands, of fish-headed monsters arrived on the beach, their crimson eyes glowing as they swarmed forward like an oppressive black cloud. The black man looked at the burning tachi in Fumi Yajin's hand, thinking to himself, he's still trying to look cool at a time like this? Is he adding his own special effects? Does he really think this is a game where a fire enchantment adds damage? And yet, the next second, Fumi Yajin faced the few fish-headed monsters that had already charged right up to him and executed a horizontal slash. Swish! The flaming blade instantly sliced through the bodies of 3 fish-headed monsters, cutting them in two. And the moment it cut through their bodies, whoosh, the flames erupted. The black blood that poured from their severed bodies ignited in mid-air. The moment the corpses and blood hit the ground, they turned into a large pool of fire, burning fiercely. The other fish-headed monsters following behind, though less fearful of fire under the blood moon's influence, still felt an instinctual aversion to the raging flames on the ground and chose to go around. They sprinted, detouring slightly to the sides, bypassing the fire to surround Fumi Yajin. Crack! The sharp sound of a drumstick striking rang out. The movements of the fish-headed monsters within a 5-meter radius abruptly froze. Many of the fish-headed monsters fell flat on the ground, only to be crashed into and trampled by those coming up from behind. Fumi Yajin immediately turned, rushed to Nika, pulled her by the hand, and said to the madam, "Go to the safe zone." Taking advantage of the paralyzing effect Nijika's drumming had on the horde of monsters, the 3 of them sprinted towards the safe zone. Fortunately, the designated safe zone was only about 10 meters from the bonfire. Even though the fish-headed monsters recovered and gave chase at superhuman speed, the trio managed to dash into the forest and reach the designated safe zone before being caught. It had to be said, to avoid getting killed by Fumi Yajin, the chubby guy and the black man had worked quite hard during the day. They had indeed used the black fluid to draw a large circle about 7 or 8 meters in diameter, and many of the trees had been smeared with it to repel snakes. Patter, patter. The crawling sounds of the fish-headed monsters were already audible from behind. Whoosh! Fumi Yajin spun around and delivered a drawing slash. The blade sliced into the monster's thick neck. The fish-headed monster was instantly decapitated, its gushing blood erupting into a sheet of flame. But Fumi Yajin didn't let the head fall to the ground as before. Instead, he adjusted his angle and kicked the head sideways. Bang! The burning head flew off to the side. It didn't land precisely on the drawn circle of black fluid, but after hitting the ground and tumbling a few times, it rolled onto the circle. Boom! The flames instantly shot along the drawn circle of black fluid, igniting the entire ring in an instant and also setting ablaze the black fluid on 4 nearby trees. The black man knelt on the beach. Excessive blood loss was already making his consciousness fade. The fish-headed monsters, however, didn't attack him. They all rushed past him. He watched the direction Fumi Yajin's group had run, initially with some disdain. Safe zone? What's the use of a safe zone? Isn't that thing just for repelling snakes? Could it also be? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the black man suddenly understood something and quickly looked towards the forest. And then he saw it, a blaze of light soaring into the sky. The black man felt utterly screwed. Damn it, that's not a safe zone. Son of a beach, we've been had. The burning ring of fire couldn't completely stop the fish-headed monsters. After all, the circle wasn't completely closed. There was still an opening on the side facing the beach. The fish-headed monsters all charged through this opening, pouncing towards Fumi Yajin's group. Swish! 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 Fumi Yajin repeatedly executed his drawing slash at top speed. Spamming the move was the key to victory. Of course, the number of fish-headed monsters was too great for him to hold them all off alone. So Nika stood behind him, striking her drumsticks with all her might whenever he was about to be surrounded, ignoring the dizziness in her head. Even the madam was frantically picking up rocks to throw at the monsters, though it was utterly useless. As more and more monsters closed in, the strength of Fumi Yajin and Nika began to wane, and it seemed they were about to be overwhelmed. But just then, the few trees that were fully ablaze set fire to the adjacent ones. The fire began to spread, and spread, gradually turning into a massive forest fire. The blaze soared into the sky, growing larger and larger as if it would never end. The once ferocious assault of the fish-headed monsters actually began to weaken. Fear had finally reappeared in their crimson eyes. Then, just as they had swarmed in like a tide, they began to recede like a tide. When the blood moon disappeared, when the dark sky gradually began to brighten, when the very edge of the sun's silhouette finally appeared at the end of the horizon. On this small island, the entire visible expanse of the forest had been reduced to smoldering ash. Congratulations on meeting the instance conditions. You have successfully cleared it. You will now enter the settlement space. The system prompt sounded. Although its tone was still as sinister and strange as ever, this time it sounded surprisingly pleasant. At that moment, the trio sat by the bonfire on the beach, covered in soot and dust. After the horde of monsters had retreated, they had nearly suffocated from the thick smoke and been roasted by the intense heat, so they had used the light of the massive fire to hastily leave the forest and return to the bonfire site, where they rekindled their own fire. The black man was dead. His body, like the other two, had rapidly decomposed. Only the 3 of them were left alive on this beach. Nika had even been unconscious for several hours before she woke up. We passed. Nika turned her head to look at Fumi Yajin. Even with the clear notification, she still couldn't quite believe it, fearing that another crisis might be waiting for them. "Yeah, we should be safe now," Fumi nodded, raising his hand to gently pinch the girl's soot-stained cheek. "We survived." Nika instantly relaxed. Looking at the sun on the horizon, she suddenly felt like crying. The madam, meanwhile, was filled with emotion, patting her chest and taking several deep breaths. She then looked at Fumi gratefully and said, "Mr. Doctor, Miss Pudding, thank you so much for carrying me through. My class is translator, and my core ability is to interpret various languages and scripts that ordinary people can't understand. My reward items are also related to this, but I was completely unable to contribute in this instance, so I truly owe my survival to you both." Hearing this, Fumi and Nika understood why the madam hadn't used any abilities at all. So all her abilities were related to information and deciphering. "You don't have to be so formal. Even if your abilities weren't applicable, you still contributed," Fumi comforted her. "But without you, I definitely wouldn't have survived. So, please allow me to introduce myself," the madam said seriously. "My name is Meiho Fujiwara. The Fujiwara family, to which I belong, holds some small influence in the political world of Japan. My phone number is. If it's alright, perhaps you two could contact me after we get out. I will be sure to properly repay you for saving my life." The Fujiwara family. Najika's eyes widened slightly. "Isn't that a super famous political family? I've even seen reports about them on TV a few times." Najika looked at Fumi. She didn't know if she should accept the madam's offer of repayment. Fumi thought for a moment, then said to the madam, "I've memorized your number. If I need to, I'll contact you." The madam didn't insist, just smiled and nodded. "I'll be looking forward to your call." Entering settlement space. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 25% off spot and unlock everything now.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.